Navova has taken space into the A side. The spike is incredibly far away. The pistol around this wall is literally the worst thing in the universe, but it's fairly quick. Look how far forward the players on Vitality have always managed to get. The utility, though, fantastic. Garners an extra kill. Still haven't managed to cross into the site yet. Could have utilized the drone just to be safe, but that spot is clear.
It's one thing to keep an eye on as the game goes on. Malzi's usage of deadlock. Picks going back and forth with low HP on some Vitality members. They need to step it up, and it's Kicks on the KO. The Desk highlighted it coming into this matchup. Once we saw Agent Select up, going back to Comfort, and it has worked wonderfully in round number 1.
Yeah, I want to talk about as well. Like, obviously, you look at this map and you go, hey, Vitality haven't played it. Hey, Apex have, and they won it dominantly. So this should be firmly in their favor. But I want to look back to the last time it was properly played, firstly within the pool, but also secondly by Vitality. And that was last stage, the EMEA finals. They played it versus Fnatic. They lost the series. I'll give you a guess what map they won in that 3-1 defeat.
Assuming it would be this one here.
No, yeah, it is.
No, I just made it.
No, I'm just trolling. No, yeah, it was this map, and obviously a completely different look. You had Safe playing the Jet, which he's not doing here, but I am actually excited by the Teo edition. I agree that maybe we haven't seen the most of it on this map, but what I like about it is your opponents are running double Sentinel. They're going to be placing a lot of utility that you can destroy with those salvos. So it's a piece I want to keep an eye on, especially when they move to the attack, how Safe is actually going to be using those salvos.
Not a bad opening pick, and I like Apex's adaptation last round, playing extremities and then taking space off that mid-crunch, this time looking to disrupt the mid-crunch, and they've already done that well with Avova picking off one. Man advantage to the squad that is playing with just classics, and look, we talk about strength in numbers a lot when it comes to these rounds, because sure, you're not going to win the 1v1 with a classic, but if your buddy's shooting back at the same time, maybe you can level out that damage to a 1-for-1 trade. If they get that, well, Vitality will be in trouble. You can see, though, quite passive positions from the squad, Safe with utility to slow them, and 35 seconds on the clock as well. It will still be a difficult take for Apex.
มันเอาบางทีมันเริ่มเอาโซวาออกไปแล้วครับอาจจะไม่เกี่ยวที่เห็นแบบมีบ้างแล้วที่แบบเอาโซวาออก
Already managed to catch out one with the net, but 20 seconds left to make their move into the site. The salvos are going to delay them. Nice work from Governor. That's the rifle on the ground, but they still have to try and get past Safe, who's been lurking within this position, taking a little bit of damage, but mostly acting as a bit of a distraction. The rifle should be retrieved, and that will be for the side of Vitality. There you go.
Some real potential in that round, though. Again, looking at Safe salvos saving the day. The fact that they're fired in, they keep the spike off-site, which takes the pressure off these defenders. They don't have to worry about the players on Jenny because they're not planting. There's no sound cue to push them forward. They knew that Safe was there, wanted to play through the smoke, but there's cover already coming in from heaven. Good rotations as Vitality get ahead of the problem. But another thing, you know, we talked about it already. Malzi's deadlock. Look at how he uses his nade to just stop them from getting the double peek that they could have had off those salvos. They could have quickly stemmed the bleeding in that round, and instead there were opportunities. And that's what we'll look to for Apex, and for Malzi's deadlock in particular. He creates a lot of opportunities for his teammates with it.
Well, yeah, you can also just look at how they aim to lock down certain portions of the map. Having a sensor in combination with the trip, it just makes things awkward for aggressive plays. And you look at the composition that's there, it is going to rely on fairly aggressive plays. The fact is, though, already adapting. An important opener, an impactful one. Fluorescent doesn't have the other part of Blore. In this case, he'll be on the Sentinel, and Durka, has he slipped the net? I think he has. A complete surprise for Batu.
Yeah, the fact that there's some reinvestments from Vitality into heavier rifles, they've managed their economy so well to give them a real chance in this round that's now being converted into a 5 versus 3. Apex, they've looked for this control on middle to defeat the aggressive pushes of Vitality. Now, without that space being taken, they look to seize it for themselves, but it was held by less deep. No gaps to Vitality's defense at the moment, and you'd expect that with 5 players still alive. No pressure on them. Durka and Kicks have been tagged up, but to create anything from this scenario will be next to impossible for Apex. In fact, it may rely on big mistakes being made.
He's still got salvos again.
The first man they're pressuring is Safe. He has salvos and 2 teammates on that A site. I think they've made the right call here to just go and save after that contact.
Yeah, there was not really anything given up from that part, and I like the initial use of those salvos. As I said, I think there's going to be parts of the map where you're going to see these passive holes and lots of utility, and utilizing the salvos to make that more awkward and force people into angels, which even if, again, you've watched the previous matches versus Fnatic and you can see that Apex can match up to like tough opponents, if you're going on raw 1v1 fights, I'm probably going to give it over to Vitality in almost every position. Like, you are talking crazy things.
ยังอีกเหรอไอตัวดู
เขาน่าจะเป็นซิกเนเจอร์ไปแล้วเนี่ย
I'm guessing he's referring to kicks on that with the 5-0 start. He's untouchable, undefeatable. And when you look at Apex, again, we've seen these adaptations. We've seen the extremity holds. We've seen the mid-crunch denial. Now we've seen the late mid take of that deep space. And none of it's really worked out for them so far. So they go to a more direct early game, try to pressure that A control out of Vitality's hands. But the second player who managed to slip past Malzy's utility and get into Wine trades it out efficiently.
I think they knew that Seavolf was there, though. I'm pretty sure in the early battle he was spotted. I think it was just... I didn't expect maybe the second player to swing. I'm not sure, but in this sort of round, it's not bad. You have to bear in mind they have some weaker weapons, a few pieces missing, and while you buy contact with a piece of utility, you better be ready for the contact. Not ideal. Again, player advantage garnered by the side of Apex if they make it into the A site.
Yeah, 2 rifles retrieved as well, so these players that come in with lots of weaknesses are now armed to the teeth, and Seavolf, he gets away with that, but one stray shot would take him down. He has made this impossible situation for Vitality a bit more palatable. Durka walking all the way around, and it's just now being watched. Avova diverted his attention at the right moment, but it's still Durka that they're dealing with. Malzy, the one to put him in the dirt. That is a round on the board for Apex and a Hail Mary play that's worked out on their low buy.
Yeah, I think almost just the contact there from Governor ends up winning that round. Like, being able to remove Safe from position was so troublesome. It was. They were watching for Wine, and then the run out comes, and then they switch. That's a ridiculous shot to hit, by the way. And Seavolf does a decent job to try and turn the tide, but not quite enough this time around. Solid double peek at the end as well. Apex on the board. Now, it's worth mentioning as well, you look back to their game versus Heretics, and they went 6-0 on this attack side. It was the more dominant of the halves, and while Fluorescent now with Dimensional Drift is going to take as much space, get as much information as possible. They know that Seavolf is here. He would just about be able to escape, but can he escape Floor? Yeah, yes, he can.
Oi, kick.
Well, especially with kicks by his side.
He's flying.
This guy is off to a flying start. 3-1 on the scoreboard, 7-1 for him. He's finally put to bed by Batu, creeping his way up through the tree, but the rotations are in from Vitality. They've got 2 with a third very close by, while one's just being snatched out from under them. May look to deny that, but plenty of players being drawn out into the open. As a result, it's Malzy all by himself. Finally, the ultimate finishes off Seavolf. The wall up top will buy him some time and some space. The plant possibly even acquired off the back of this. He's got a trap for when they fall down out of heaven, but both players coming a bit more direct, and his hope is that they would get aggressive, they would make the play, but Vitality are showing this temper, this patience. Malzy's going to be forced into the plant, and they now know exactly where he is. They see that spike. He needs to win 2 against 1, and they are just side by side. In fact, now in a firing line, looking to execute the leader on the other side, but time is ticking. Oh, and Malzy's hitting, but Durka returns fire. 3 from the IGL of Apex, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Durka with the low one as well. Like, he constantly tickled away at less until eventually finding the pick, but Durka on just 38p lands that final shot and gives Vitality the round. I really like that combination as well. Like, the neural theft into the annihilation is just like the freest kill you're ever going to get. It's like, well, he is there. I just need to know basics of geometry. Bounce it off the wall. And unfortunately, well, for the side of Apex. And they're actually going to take themselves a pause. Now, I'd say, obviously, you've only won yourself a round based off of pistols and some individual brilliance. Committed quite a decent amount to that round, and that's the real danger. You're looking at the Dimensional Drift used, Annihilation used, although Malzy's actually halfway back to it already, so not the end of the world. But then on the other side, they have all their ults. There's only one missing, Neural Theft, one away. So in terms of the economy, they
Oh,
are
damn.
flying. In terms of the rounds, they are running away with this. And considering this is sort of the map that I look at and go, okay, if Apex are going to win, it needs to be on Ascent. They need to start off, because Lotus has been very good. Okay, they lost to Fnatic, both lost to Fnatic, but it's been a great map for Vitality.
Yeah, I think a lot of this early game, though, and especially with this timeout coming in, this is Apex's chance to sharpen their tools.
But the
They've seen what's been
focus
happening
now,
so far, how Vitality are reacting across the map, the early mid-aggression, how they fall back, what space they concede, and where they put players. No doubt that will change up.
As well.
But exactly, right? They're starting, and that was a learning experience as well from that extremity hold that they had before. The thing is, Vitality will also only be on the first page of their playbook. And they've got depth to fall back on. So it needs to be an improvement from Apex, and we need to see it fairly soon. Rifles and full investment from that attacking side. And again, spreading the net. They'll concede that bit of mid-control, knowing Vitality like to dump some util and fight for it. But from what we're seeing in this round, this is Vitality sitting back and going, oh, they've just called a timeout. What's your plan? Make your move.
It's the same again where Sivov is basically just able to hold on to A control almost for free. It frees up a lot more positioning around the map, and it is so much more passive from the side of Apex, clearly having an expectation of that move. I get a little bit from the drone. But hey, all that really tells them is there's an operator there, but they're doing the same in B main. They're just jiggle peeking it.
They've seen a few times that Les has been the player moving to top mid, that it's been, whether they know it's the Yoru or not, that the rotational play on B has been there. Well, Batu tries to pressure and find some info, force those players to make the rotate, but with that kill connected, it's back to easy living for Vitality. Nice catch onto kicks at least, but 7-2. He's been firing on all cylinders, no doubt he'll be standing his ground in this fight, and with 30 seconds, and Salvo's coming online soon for safe. I believe we're going to need to see a
good paranoia
just used, right?
Good paranoia, but they don't clear him anyway. Somehow he survived in the back corner.
คิกมันบอดยาวจัง
Trade from safe and well.
ชีวิตมืดมน
Over 15 seconds spike on the ground. This is impossible. There's absolutely no way that he comes out of this one alive. The cross being held, and the second they hit the steps, everything falls flat. 5-1. Vitality firmly in the lead, and I'll be honest, I think that they're adapting incredibly well to a comp they knew were coming. Like that's what I'm looking at here is, okay, we know they're going to try and hold on to this position, let's bait that fight. We know that they're going to try and use the net to grab us in positions, let's play passive enough that they can't actually execute on
มา
those.
แล้วคนที่เห็นแม่งแบบ
Just looking at their
ตอนแรกหันทางอยู่ดีหันมา
Safe would have had his salvos online for just after Plant goes down, had they have conceded, but with the ult in play, even fired a stun in, there was no need. They had numbers, they had the weaponry, they certainly had the utility to bring it across the line. The same util from Malsey, and actually the trade again found. In this round, that is not bad at all. And you have to look at the fact that the only round on the board for Apex is when they've come in with this low buy. Being able to trade out and play that bit more direct seems to have a huge benefit for them.
I think it's the way that
มันเลยดูแบบว่าเข้าแห้งๆคอนแทค
they
เข้า
know
อะไร
they're going to
เงี้ย
get contact in that position. By the looks of it, they have been able to retrieve the one gun.
คอมวิทบุกมันเลยดูตอน
Re-aggression though is Sublime. Good trade, at least one for Governor, but that'll be all. Spike down. Trying to bait that fight out. It's given Fluorescent a gun. That's something to play with at least, but the salvos will force her out of position once again, and that Spike has now been retrieved, but you can see this is already known. This was already noted. There are multiple players around this spot already.
Yeah, and the ops rotated in. The shot not going to land. Door closing. Safe wants to find the pick first. The player's already moved. The gate crash from Fluorescent, the reposition, and that rifle stays alive, but they're about to be spotted out. First and second scene, all the info, all the boxes ticked, and Les waiting, biding his time. As Safe comes in from above, they can blitz this one together. It's a little sloppy, but they get there in the end. Vitality are looking clean, and let's not forget, much like in that Fnatic game, this is Apex's map pick, but it's off to a terrible start.
Yeah, again, you come in with a composition that can make people feel awkward in a lot of these
แต่ไม่
early
กลัวจะ
fights.
ไม่มีโอกาสได้เล่นเดฟเยอะดิ
Well, number one,
กู
I
รั
feel
ตี
like
ไม่ได้เลย
Vitality very happy to just disrespect the comp. Like, we're going to fight you in mid, we're going to fight you on A, we're going to fight you on B, and it's going to be up to you to disrupt us. which at times has come close, but they've always won it out in the late rounds. But then other times, again, you see the attempted usage of the net. It's either not catching or it's catching in a spot that doesn't matter. Like, okay, I'm far enough back, I can just take out the pin and I can walk away.
Or you're standing your ground, still taking the pick, and
yeah. But that's the disrespect aspect, and here it is again. They're just walking mid.
เฮ้ยทำไมหูฟัง
Lurkers just walked all
หู
the
ฟัง
way
พี่
out.
มันเปาะแปะเปาะแปะบ้างวะ
Okay, Crash
บาง
has
ทีอะ
to use it.
ไม่นะ
หรอ
At least
มันเป็น
make
ที่
it
ผมเหรอ
back.
วะ
ฝนตกหรือเปล่า
ไม่มันแบบตึ๊กเหมือนช็อตเบาๆอะนานๆทีอะ
won't amount to very much. Now we look at the control that they've got. It's been a bit of a struggle to get that mid control with Vitality looking to dump in sometimes, and it looks like again they would go for the same play, but two are caught. And Malzy's quick to punish, pops the ult and gets shut down immediately.
ทิ้งจังหวะเล่น
Safe
ก่อนเล
and
ยครับ
Seavoff
แล้วเสียงเมื่อกี้อ้าปาก
taking
ไปแล้ว
full
ด้วย
control, and this is what we're talking about. Whether it's early round or late Vitality, when they decide they want that mid control, they get it almost every time. TP taken. Oh, and
okay.
Batu's
Batu
connected a
neck
double.
one.
With the spike down now, and a 2v2, this is suddenly winnable.
ตัดไป2-1 ครับ
But he's at least given Avova
เดี๋ยว
a
ว่า
chance.
นะ
ใช่บา
That
ตูแดก
first
ไม่เดิน
week
จะเกิดอะไรขึ้
on
น
this site, Avova was a menace.
รอ
Had one of the
ยาว
best
ๆ
performances we've ever seen from him individually, but doing
น่า
it
จะโดนเพื่อ
here
นด่า
versus players like Durka.
อย่างแรกเล
เฮ้
ย
ย
You
มึง
guys
ไม่
on the
เสีย
block
เปรียบ
like
แล้ว
Seavoff is going to be difficult. The time's in his favor, but now they know exactly where he is. Paranoia
Hey.
going to be utilized, but he's already being closed down, and they will clear him without too much
บอก
trouble.
เลยไซบอกแม่งเหลือ
There'll be
5
plenty of time for that defusal as well, and again in the retakes, Vitality are doing a stellar job.
Vova in the clutches, man. You always have faith in
มัน
him.
ช็อตเบา
And he
ๆ
attacked them
ชอบ
both
ลุก
up
ไปไหน
so heavily, but again,
ใจ
just
ผม
looking
ก็
at
เป็น
that,
นี่น้อง
Malzy
บอก
pops the ult. That probably would have gotten one,
จะใส่หู
but
ฟัง
they're
ไอ้เหี้ย
so quick to respond. Batu's
Yeah.
spray there was impressive, but Durka's reposition
แต่ว่าป
catches
กติ
him
ค
off
รับผมไม่
guard.
ใช่ไวเลส
This dump of utility from Vitality actually got interrupted.
But
That's the
banana
worst part.
between-
Apex managed to catch players. I think it was Kicks who got eliminated on short. It slowed the retake potential of that map control. They still commit to it, which often would be a mistake. But here it works out splendidly.
I'm going to say as well, you look back to that Fnatic game, and the critique I'd have for Vitality is the mid-rounding, be it mid-round plays or mid-round calling seemed off. I'd say the opposite here. I think their quick reactions have been sublime. Dirk are under pressure. They know exactly where he is, just about escapes with his life. Again, this dimensional drift used to try and clear. They've got them held off. Armageddon thrown through, but I don't think it will connect onto anybody. In fact, they're going to follow it down. A nice kill already onto Governor, though. They still have problems of this backline being stacked up, and let's just going nuclear at the backlines. Only one stands. Might be the one you want, but I don't see any chance here.
Great play by Les, and you can see Apex, once they hear that op ring out, that's the player having fallen back. They want to just blitz in and take him down, but
Is
not
that the
ready for that
first
extra
time
gun.
they've gone B?
Well, barring the one walk-up, I think, from Batu, where he got caught by the op,
Yeah.
and that was even, they were already moving to
ส
the
อง
A
คน
side. Yeah, I think
ใน
you
ลึ
might
ก
be
เป็นเล
spot
สกับ
on.
เดิร์
This is the first time they walked into the Lion's Den, and this is why you don't walk into the Lion's Den. Like, Les, I think, up until this point was 4 and 5.
Yeah.
It's now 8 and 5. Weirdly, when they push his site of B.
Yeah, I think that the problem is, though, again, they haven't had that read that he's on B. A lot of the time, I think when he's been spotted, it's either retake or he's on around
Don't
mid.
you dare.
So you think that, okay, they've got the op there, we'll just overwhelm them with numbers. And that's when Les shows his face. And pretty even trade of HP from both of the Cyphers through those cages. But 8-1 on the board, it is do or die time for Apex in this series, and we're getting close to it in this map as well. For the best they can get here on the attack. They've still to contend with this off that so far has just been having a field day. Dirk is 8 and 2. It feels like every opportunity he's given, he connects. And even though the drone saw him, it was just a little bit too
Just
late.
rude. Well, it's also just the way
Holy
he's
Saint, man
playing
เดิน
is
แบบ
I
ไม่กลัว
am
เลย
better than the players on the other side. I will take bigger risks. I will make bigger plays. Batu's done
เตะ
well
เลี่ยงค
though.
รับพี่เดิร์ก
I know
Spike
exactly where you are.
Still somewhat in no man's land, but they are waiting to see if they can get that info.
Yeah, they see where these players are now on Apex. Got that vision.
No escape.
Last 28 HP. He can't even contend with the cross. Just goes back alongside Safe. They're going to cover off this mid-angle, break the wall as well, just to open up that avenue. But look at the super late play from Avova. We're catching him here from POV. There's two players coming short, but he's looked the wrong way. That timing couldn't be worse, and it is a strange timing, I suppose, for them to be walking up short.
Yeah, they were all grouping up together. Had to wait out the barrier that was placed. But now go in with an advantage. Batu's still behind, but it is definitely being expected right now. And already the salvos are going to make things incredibly awkward. It may not kill off Molsey, but his teammate's been lost in response, trying to hold the line. But again, we talk about these stellar retakes coming through from the side of Vitality. They are making this look very easy indeed.
Ultimately, Tom, this is the super team that was promised, isn't it? This is the kind of performance that you expect if we're thinking that Vitality can compete with the best of the best.
Apex had to meet them when they're angry. Like it's like cornering a wounded animal. Like they've had a couple of losses, they've got a few cuts, a few bruises, and then they immediately come out swinging. He does take a tag from it at the end. It was the thing is, even though he survives.
Well, I don't think we'll see Deadlock added into Vitality's comp anytime soon.
That's surprising that he says that because his ex-teammate.
เอ้ยกล้องค้างมันเป็นไรวะ
Sadak, I think he
ผม
played
ว่ามันต้องมีอะไรทำให้ช็อตเว้ย
I guess that's why they're ex-teammates.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Differing views.
See, normally making that joke would be fine. But
เฮ้ยน้องจอยมันเตือนบ่อยไปวะไม่รู้นะโอ้มันเตือนทุกคนเลยแป๊บนึงนะแก้โค้ดกันปิดกล้องก่อนก็ได้แป๊บนึงนะกล้องมันช็อต
week's Vitality because we know they have the caliber of players, so I like that. Like, bring a guy in who might be able to just give those little bit of extra things that the players need in those moments. I think they'll be feeling pretty good though now, so maybe wasting his time a bit today.
Remember, guys, don't get too happy.
Yeah.
Well, this play coming out from Durka, again, we've talked about his bold pushes, how aggressive he's been at times. He's even going to burn up a second gate crash, his first expired. And he's sticking around. Now, they shouldn't expect him to still be here.
Except for the fact he's already done this once.
It's so late into the round. That's really the confusing factor. But yeah, indeed, they are still ready for it. The trade comes in at least. So the first step from Apex is going very well. Oh, I love this from Batu. Repositions on point. And he knows there's one close by. The stun gives away the position, but Safe won't give away the kill.
Safe has heard the steps, but that's just the fake out running through mid. It does leave Sivov quite isolated, but he's going to rotate back into a much safer position. He's been very good when left alone back at site. No net to catch him this time and just trying to dodge the bullets within. The only goal from him really is to buy time. I like this. Kicks has joined him. Flash through together. Easy pick. That's the spike on the deck. They now have to push forward to try and grab it, and it will be retrieved. Trying to bait them back in, but now the full force of Vitality is ready and waiting. Well, we've said this one before. It's another Vitality retake.
It's just all about the synergy here, man. Like Vitality, we know they've got the individuals. How every single player here has shown that in different moments, sometimes all at once. But the thing that they're adding to it today versus the other days is they are moving as a unit, with the exception of Durka, who even then often has that backup until he's going a little crazy.
He's a unit. He doesn't need a unit.
But the rest of the squad is just moving in a way that's so difficult for you as an individual to work around, and for Apex trying to get this map control, at times trying to make those individual plays, or even just having that small gap. Those 1v1s, those 2v1s as Vitality are forcing them to be, are constantly falling into the defender's hands. And a 10-1 for your own map pick, this is about as poor of a start as you could get. Now, an opening duel for Governor, and this time not traded out. It gives Apex the man advantage to work with.
Oh, timing. Looked like it could be problematic. Not going to connect with the. Oh, it was just
คอม
used
นี้
to
มันจะ
clear
บุก
the
ไม่เข้า
corner,
จริง
but
เหรอ
found
Don't
absolutely nothing.
contact.
Government's doing well. Maybe the Guardian is his weapon of choice, hoping for a little bit more. But Kicks just again. I think this has to be one of the best individual performances we've seen
แฟ
from
ด
him.
ต้องมา
Just
ชื่อแฟดให้เพื่อน
really
ตรงกลาง
running riot within the server. Avova is expected. Seavolf is watching. They're trying to force
อา
these
ร์เซนอล
players
นะ
out
ค
of
รับ
the corner.
1-0
Gonna see the
2-1
null
แต่ตก
command
รอบ
utilized, but eventually runs out. Flash even used to try and help out, but
Okay.
Kicks is watching. Sevo
11-1
polls and Mitch. It's 11-1.
Dirk said it earlier, but it is LeBron James level performance.
พัดอะไรวะปุ๊บเปียบปุ๊บเปียบนี่นะ
เดี๋ยวดูวิทย์บุกนะครับ ไม่รู้จะได้ดูเยอะหรือเปล่า น่าจะบุกมันอยู่ KO แพทใหม่ด้วย
น่าจะไม่ช็อตแล้วมั้งเมื่อกี้มันปุ๊บเปียบปุ๊บเปียบน่าจะเป็นเพราะพัดลมเจ็บไหมนั่น
KO แฟดปรับแฟดครับแฟดถ้าแฟดจิ้งมันจะมีเสียงวืบแตกไวขึ้น
เฮ้ยมันก็ยังฟอกแปะฟอกแปะอยู่อ่ะเฮียอะไรวะเนี่ยเสียง
Come on. They're going to get caught by some of it. Spam coming through. It's done damage, but it's not found a pick. Eventually, there we go.
Blind fire works, but once they've got sight lines, it's a
GG.
different story. Kicks
GG.
again showing up. That double pick
จริง
and
ๆครับ
a pistol round win
เล่น
here.
แบบรีบ
It's the end of the map.
เล่นวันไหล
It's
ต่อ
12-1 with a streak from Apex, unprecedented. And a 4v2 that they're left in, hoping there's a mistake made from Vitality, but so far, that has not been what we've seen. This team's been playing this to perfection. Halsey's able to isolate
Okay.
one. Avova in with a double, and hold on. It's not over yet. It's safe. Left to do it all, and he's put in the dirt. Avova and Halsey in the clutch. It looked unlikely, Tom, but maybe Vitality gave them a few more opportunities than they should have.
Yeah, the
สงสัยไม่รีบแล้วตอนแรกรีบอยู่
the two Ascension winners have given them the tiniest amount of hope at this map, but
อ้าวนี่แพ้แล้วไปยิงศ
maybe
พ
just a slight vibes boost, which would be nice. I think going forward into Lotus, there has to be a talking point up until that Fnatic defeat. There's been an incredibly strong map going toe-to-toe with the likes of G2, T1, beating
ตามอ
Liquid,
ยู่
smashing
11
GX.
เอ้ยมันขาดหุยเลยเหรอ่ะโอ้โหดิสเรสเปกเกินน้อง
I think Apex just getting that confidence back because Now we've seen some much quieter things. And the other thing that really
ผม
worries
ไม่ให้กำลังใจแล้วอัน
this
นี้
map is
พอเลย
some of the more exciting
ต้อง
aspects
ค้างอีกแล้วเหรอ
of this
ซ้ำศพ
เปิด
squad has been that double duelist. We've
Right.
seen Batu pick up the aura, giving more space to floor. In the Fnatic game, it was
ต้องเป็นอะไรไม่รู้
a pretty big deal.
ปิดกล้องก่อนอันนี้ไม่เปิดแล้ว
If they stick to what they played last time, we're not going to see it. Maybe not this series.
Just thinking back to the split that we got to cast
That's
with Dom
APK.
as well.
Oh,
One of the things that he put a lot of stock into was those icebreakers, right? Having a player step up, and Avova and Malzi having that moment, and we saw it in the replay there of Avova's camera. He was getting fired up. I think he screamed almost as loud as Pipson when they win a round or lose one. And that's a good sign to see early on. We want to see Apex get confident because, again, even if this map does seem like it's a long way out of reach, you got to take it one step at a time, and it will benefit you moving into the next map to have that little bit of a mental reset. Vitality, oh, well, they're putting up some fight here. It's a 2v3, but the weaponry for Apex makes this a bit more difficult than the clutch that we saw in just the previous round. Good spam from Batu, a little bit more damage connected.
30 seconds
And both
left.
players have been
People
dropped
trying to
down.
have a-
Full rotations in from Apex.
Ow.
They should all be here, but Kix has got another. Finally, he's put to bed, but safe now in a 1v1. He knows where he is. Not like this for Apex. Oh, it was
เกือบแล้ว
so
เกือบ
close.
แล้ว
But in the end,
หน้าตึงเนี่ยมึง
Avova
เหลือคนเดียว
does
อะ
what needs to be done. Costly though, Tom.
Really?
Little bit.
It sounded like you were sweating now. I had full faith
Oh, did you?
that Apex.
Well,
would
I'd like to
knock
go to the
around.
coaching staff and see if they feel the same.
We're just going to cut and Danito's just fallen off his chair. He's just lying on the ground facing upwards. And that was rough.
6 HP.
And well, you sort of mentioned icebreakers.
ตื่นถ้าเซ
I
ฟ
think
คือ
they're going to
ตื่
be
นนะ
feeling quite warm after that one. Maybe sweating a little bit in the Berlin sun. Yes, I've just said the words Berlin and sun, but it exists and it's happening right now.
Oh, trust me, Tom, by the end of this month, you're going to wish that you didn't see the sun. You didn't know what it looked like.
โอกาสมัน
From living in London, I spent 23 years.
เราเกิดเป็นคนเราต้องให้โอกาสกัน
Yeah. Do you remember how hot it got last year? I heard they upgraded the AC. We'll be all right in here.
I
Just
also
a cycle
purchased
down.
my own for my home.
I got it
Right.
a week into summer here, and I was like, yep, well, we're going to need one of those.
Not
aren't
used
we?
to things being warm.
It doesn't.
Then again, opposite of Les, who consistently says he doesn't believe the sun exists here yet. But then again, it is probably slightly warmer in Brazil. Here we go. No command already online. Utility will be gone. An immediate rotation will put Floor into the mix. Attempt to try and support the paranoia is perfect though, and it just is completely synergized from the side of Vitality. This is more like they're running drills rather than actually like executing versus a team.
The dry runs on site have worked so far. The dry runs on mid that they had even better in the last half. Now, if Ova picks up less here, it's still an uphill battle. One that they might still want to commit to. 12-3 will be a very difficult position to come back from. No mistakes can be made. Carrying these rifles through is also tempting, with some players investing so heavily. In fact, most of them being able to buy up in the next, and the time running so low here.
Trying to hold them in.
Might just fall back and indeed try to make this a bit more costly for their opposition, waiting for a piece of utility. The smoke goes out though. Oh, that's great. If they flash, there'd be a paranoia coming right back towards them. Instead, they create a little tunnel to escape out of an Avova. I don't think he's getting away with this one. He goes hunting, but he's
อยาก
the
จะ
real
ตัด
prey.
มากๆแต่ก็ไม่ได้สักกระบอก
It's ended with an attempt to try and remove their guns, and
Low
instead
tap
they
today,
removed
yeah.
0 vitality
Yeah,
guns and
people
lost
gone,
all of
but
their
they
own. So
Ooh,
I don't think that
Takadoji
could have gone
really.
any worse if they tried. Then again, it's 12-3. I think most of us
เอ้า
have
นั่ง
written
เก้า
this
อี้
off
ที่มันโยกได้ไง
for quite
ส
a
บาย
while
ดี
now.
ตัวเลยโยก
9 in a row will be extremely difficult to work with, and this was almost a terrifying thing coming onto the attack side, because you look at the last half and they had to play at least a little bit more spread out. They're having fun, I'll tell you that. They had to play spread out in the early fights. Sometimes it's Durka on his own, but a lot, and sometimes in a main as well. 1 or 2 players are taking those duels, but the difference is now they're together. They can group up, and when they were a unit, when they went for those mid crunches and retakes of map control, they were so clean. Doing it here on the attack, where they can set the pace from the get-go, you imagine it will be an even bigger challenge. For Apex, it
ตอน
certainly
เจอ
seems
เช
like
ตติ้ง
it was.
สุด
One
มันซ่วม
opening
จริง
kick traded back, but the
เริ่ม
real
กลับมาได้
deal
เริ่
here
ม
is
รี
that
เซ็ตส
Apex
ภาพจิตใจ
only
แล้ว
have that one rifle currently in the hands of Avova. For the
เจ
rest
อ
of the
ที่ลง
squad,
อ่ะ
they have to
วัน
hope
นี้
they make the right read, and they're
อะไรนะ
running
เจอ
three
ที่ลง
players.
เนี่ย
Hey,
เจอที่ลง
the ult
Missed again.
doesn't find anything.
I feel like they almost
โดนเฟเนติก
needed
ก็ยังยิ้มได้อยู่
use their
แต่พอเจอ
paranoia
ที
to almost
นี่
go,
หนักอยู่
hey, look, we're executing, and then he's just used his ult to try and catch them as they run through. Zero impact from the
ช่อง
one
นี้ไม่มี AI
ultimate
ครับ
that they
มีแต่
had
คน
in this round, and now it comes down to the pistols. Molsey does well.
Nice.
Governor the same. They're still needing quite a bit more though, with 2 players standing, and well, one of them's kicked.
Right.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, the players split up. Scooby-Doo on the round, Governor and Batu. Oh no, they'll rejoin. Rifle recovered by Batu as well, gives them a chance, but like we said, Vitality, they played these rounds together. They've done so well when they were the ones retaking. See if they can hold control the same. A problem perhaps with the spike being behind Jenny. They had to take the fight. Zevov swings wide, but Governor's there to greet him. And another round for Apex.
พี่บ๊อบ
Makes it 8 in a row needed. But I think more importantly, like we said, it's about building the confidence for Lotus. That will be Vitality's map pick, but somewhere we've seen them both struggle up against
ตอบผิด
Fnatic.
ละ
Perhaps they can convert that into some kind of hope.
Yeah, I think the more worrying prospect
League,
is
league.
they've won
Why you
3 of
league?
their 4 rounds
Bro.
with
If we
majority
win this
pistols.
game, guys. Actually, I don't know. No, this.
Yeah, safes across the stage. We should probably mute him.
Not making those same sort of deals. I respect it. It's not worth it, you know? 12-4. Les is taking the sort of eco very seriously. Only a classic, not playing the lurk. Basically making the assumption that his teammate is going to go down. He'll get the gun for free. Dimensional drift available for both sides.
Deploying.
And already they're going to look to put the pressure on here. Immediately,
Well,
the
up.
second the drone gets
Oi.
the catch, there's not really anywhere. In fact,
Oh,
for Governor
oh.
to go, he's done well.
ผมดื้อจัด
Getting anything from this position,
จัด
and I
ดื้อ
feel
จ
like
ริง
he should have been
โอ้โห
caught,
ดื้อ
but
จนได้
no,
ดีครับ
Governor survives, and there's Fluorescent to help.
Yeah, and then the ult from Durka eventually comes out of that dimension, and well, he's sent right back to it. Malsey
เอาละครับ
with a double to
อันนี้ดี
close us out. And Apex, this is what we want. It's not even just about winning rounds, but winning them confidently. Get the ball rolling a little bit and shake off some of that rust before we go to the next map. Again, the longer this goes on, the more likely it's going to seem like they can do it. And, well, perfectly timed as if on cue, Vitality have called a timeout.
I think just wanting to make sure it doesn't get too far out of control. We've had a lot more weird comebacks this season
Oh,
than
for
I
sure.
think we've ever had. The one that springs to mind is Team Heretics.
อยู่ดีก็ไม่ตลก
It's very
อยู่
unusual
ดี
that
ๆก็
you
ไม่
lose
ตลก
that many rounds in a row, especially from such a commanding position. And one of the things that sticks in my mind is I think they were
การชนะสกอร์ขาดมันก็ดีนะ
they whiff a showstopper. I mean, they being Miniboo, and there's huge amounts of frustration. So I think just having a moment to
ถึง
sort
ประโยช
of
น์ตอน
slow
แบบว่า
things
ต้อง
down
วัด
a little,
ราวทิป
make sure that okay, we're still very far in the lead. We got plenty to play with. We can wait for ults. We can combine them together, and there's not a whole lot that Apex can do about it. So, as you said, for confidence reasons for Apex, yeah, getting a few rounds here, showing that okay, we started badly. We didn't have the best map. We know what we're going to get when going on to theirs. Although I'll say there's a small chance that maybe Vitality
เฮ้ย
adapt their composition based off losing to Fnatic, but I wouldn't expect that. I think for the most part I liked what they were running. So you know what you're going to get in the next one. This one you didn't because Vitality haven't played it all year.
He's showing us here, Zilf. Early lineup put into play. Will it be all out aggression towards A main? Well, for Vitality, a lot of players
This
stacked
doesn't
up.
land, I'm blaming Zil.
โอ้ไลน์อัพมัน
Where they flying up and over,
ไม่ได้อ่ะ
and
เนี่ย
it's landed, but no players in
ล
that
งช้า
space.
เกิน
I saw 4
Zil.
players outside that A barrier. It's all Zil's fault.
That would have hit if he
เมื่อ
was
ก่อน
like
ไม่มี
that,
เสียง
as
โค
you
ตร
say.
โหดเลยนะ
If they went to compete for that
คืออย่างนี้
Taylor
ยังไงก็
in the
ยังไง
same
ก็หล
way
บ
that
ทันอะ
Apex did, then they would have been caught. The chance would be there for that early crunch, early fight. Instead, void of any info bar the... Yeah, it's a horrible skin, Durka. I hate to judge you for it, but I don't at the same time. You made this call.
โคตรยาก
So
Then, yeah.
He would have hit that with a normal sheriff.
100%. Sights on it just don't line up, man.
If he now aces the round, I'll go
เรา
ball.
แค่คนไทยอยู่แล้วพี่ใช่ปะ
อ่ะ
See,
I
you
like that.
gotta offer things that you're actually willing to do.
พอสักขึ้นคนไทยปะ
Not expecting much.
พอจะขึ้นไทยอ่ะ
40
Indo.
seconds. Utility still online. 3 players in off angles as well. I think that if Vitality managed to win this round, we have some serious questions to ask of Apex. Then again, though, Dirk has made it into the site without too many problems. The rest of the team a little bit further behind. Seabolt's done well. Kicks has found another. That said, there were 3 players in this site with off angles. They all got caught, and the rotation's being watched as well by Les. Okay, it's a bit messy, but the job has been done. Batu now to try and save the day. First is easy. The next 2, not so much.
Not that he saw him with the reveal, man.
Oh,
Alright, jump
yeah,
right
jawed
in front
up.
of him. Oh, he won't hit me. Well, he has. Batu with a chance to keep this
Wala
team
hapon.
alive. The smoke goes down. It's a one-way. He can't defuse it. Knows he has to fight. Here's the jump. Knows both players are here as well. Information to play with, but they're hiding. And the paranoia strikes just in time. Not even a piece of utility available for Batu as he hunts down that extra kill. And they just fade away. Into the shadows goes
เจ็บ
Seabop.
เจ็บ
No, no.
โอ้ยิงทะลุก็จบแล้วน้อง
Time is running low and he doesn't know where Seabop is, and even now, what can he do? The spike is set to explode. Masterful conclusion to this map for Vitality. 13 to 5. And this was Apex's map pick.
เฮ้ยไอ้นี่มันเอาเรื่องอยู่นะ
ใช่เอา
ไอ้
ว่า
ที่บอกเนี่ยมันน่าจะมันกวนตีนเอาเรื่องอยู่นะดูละ
กดตีนเอาเลย
เออต้าอยู่เมื่อกี้ ทางภาคเขาเรียกซีบอบไงไม่เรียกต่างของภาคมันก็ไซบูน่ะไซบูวาโล
ไอ้แล้วเหรอมันเป็นช็อตจริงแล้วแหละปล่อยแม่งเทียบใช้ไมค์ของ HyperX ครับ HyperX นี่ผมเดินมา40 นาทีแล้วยังไม่มีกลิ่นไหม้ครับเดินสัก2 ชั่วโมงว่ะอันนี้ชิวๆครับจบคู่2ก็หยุดเดินไม่ไหม้นี่ซื้อลูกแบบถูกๆมาใช้เลยฟังค่อยเปลี่ยนรุ่นนี้2,000ครับน่าจะเดินได้สัก2 เดือน 3 เดือนก็คุ้มละ2,000 ดอล ใส่แล้วเดินนี่คือเดินขึ้นสวรรค์ได้เลยแค่น้องจอยแล้วให้มันไม่ตอบตัวเองเรียกว่าเวอร์ชั่นทดสอบเดินแล้วกล้องค้างน่าจะนี่ใช้ปลั๊กแยกด้วยนะปลั๊ก2 ตัวไม่พังเดี๋ยวค่อยลองถอดตอนนี้ก็เดินไปก่อน25 นาทีผ่านไปไวอยู่นะเนี่ยเดินแป๊บเดียวเองเนี่ยเดินทุกวันนี่ก็ชิวๆเลยปะชั่วโมงวันละชั่วโมงเสียเวลาวันละชั่วโมงมาดูถ้าไม่อยากเสียเวลาแล้วก็ดูวอตปาร์ตี้แล้วก็เดินไปเลยเดินมาละ48 ชั่วโมงหลอนแล้วนี่ออกแนวหลอนๆหน่อยทำไมวิทย์มันถ่ายรูปมันดูแบบถ่ายรูปหน้าตรงจังเลย
เหมือนถ่ายรูปกับประชาชนอะโคตรเหมือน
มันถ่ายรูปแบบคนอื่นไม่ยังมีแบบท่าเท่ๆไอ้นี่ถ่ายรูปแบบยืนตรงเคารพธงชาติวอล์กปาร์ตี้เราเดินเสร็จเราเบิร์นสัก500 แคลแล้วเราก็ไปกินชาบูต่อเพื่อความมันเป็นไง ร้องโถเลยลองถามบอทบอท เนี่ยบอทมันบอกว่าเจ๋งจริงๆผมไม่ได้ชอบกินชาบูขนาดนั้นรู้สึกเอียนอันหลังๆกินบ่อยเกินเอียนแบบเอียนมากชอบกินพวกข้าวกะเพราก๋วยเตี๋ยวอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเตี๋ยวเรือไอ้พวกนี้ไปซัดเตี๋ยวเรือเนี่ยอุ้ยช็อตพลูจริงด้วยวะมึงเอาไปเสียบปลั๊กอื่นแล้วเมื่อกี้เอามือจับมันแปะเลยชีสนีออน
เลิกนี่ออนวะ
User left your channel.
ทำไมไม่ให้ฟอริเซนไปเล่นพวกเจ็ดพวก โยรุรัว
เมตา
ๆเมตามันโหดขนาดนั้นเลย
โกบน่าจะอยู่แค่ซีซั่นนี้แหละ
ผมว่าบาตูโหดโยรุโหดกว่า
ขอ8 ราวถึงครับ
someone who is being assisted the most. So it clearly shows that, as always, Fluorescent is going to be that focal point, and that clearly the likes of Molsey, Avova, Batu, and Gov have been doing the job well.
Yeah, I think especially Molsey, and you look at a map like this, obviously his Deadlock last map, some good ideas, but the execution perhaps leaving them wanting at times. He's the one to execute Durka to start this off, and on the breach, I think he brings so much value. You will see it as this map goes on. For now, you'll see a man advantage for Apex.
I think this almost plays into what we said last map about the disrespect. Like having that early aggro to push all the way towards your opponent's spawn, they're going to look to put Durka in positions to just out-duel their opponents. Something I expect to see throughout the map. Again, though, it's those fake outs. Utilizing the doors, selling rotations, but Vitality have not given up this A position at all.
Yeah, no, still very much in position. We can see both of those players floating about, and it's the stun held by Kicks that could do mass damage, with Sivov being the one to swing off of it. The wall goes down. The players are spotted. The stun is perfect. Salvo's fired in, and no chance to reaggress. Time running down. They try to take space on C, but Les is, of course, still waiting. Even gets himself an upgrade. Now moving back to the B site, but wall is up. They have to walk right through it, and Safe is the one waiting for them. Doesn't the flash, and Fluorescent picks up a double. This is looking dangerous, and 3-piece with enough to finish it off. Apex will take the pistol round.
What
was that?
I always want to say governor in sort of an English
accent.
Bringing a knife to a fight. It
Yeah.
really does feel like he's from my hometown in this one. Ridiculous way to close out the round, and a round that started very well, but honestly it looked like it was going to be firmly in the favor of Vitality up until the point where Fluorescent gets 3 picks within a matter of seconds. A solid win in the early round, but this is only the start. It's also worth mentioning, when you go back to victories, at least for the side of Vitality, their attack side was where they really thrived.
Very important for Apex to build up those rounds on this attacking half as a result. And well, this one gifted the opening pick onto Durka, and then quite the battle. I mean, Fluorescent put in some work in those last duels, picking up a 3-piece. Flashy finish from Governor as well, and a narrow margin, but a leg up to the attackers. Starting this out, Vitality have decided to go for a very, very weak investment. It's classics and a ghost. No force buyback, no confident stance early on. They'll respect the early lead from Apex. I'll give them props for that. Curious to see how this progresses, though, towards the C site. Les, even with just a ghost and his utility to play around, could still be quite the menace. I don't think he bought the poison orb here, though, so it should be that little bit easier to walk it down.
50 นาที 55 นาที
ตัวแบบเกียร์ใส่ง่าย
Les
จัด
was completely out of the action, maybe hoping a few spam shots from the Ghost can do some damage. Instead, it's Durka to take that aggressive positioning. Les has already managed to find a second? I don't know how his Ghost is already doing this much damage, but definitely making things dangerous. Bear in mind, the main goal is to hold on to those rifles at least, at a minimum. But with 12 seconds left, somehow this looks possible. An easy kill onto Safe leaves Sivo alone. Again, another drop. This is starting to get very scary. This man is ever dangerous with the classic, and even hits the shot at the end. But, oh, we've seen that one before. Avova just gets it over the line.
Avova alone as the barriers go back up, but Tom, that's a round that we want to see a clean one from. I said Les could be dangerous with the Ghost, granted. I did mention playing behind his util, which he did not have. Instead, he walks into the site, interrupts the take. Impressive performance with just a few pistols, and even from Sivov there. 2 kills and a headshot.
I want to see Sivov in a 1v1 versus Chronicle for who has the best classic. Because I don't know who wins. Maybe I'd edge it to Chronicle just because of experience.
He was good on split with that classic. It was causing mayhem. Big old front. My goodness! I thought maybe a flash, maybe just the information for the teammate, something. But
can I get an instant replay of the sound that Mitch just made, please?
Not again.
Someone check on Safe's desk. He's going to be very annoyed by that. What is this round?
เอ้ามันไม่เห็นเหรอ
going on?
หรือมันเห็นแล้วมันตั้งลำก่อน
Shot from above.
ไม่เห็นไม่ได้
Kicks
มอง
now
เมื่อ
back in
กี้
position once again to try and save them here. Solid stun.
รอซ้อนอยู่ไว
Kicks is
อ่ะ
going to hold on to position.
ไม่รู้หลุด
After
ไป
shot
แล้วคน
being
นึง
sent in.
เอาโดนอย่างเงี้ย
Do they realize how far Avova has got? No, it seems like they've got the complete mystery. They've just left.
เรื่องของไฟฟ้าก่อน
คืออะไรนะ
Still players here, but they're waiting for
อยู่นะคะ
someone to step out of line. Malsey almost did. Governor's been spotted well information, but look at the cost. Sivov alone against 3
เท่าไหร่นะ
With an Odin.
Apex
มันอาจจะใช้มือซ้ายว่ะ
stands a
Can be that.
chance with that big boy.
It's not best known for its movement.
Well, you know, Seaside could have denied the plant there. Nice little spam onto the head as they stand up after, but
Oh, he can deny it from a position he's not in.
It was close. He was close.
It's not close at all.
He got his knife out and ran. He could have made it.
If he shot through about 6 walls, then I think he would have had it done.
But yeah, that's going to be a 3-0 start. I like the pickup of the Odin for that A disruption, but Apex's idea to take this elsewhere, fight into less, which is often a mistake, but the fact that I think it was Batu was able to thread the needle underneath, I guess just with the chaos as well that Fluorescent was causing, they weren't quite ready for a
อย่า
sneaky
เพิ่งบอก
play.
ว่าหมด
It's
ยุ
a
คไว
very
ทาลิ
weird
ตี้
round. And for Apex, that's great. Like,
What?
that's what you
What?
want when you have a few pistols,
มันกำลัง
you
จะ
have
มา
a few
เฉย
pieces missing. You
I'm
want to
cheap.
try and make it weird, make it a bit confusing. It's actually just that the stun missed. This was ridiculous. But then, yeah, I think just we didn't see it, but the gap that was found by Batu made such a huge.
Big old Fluorescent, my goodness! I thought maybe a flash, maybe.
I did not
เอ้า
expect
3-0 แล้วเหรอ
to get that.
แป๊บเดียว
With the camera.
เอาทีเดียวข้างเลย
Thanks a lot for that, BBS. Be knocking
เอ้า
off a
แม
beer
ว
from
มาตัวแล้ว
Tally.
And I'll be adding 2.
แมวเยอะจังวะ
Damn it! Well, 3-0 start. Durka's not happy
Oh.
about that, but he doesn't have anything to say. Malsey with
แต่ผม
another
ไม่หยุด
opening
เลยครับ
duel
พอเป็น
against
นี
him.
ออนนะจังห
Les
วะ
is the
นี้
one to
ยุ่ง
trade
แล้ว
it
ดิ
back. Found another.
They made him angry.
ทำไมเดิน
Les
ไม่
with
เล่น
a
อยู่
pistol is popping off in every fight he's given. A 3v3 as a result with a bit of a fight
Got a
back
hit.
from Batu, but Vitality, they're not letting this one go easily.
Toxin screen down.
เก็บ
Still
ออฟ
there,
เข้าไป
but
วาง
you can just tell
แล้ว
that
พิษจบเลยนะ
Apex are maybe a bit too nervous to take it. A
Yeah, maybe
complete
some shot
reposition
pop-out.
from the players on Vitality, but the idea might be to just try and wrap back around and pick up those guns, get something to play with. A sniper might not be ideal, but 2 players would be 1 shot to the gun. I think Batu has realized the potential of them going back for this weaponry. Wants to get into a spot that could potentially deny, but if he falls as well, this round may just unravel.
Poison orb emitting.
So it could be an opportunity. That door's being opened as well. Batu has to turn to look at it.
Huh?
Well, his sleep paralysis
แล้วมันตั้งใจ
even
ยิง
wasn't
เกิ
able
น
to take him down.
มองอะไรวะน่ะ
Catches kicks in time, traded out, but
อีกกำลังตกใจไอ้พวกกูหรือเปล่าวะ
1v2.
ชื่อแต่จะ
The
ซ้อนกับไอ้
time,
นั่นน่ะ
listen to how quickly the
ไอ้คนที่
spike
เปิดประ
is
ตู
ticking.
User
And of
left
course,
your
with an
channel.
Odin on the floor, you'd be a
เน้นหัว
fool
ปะ
not to save that
เน้น
to
น่ะ
the next round. It's
จะ
exactly
เน้น
what
หัว
Les
แล้ว
will
หันไป
do.
หันมายิงหัว
But
ไม่ถูก
after being demolished
Dugby.
on their own map pick, Tom,
What?
Apex have bounced back 5 rounds in the previous map, a 4-0
สรุปเดินวันละชั่วโมงมันช่วยได้
to
จริงเหรอ
Vitality's pick.
Jing.
But again, like
ใช่ไหม
you said, Tom,
มันดูไม่ค่อยเหนื่อย
5
อะ
rounds from
สุดแล้ว
Vitality on
ดี
the
ถ้าทำได้นี่
attack.
คือโคตรดี
So, although it's a good start,
มัน
they
ดูไม่ค่อย
need
เหนื่อย
to
เลย
keep
นะ
up with the same pace.
ช่วย
ช่วยอะโอเคทุกวันนี้มีวอตปาร์ตี้อยู่กับเดิน
มันเอาไข
We're
มัน
actually
มา
going to
ใช้
see a fairly early
Enemy
pause.
remaining.
I will say, like, come.
เพื่อนเป็นเงียบกิ๊บเลย
I'd say as well that a lot of what we've
Không
seen
chăn nữa
so far was okay. The pistol round
Đừng
slipped
lên
away
đi.
from
Tao
them.
đi vậy.
I think the bonus round especially was a weird one where a few players got caught out by
แต่ตอนนี้
some of
วิทเกิดอะไร
the
ขึ้น
weirder, more aggressive plays, and the last round was obviously an eco. So I don't think they're in too much of a
Đi chạy
dangerous
mà
ground
mình-
just
mà kia
yet.
bên
But
này.
for Apex, this is exactly what they need: get a boost at the start, try and get that momentum rolling because you are literally fighting for survival. And for Vitality, they can end the group. Not in terms of who finishes top, which is actually incredibly important. You're talking about potential of only having to win 1 game to get to Toronto, but more importantly, it would eliminate 2 teams in 1 foul swoop. And that's exactly what Vitality are aiming to do. It takes a lot of the pressure off because you talk about the biggest teams, the teams at the very top. Okay, sure, you could finish near the bottom of the group and go into more of an elimination match, but once you get to playoffs, it's a different ballgame. You get a bit of a break, you get some time, you can work on different strats, you can come up with different counters. The week to week gives you much less opportunity.
จะแจกเบอร์แล้วต
So
อนนี้
Vitality will want to end it here and now and
They're
have
บอก
at least
เอา
a
เล่นเลย
little bit of breathing room.
We said they have a little bit of runway still to go with that second half in the back of their minds, but Apex 4-0 beginning. Oh, great start. For this time, Dirk is the
แนวมั่
one
นใจไปหน่อย
that's able to find himself the opening. Being punished a lot of the time on this Neon early on. Now a 5v4. And Apex sent in the other direction. Batu again going to be sneaking his way forward. Looks like there could be some space, but a drone comes in. That's going to be his sneaky play. Spotted and a spam on its way. Up close with the Odin. Sevov's dealing out death with another and almost takes Governor with him. 4 versus 2 now. And denial across the map from Vitality.
It's another time where the stun has missed by just a millimeter, and that gives an incredibly easy pickup. A stunned Odin player is a dead Odin player. But now they wait, they pause. The remaining 2, at a minimum, wanting to try and make this one costly. The economy of Vitality, not fantastic. But they are moving in tandem as a unit, reclaiming space,
30 seconds
slowly
left.
clearing out those angles, and well, if they eventually end up going towards that B site, it will be surrounded.
Stun and Salvo's online for kicks and safe respectively. Plant just now
ถือว่า
heard.
พอดออกมาได้ผล
And I love this from Vitality as well. Safe doesn't go back to spawn, doesn't take this 1v1 with the Vova as so many players would. It's a 3-man group up. They'll move together and just clear out. They think maybe there's a lurker, someone trying to make that star play, and it was Governor looking for a bit of extra space, but he's caught off with a Vova left alone, stunned, and Salvo's blocking him out.
เข้าแก๊ปเลย
And a bit more utility throw his way. Yeah, there was no way for him to get back into that site to deny this defuse with 3 players holding it. Would be certain death, and in fact, Durka.
Who is the
Durka's
best
running it
team in
down,
Korea
looking for
now?
him, But he's gone the wrong way. So presumably that rifle is safe. And a
เฮ้ยแต่วิทย์มันทำเอา
4-1
ก็ได้
as
ได้
Vitality
เหลา
find their first.
แสดงว่า
The
มัน
unfortunate truth of
กลับ
the
มาได้อยู่
round is that the Armageddon was online in the lane, so Governor Fallen
โคตร
was
ช็อก
an
กับ
issue.
โดน
I said, yeah, the stun missed
เฮ้ยมัน
by
ตันไม่
such
เสีย
a
หรือตัน
small
แบบโอ้โห
amount.
ตรงๆไปเลย
But that was the difference between life and death for 2 players. Wow. The yin and yang. A frustrated Danito. Odorous a little bit more smiley. Still in the lead, still in a good spot. But still with plenty of finances to buy back into this one. 4-player initial stack up from Vitality, but after seeing nothing,
ได้ดู DX ล่าสุดหรือเปล่า
jump peeking this one. Yeah, that's the info he needed.
The other thing is, I understand from certainly Odorous' perspective, right? He's chilled. It's just 1 round. 1 little hiccup. It's fine. It's what it represents. Durka's been having trouble in the early round.
พี่อิงก็
See
ต้อ
if
ง
that
ไปเล่น
is
แทน
something
แบ
that
บ
Apex can put him
ต้อง
back
จากเธอมีจะปรับแผนใหม่
to the habit of. The stun slows them slightly. Rolling Thunder, though, has gotten boots on the ground. Avova slipping his way into the site. The ult forcing players back in Waterfall, but an early ult out of less. The Viper's Pit now in play, covering so much of this space. It's going to at least deny deeper control. But the response from Apex, I think, is that little bit better.
ผมว่าไม่2 ดาบ 2 คมว่ะวางคิดอย่างเงี้ย
A lot of that positioning. Salvos for the post become almost an insta-kill, and Durka's going to go hunting, but he's met with only
หนา
demise.
แน่นแออัด
Molesy already
ลอง
clearing one.
มันก็ดีแหละแต่ว่าเพราะว่ายูทิวมันหมดแล้วไง
Immediately clear out another. In fact, Molesy just going ham, picking up the kills onto those low players. Not that Matt's hitting the headshots anyway.
ลองยูทิลิตี้ของวิทย์ไม่เหลือเยอะๆดิพวกจรวดพวกตันเนี่ยโอ้โหน่าจะจบ
That ends up giving them their 5th round, a huge boost to their economy. And for Vitality, even committing an ultimate into that one, that's got to feel frustrating.
แล้วพี่เขาสแปมอย่างแม่น
I mean,
เนี่ย
once
ดูดิ
Armageddon comes into play, you can see that Les is worried
Dude,
about giving
oh,
all
oh,
of that space on site. These players can't be contained towards
Oh, there's a
Waterfall.
spam,
They can't
ui.
even be contained towards Spawn.
จริงๆโอดิน
if Les
น่าจะได้ยิง
falls
อยู่
back, so he
ได้ยิง
pops
อยู่
the
แบบ
ult, but
เมื่อกี้
it's that little bit too shallow. And
สวย
because
จัด
there's
เล
a
ย
Viper's Pit still online, or in fact, the only ult
โทมั
really,
สซี่ เบนช์
Sevov, is what it is. The only ult they really had to work with was Les
โทมัสซี่
on that
โดน
ulti,
มันโดน
on that
กลับมา
Viper's
เป็น
Pit,
ซิก
which
แมน
will-
แล้ว
or not less,
เปลี่ยน
sorry.
สอง
back
เลย
ฟอร์มมันไม่ดีจัด
perfect response from Apex,
Damn,
containing all that
it's
space. And from Molesy hitting 3 players through, I think 2 of which were headshots. That's something. You can't really account for that. For Apex, that is a golden basket, a gift that they didn't know they would be receiving. A 5-1, a reset on the round they just lost, but Vitality still able to buy. Sevov, as you said, all alone on this aggressive angle, and they're watching it. They know he can be around here and getting out an impossibility.
Yeah, the info just not there, and that was almost too easy. Maybe expectation would normally be there's a few more. Safe is the first point of contact. Paranoia will leave him completely blind. Salvage being expended by either side, forcing them into a fight, but Kicks will win it. It's an immediate rotation though, or at least they're going to try to sell the idea that it is.
push up through
Lurker
C.
มาแล้วครับ
Les has seen no action. He wanted the 1v1 if there was a lurker. Ult committed, luckily cancelled at the last second. Durka was rounding the corner, but Les not expected to be that deep that early. The rotation now as the spike is going to move to the C site, and Batu will try to grab a little bit of extra value. In fact, there's even a further lurk coming in later from Avova. They're very spread out.
Yeah.
It offers 1v1s. It offers XV1s for Vitality with Les coming in late. They've got full containment over this site. The only place they can really be is around Waterfall. So Avova's position shouldn't be that much of a surprise. But he wins the fight anyways. And they know where Les is, dodging the Rolling Thunder. It's a great start for Apex.
Yeah, they've
ลบหลัง
cleared
นะ
2 points of
ใครมัน
danger.
จะมาหลังอีกวะ
Rolling
Oh,
Thunder was
Minna.
even utilized by this defensive side to get into the site, but there was nobody there.
โอ้ยหมุน
They were being
โอ้โห
proactive, and from this
Daily.
position, a defuse seems almost impossible. Looking to try and swing them together,
Wow.
and the trade is
This guy-
stellar. No opportunity for Durka to get anything done there. And again, you look at these mid-round calls, these adaptations from Apex, and they got everything spot on.
Absolutely, with so many dangers lurking around from Vitality,
comeback from
the
me,
late
no.
rotate from safe, Les having already pushed up and found one player
Lang tang lang.
outside of that A site from the C push.
คลิกอะไร
But they dealt with it all masterfully. And this is a hell of a difference to what we saw on the previous map, where Vitality...
ต้อง8-4นะการแพ้
Wonderful
Yeah,
stuff.
nice.
Well,
He looks so savage. Like, you know,
ขอสัก3
do you think? Oh, hello.
someone is a wonderful start indeed, but
Yeah,
Durka
later.
is fired
Ow.
up. He's been weak in the early fights, but the only downside of using that ult through a smoke, Tom, is it's very easy to see where the player is.
ตอนนี้กลายเป็นแมวดำไปแล้วไอ้เต้า
Shred players,
ไอ้
but
มุ
you
ดเลยมา
look
ไม่รู้
at the buy and you kind of understand why Durka's taking a pretty absurd risk into this round.
Toxins going up.
For the rest, not a whole lot to play with, and at least for now, Vitality have not really had a lot of success. Their aggression has been isolated. Their rotations have been caught and picked apart. I think Apex have done a fantastic job at segmenting the way they go through the round. Like, okay, we're going to clear this spot, we're going to take this together, we're going to make sure that the protocols are on point. And what was working for them on Ascent
ทำไมมันดูเละตุ้ม
is
เป๊ะจังวะดัน
failing miserably when it comes to Lotus, their map choice.
แบบเขาเราเก่งอย่างนั้นเหรอ
Oh, Governor's trying to sell the idea that there's a bit of a ruse. You throw a drone in on one side of the map and, well, you don't see any follow-up. You might not rotate, and the fact is Vitality haven't rotated. It does not matter, though. Save the last man standing on the site. And Seabolf a little bit further
ช็อต
away.
ที่มันเอาไปช็อตที่วางเล
Late
ย
to the party with
Hadi
a
Ludi
stinger
var
and
mı ya?
3 players to pick up.
ไอ้เฟดแบ็กมันน่าจะผิดวินัยจริงอ่ะมันไม่ได้โดนออก
Not the kind of weaponry
จะได้
you
ฝี
win
มือนะ
rounds with, not rounds like this at least.
โหดจัด
ตอน
เลย
ตอนก่อนหน้านี้มันอาจจะทรงไม่ดี
The
แต่
most
ช่วงนี้มันเล่น
impressive,
ดี
if
จัด
not the most impressive debut that we've seen, and week on week it feels like he's putting up these phenomenal
fed back
performances on the
อะไรนะ
smoker role as
GE
well.
แบ็ค
But
แบ็ค
look at the firing squad he's running into.
EDG
Not
ไง
getting past
EDG
Fluorescent with a
อะ
swing like that.
โหดเลย
7-2-1.
นะ
ต้องคุยจีนเลยแล้วนะ
Dominant display from Apex, and again, I think most stock in this series would go towards the Ascent. You'd think that this is somewhere that Apex can deliver, if anywhere. And if they don't,
แทนใครไม่ได้แล้วโหแทนเทคเจอร์
if it
ยิง
was
ไม่ได้เลย
anything like
NG
the
ตัวนี้
first map,
โอ้โห
this would be a very quick and
เท่าที่
clean
เขาทำ
map
หมดทุกคน
from
เลยตอนเนี้ย
Vitality. But
ตอนนี้ฟอร์ม
instead,
GNG
they
ดี
are
สุดละ
being roadblock after roadblock. You
โอ้โห
could
แอดล่า
look
สุด
to Durka's swap up as potentially a reason, but
ถ้าสมมุติ
I think
ให้
Apex,
ดรอปแอ
they've
ด
just
นะ
woken up, Tom.
I will
Even
say,
solo
from this
on dot
season,
ad ไม่ลงตอนเนี้ย
Batu's voice comms are my favorite by far. He sounds
แอด
so
มันที่สุดเกมเรีย
excited
บร้อย
for
แล้วอะ
everything that's
ที่กู
happening. Like, the guy who's just happy to be
แด
here,
งไม่ถึง
but
หูได้อ
also
ยู่
happens to do a lot of damage on the server as well. Saying that,
กระทิกกู
Molesey currently topping it. 12 and 5 off
จี
by
โลใหม่
Gauntlet.
เลยครับ เอารวมพลคนโดน
Been
เท
a
วะ
standout so far. He flew the stat that Floor was the one being assisted the
จี
most.
มัน
but
มีของดี
seems
ตั้งแต่
like the
2 ปี
assist
แล้ว
law has
แต่มัน
taken over.
มันใช้ผิดไง มีเท็กเจอร์มีมอนเย็ดอยู่ในทีม
Stun lands this time. Well, that's a slightly bigger stun.
อุ้ย
Oh,
Ow.
but the
Doesn't matter.
shots still go Les's way. A punish onto Fluorescent and an opening pick for
Tactic of
Vitality,
looping
one
alike.
that they will not want to squander. Stunned perfectly timed by Safe. He makes it out, slows them somewhat, but the plant will still be secured.
สมัยปีก่อนนี่ผมว่าบลีดอะบลีดชุดที่ชนะ Ascension อะถ้าได้เล่นชุดนั้นอะผมว่ามีพลาดเลย
Governor from these positions has normally done pretty well. Happy to play super aggressive. Of course, someone
แต่พอมันเปลี่ยนคน
been
พวก
on
มัน
that
เละเทะเลย
duelist role in the past. Utility so far hasn't connected. He goes in front of it, in fact, and does exceptionally.
โกบ
Two quick
อยู่ดี
picks.
ก็เอาไป
Puts
ส่ง
things back into a 3v3, but also buys a lot of time. Kicks back towards that spike.
5-3
Back in
5-4
position, but look at the amount of utility that's still remaining.
Oi.
It may not even
Oi.
be needed.
Oi.
Instead, a little bit of body
น้องยิงไม่หมดเลย
But when you
ซ้ำศพ
have
กันแล้ว
Ballsy for support, you may not mind.
I love
Yeah,
that. You
APK
know
มัน
there's
มีตัว
someone
หญิ
else
งเย
close
อะ
by,
จั
but
ง
he
อะ
still takes
ทำไม
the
อะมัน
time
มัน
to
มัน
just
ไม่มีปาก
lay
เสียงอะไรกันนะ
the
ทำไมมัน
player
ถึง
he
แบบ
took down.
นั่นดิ
ดู aggressive
So rude. 8-1. Apex again. Look,
Ah,
that
young ball.
it might hit.
ดี
but
ยังเหลือ
less.
ฟอริเซน
It's
เป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบดูไม่ค่อยมี
I don't know how he does that.
ความ
You
กวน
know,
ตีนนะ
first bullet accuracy, I'll give him
เอ้ย
that, but it was the
ซ้ำไป
third
แล้วไง
shot in the
เฮ้ยหมุนอีกแล้ว
ซ้ำโชว์ไปแล้วไงฟอร์เรนต์อ่ะ
เอาเหรอซ้ำไปตอนไหน
หยอก
But to start shooting this guy's body in the middle of the
อ๋
round.
อ
I love that as well, though. Some teams would be upset, like, dude, you almost threw it. Floors just laugh and like, what are you
ที่
doing?
หมุนรัวๆเลยป่ะพี่
No, man, like it's almost like your kid when they're being
Maybe
naughty.
Tawit-
Like, it's
Oh,
like,
really,
no,
that
no,
Maybe
stop that, stop
ซ้ำโบเตอร์หมดไหม
That's rude.
ไม่พอใจเลยพี่
Wait
โบ๊ท
till dinner. You finished your dinner to have your dessert. Come on.
A mid-round dessert for Batu.
เหลืออันนั้นพี่เดิร์กเปล่า
An early round headshot for less. 20 HP. As said, coming
พี่เดิร์ก
into
ไป
this series,
ซ้ำ
even
กัน
with
นะอัลฟาเจอร์
slip up versus Fnatic, I
เรียบร้อย
expected
เลย
this
แพ้
to
เล
be
ย
a solid display. Durka
I
has
remember
had
playing
a
map.
horrific time on the Neon.
อุต
Has
ส่าห์
been
ยืนให้
much to write
ที
home
มบี
about
จะ
for
ไปไหนล่ะ
Vitality
ครับ
here.
ผม
8-1
เจ้าของ
down.
ทีมก็โดนจับไปแล้ว
You can't take credit away from them. This has been a
Bleed
phenomenal
Bleed
Bleed
performance, no
Bleed
matter what we think of Vitality's attack side.
ไปไหน
One
ไม่ได้
round
แล้ว
ain't
ตอน
going
นี้
to be enough. At least it shouldn't be. Durka, well, he's got the clone. Let's see if he can take down the man himself.
แต่
Back to
ตะฟอ
Mosey.
นี่มาพิสูจน์ให้เห็นเลยนะ
Firing
ว่า
squad
เอ็มเอ
waiting
แม่
for
ง
that
ยากกว่า
peek,
เอ็มเอ
a
จริง
stun or perhaps a flash. It is indeed ready and waiting, and Durka's down to 4. Got
30
support
seconds
from up
left.
top if they swing wide, but as Seabuff goes down, there's no need to. There's no
Yeah,
pressure as
yeah.
players keep
มันไม่นับ
on
ทีทู
falling
นะ
on Vitality's side.
แต่มันโหด
Les and Durka desperately low, and
ถ้า
Governor
สังเกต
takes
อีกทีมที่
full
แบบว่า
advantage of
ดู
that.
สู้ไม่ได้แม่งโดนตบ
From
ขาด
this
หมด
point, 8-1 down, economy on the brink. And a 2 versus 4. It's tempting to go for. It's
ว่าโดน
tempting
หร
to
อวิท
save
ตาเนี่
either
ย
way. There's
ด่านเนี้ย
reasons behind the call. With Kicks finding that though, I think that will
โดน
spur
ละ
them forward.
เว้นแต่ว่าจะบุกเทพ
On the back of the stun, Les with a big opportunity.
แต่จ
That's
ริ
a
งๆขอ
second
4 วิ
pickup.
นนี่ก็
But the timer
Comeback
is
ได้
ticking.
แบบนั้น
And the spike set to explode
Huh?
very soon. It
เอาเลย
does.
เนี่ยหลังจาก
Back
เนี้ย
with his
ขอ
antics
ยาว
from
ๆ
Ascent.
4-8
เออ
He didn't take
Comeback.
kindly to his body being spammed mid-round. 4 kills and 2 rounds for Vitality.
I say as well, when looking at this team, when seeing changes are being made to the squad, a lot of people look to
แม
Kicks
ว
as
เล่นกัน
that
อ่ะ
player that
มัน
could
จะ
be let go. Where I feel
ต่อ
like
สอง
at
คัมแบ็ก
times,
ออก
yeah, this guy has been not only the glue of the squad, but then you go back to
But
the
ก็ไม่
last map
ก็
in
ไม่ไกล
particular, and he was almost the
เกิดขึ้นแล้ว
carry. Like everybody had a good map.
ขอ 4-8 หรอ
Around the. He
4-8
was
ส
the
มการนี้คือ
distraction.
เป็นไม่ได้
That's the worst part. The whole
ได้ปืน
point
พก
of his peak there was to give distraction
4-8
for Les
โหด
to
แม่ง
get both kills.
โหด
He's
แม่ง
the
เครียดจะตายแล้ว
distraction and
ใน
the
ขณะที่
shot
ผู้เล่น
at the same time.
ซ้ำศพไปเรื่อย
4 for him in the round. A second on the board, and
Gotta go.
well, Vitality can now build off of this. They're not out of the map just yet.
Well, that's it. Apex aren't in the clear because 4, I said 1 round won't be enough. 4 rounds, a pistol, maybe without it even. There's a good chance for Vitality, and that's a confidence builder of a round, certainly. 4 kicks.
ในนี้เขาสู้หน้าซีแล้ว
As well, what Durka has planned on the attack
ผมไม่
side.
ยืน
When
อ้ว
it
น
comes
กว่า
to
ใหญ่
this
กว่า
Neon. For
ตามันผอ
Apex,
มเพรียว
they gotta keep going, keep pushing forward.
Good
2
right
rounds
now.
left to play for in the half. If they can get to 10, it looks like they'll make it all the way to Haven. But if it's an 8-4 half, it's anyone's guess. And with elimination on the line for Apex, there's no room to leave things up to chance. Batu delivers onto safe immediately, an opening for the Outlaw. And they will look to just coagulate, push as a squad into that A site by the looks of things. Wherever they go, let's hope they do it together.
Safe has been having a rough old time. A lot of the time you want your Teo to be getting you information, but more importantly, having that plant denial, having that retake potential, being the first person to fall in quite a few of these rounds, it definitely doesn't feel like
ไปไหนอ่ะไปไหนออกกำลังกาย
a great game for him so far.
Spike planted.
And that deadly duo of him and Durka have definitely been struggling a bit. Post plant, rifles available. Well, straight away, Durka tries to get the last Batu, but he hits both as they drop. What? Okay, kicks his back on the ground and back being spammed, and only player left is Les. I'm sure Batu's going hunting. He wants that ace.
Upgraded his rifle as well. It's only Les standing in his way, and he will block the ace attempt. Even still, though, for Apex, all they needed was the round. 9 on the board now, and a smile cracked by Batu. This was phenomenal. Opening pick, gorgeous. Little jump peek from safe. He doesn't even get to see
ขนาด
around the
จำพียังไม่เห็นอะไรเล
corner.
ย
He's sent into the dirt. That
ผม
double
บ้าจริง
though. Unbelievable. Thank you for the slow-mo.
Quick
It
scope.
still looks impressive. And then jumping around.
จริงแม่งมันอยู่คนเดียวเลย
So he couldn't take it out.
That's my boy.
Just goes for the
แมวสาย
shorty
ลับอะ
instead.
This is your so currently your Viper player and your Breach are just going nuts.
I think Malsey's 5-0 in
DE
opening duels
Looter
as well,
Fatback
and a
Accurate
lot of
แบ
those
น
have been
เซ
on
ฟเป็นใคร
Durka.
โอ้โห
Yeah, normal for your
มันคงว่าเป็นใครกับเล่นแล้ว
For your Breach IGL support. Yeah.
They've been punishing.
เอาเป็นใครเอาลาเกียมาดีกว่าดูมีทรงกันเลย
Why can't you just be normal? Oh, 9 to
เกาหลี
2.
เหมือนกันด้วย
Watching here.
Viper's pit utilized. I think that was a weapon switch as well. Making sure you have the stinger
ผมว่าถ้ามีคนมาทำตำแหน่งโค้ดแล้วแม่งเป็นโรคไบโพล่า
of smoke and allow
น่าจะ
further aggression.
อารม
Safe
ณ์
is
ขึ้นลง
getting
เรือ
just caught every single
แบบไป
time.
คุมทีมไปเป็นเล็ก
They're not realizing the ground that's being given up. They have struggled around this A site just with Batu
กับเฮลิติก
being a menace.
ได้อยู่นะ
But that is just ridiculous. He's able to walk all the way up, and as I said, they're
Cầm lương
completely
thế
aware
nào
of what they've lost.
Push through the pit. I'm not a fan of it. It's a big risk, and he's just waiting outside of the pit, letting them have the space.
วันนี้พี่อเล็กเนี่ย
Walked
ก้าว
behind
ขา
him.
เข้าไปครึ่งหนึงแล้ว
Concern for him late round, but they couldn't have
Sell,
walked
sell,
up
I think sell.
behind through the
That's
spawn
mad.
because
No.
look at the stack up from Vitality. They've got numbers ready and waiting. Les pushes through his ult. They're not expecting that. They get caught from both sides with a big pinch. Vitality have left it all onto Batu.
เดี๋ยวลงไปเอาของกินก่อน
Oh, he's not got time. 11 seconds. I think at this stage, just throw everything.
ไม่รู้ทำอะไรเปิดติสู้แม่ง
What is even the plan here? Just try and pad the stats a little? I think that's about it. Doesn't even have the spike. Well, it will be the time
King
that ends up doing the work. Vitality have got a tiny bit of additional hope,
NG ชุด
but they've
VTO
still had a rough half.
เฮ้ยแต่เอาจริงๆ BTO ก็อยู่ Gen G มานานนะ น่าจะขึ้นเงินให้ซะหน่อย อยู่มาตั้งแต่ก่อน Texture จะมาอีกขอขึ้นเงินเดือน อยากกินมาม่าเผ็ดอ่ะ จะกินตีน้อยอ่ะ จบแล้วเอาไปกินตีน้อยได้ไหม เมทีอยู่นานมากแต่ไปอยู่ทีวันอะดีละแฮปปี้ด้วยได้ทั้งเงินได้ทั้งแชมป์โอ้ชีวิตดีดี93เคิร์ดแน่เลยวะดูทรงแล้วเหมือนในตอนที่ใครมันนำวิทย์ไปเยอะวะแล้วแม่งขายฝันจัดเลยโดนคัมแบ็กนักฟุตบอลชาวสเปนอ๋อเราเลิกเล่นวาโลไปเตะบอลแล้ว
3 rounds.
ไม่คึกคักอะไรกันพวกเมียมันไม่เคยเห็นลู่วิ่งล่ะ
Very good on the attack side.
Well, one of the things you said, I can't even remember if it was on or off air, but you said that Apex unlucky to be facing Vitality when they're that wounded dog, when they're in the corner. Well, Apex, they're in the same boat, facing elimination and one map away. So they come in swinging, but Vitality doing just the same. Malsey, he's been there in the opening picks. A little late to the party on this one, but a double puts them back in contention. 2 versus 3. Avova and Malsey watching from the death cams, and they're saying, well, we would have won this. Now it's your time to prove that you can do the same! And Fluorescent answers the challenge. Kicks versus 2. The odds back in Apex's favor.
Surprised Vitality even go for that. You already had a player advantage. You get the spike down, you play post. I feel like this is done. They wanted to get ahead of the curve. They wanted to turn it. Instead, it's left on to Kicks. But he has been clinical already and will convert this round as well. A Red Bull clutch to give them the pistol. But as I said, I don't think they should have needed it.
No, none at all. It looked like a round that should have been theirs already. A big play by Fluorescent gave them an opportunity by Malsey as well.
It's the Breach Viper game. It's so weird.
Well, the Viper I can see, right? There's especially less if you're pushing into his util, which a lot of the time he's got
เลนบอก
success
กูผิด
pushing
อะไร
him.
กูแค่โผล่มา
But
ดู
for Malsey to have a performance like this, 17 and 8. Listen, we talk about Fluorescent, we talk about Batu.
We're back, bro.
we're
At
back
the end of the day, Malsey is the one lighting up the server here. 9-4, a gap of 5. Vitality with a pistol may just have given themselves a lifeline and a chance to put Apex into that freshly dug grave. Playoffs will be out of their hands and out of the realms of possibility if they go 0-4.
เจ็ดไหลนะของ
You
จ
can
ริง
see at the top of the screen. That's just one away.
I think Pipson has never rooted this much for Apex in his entire life. The GX tournament survival also on the line here. With everybody in Group A, the top 4 locked if Vitality manage to win this game. And I know you look at this scoreline, you'll sit there and think, okay, Apex, they're very far ahead. They just need a few rounds here and there, but we have
คุยกันเป็น
seen
ซิมซิมี่เลย
many a time on the attack side of this map. He still does well though.
It's another
pick
open
found.
But the problem is they ain't got the rifles, they ain't got any weaponry to fight with
มันบอกว่า
afterwards.
เดี๋ยวไม่ได้ซ้อม
Still, I think this might be the most opening duels I've seen a Breach involved with since Angel tried that agent out.
You said opening duels, not one opening duels.
That's
right?
why I said
okay.
just
I was about to
opening
say the only other one I'd say if you go back in the tape quite a while, Kesnit did actually play Breach.
Right, okay.
And I would gamble that he has more.
I'd say
and he won more. We'll see. If you're going to go back through those stats, you might have to be scrolling a while. I believe it was on Fracture. If you want to, I can give you a map.
I'm out of here.
I'll probably take a look after the game, Tom. That might take a while to
It's
sift
fine.
through.
We got nothing else to do.
Maybe some of the people at home can let us know. Like we said, I think that's 6-0 in opening duels
ที่
for
มันรู้ได้
Malsey
ไง
so
วะ
far.
Pretty good.
So
ตัวแอดฟานมันดังไม่พอ
not bad at all. He was there on the attack and he's there even in that previous round here on the defense, but 9-5. The gap closes and Vitality come into this round. You talk about that third round oftentimes as somewhere that the team that lost the first 2, they have the advantage. Well, let's see if I can do this right. That's okay. They've got 4 rifles in Vitality's hands.
หัว
Just
เราะ
Seabomb,
คน
who's coming in with a bit of a weakness.
It's interesting. I wonder, did they lose a gun in the last? Because I see Dirk with extra credits. Maybe they're just looking to have the operator.
Poison's off.
For now, it is a slow start. Avova, you might think is isolated, but has a supportive stun ready and raring to go. Immediately utilize. Avova will pull out the util, but it doesn't matter. Dirk, I think even while stunned, has just spammed away and got rid of that aggressive
เรเดอร์
element.
V4
The rotation quickly
Hey,
coming in from Fluorescent.
ไม่ใช่ไวเปอร์ใช่ไหม
Support as well from
30
Governor.
seconds left.
แต่เดเดอร์มันทรงใหญ่ไม่ใช่เหรอ
Flashes for the retake. They've caught Malsey though.
เดี๋ยวนี้ไม่ใช่ว่าเขาใช้เมาส์เล็กๆกันหมด
Kicks
แล้ว
the one to get that trade, but Fluorescent quickly on him. 3 versus 2.
เจอ2
Some battle scars for Vitality. Reposition from Fluorescent sends them running 12 seconds. They need to get this plant in soon. Batu, well, he's not going to be in a position to deny it. It looks like that plant will be secured. A nice reposition from Vitality gets them a 3v2. And again, damage done onto Safe, but as time keeps on rolling, Salvos come back online. They're now there to play with what he needs to hold the fight up close. And
Len
Bats
มั่น
just
ใจ
going to
มาก
put
อะ
him in the dirt.
Yeah, now less is all that's remaining.
รอเพื่อนอยู่
Cool as a cucumber in these clutch scenarios
Yeah,
and already gets rid of
somewhat
Batu, an isolated fight, a creation of his own doing. Left onto Fluorescent, a chance to get them to double digits, less playing so passively and down to just a slither of HP. Fluorescent will manage to find the pick.
ยิงรอกันเลยเหร
The
อ
spike is not ticking anywhere near quick enough for this to be a problem. Apex will hit 10.
มันต้องเล่นอย่างนี้แหละเพราะว่าถ้าเกิดมันเข้าแบบทีมปกติน่าจะโดนเลสจัดที่หัว
They came in still with a good amount of weapons, and they're able to bring it down to a narrow margin. That is going to hit home for Apex, as now some players struggle to get a decent buy in this, and Vitality have a chance to fight their way right back into things.
My consistent critique, though, of this team throughout the map is they are over-aggressive. Yeah, over-aggressive in advantages.
3v2, Salvos coming online in like 3 seconds, and you push up close. Yeah.
I understand it. You want to try and catch someone off guard and end the round, but when you already have an advantage, like if it was the other way around and they're 2v3,
you got to do it.
Absolutely fine. That's what you
เมื่อกี้
should
นี่
be
มันยิง
doing. But
ยิง
when
แบบ
you
เสีย
have
ด
an advantage and solid
ที่ไผ่
neutral
ยิ
for
ง
post, doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
One of those 5 rounds in Ascent as well, the big comeback that Apex were able to manage with Malzy and Avova in the pistol, and that was again because players were going up close, setting up these
จริงๆผม
dodgy
สามารถพูดได้
crossfires
เต็
where
ม
you
ปาก
can't
ว่า
really
สำหรับ
swing
ผมมัน
together,
ซี
you
เอส
can't
แม่ง
really take the fight,
ยิงง่ายกว่า
and
วาโล
giving opportunities. Apex
ว่า
keen
ถ
to
นัดสเปร
convert
ย์คอน
any
โทรลมากกว่า
opportunity that
มาก
comes
กว่า
their
มายิ
way.
งแถบ
Fluorescent, Gate Crash is gone, has to just take this fight and stick around.
แต่
Unfortunately,
พอ
that
มา
means a
สเปร
quick
ย์คอนโทรล
trade.
ในวาโลมันไม่ได้แดกไอ้ตัวก็
Could
ยิ
be
ง
worse,
หัวชิบ
but
หาย
that's one of the few rifles they had to work with for Apex. They're left now with a Guardian and
มันก็ได้นะ
pistols
บาง
to
จัง
pick
หวะ
up pieces.
คือมันเหมือนแบบ ถ้าเราไม่แถบมันแล้วเราสเปรย์มันตายไปเลยก็ได้หลังๆมันโดนยิงแต่หัว
Wasn't going to work in his favor. Well, the timing did work in Malzy's favor, and an uncharacteristic whiff in this map at least. Governor's reposition,
เปย์มันชอบโดนส
looking
วน
to try and delay them any pressure onto the B site.
เล่นไม่ได้
Well aware of that potential. Rolling Thunder even going to be used here. Vitality wanting to keep this one as safe as humanly possible, setting up Durka for the opener. And he's going to take that space
เปิ
once
ดตัวยิ่ง
again.
ใหญ่จัด
Well, Vitality, 4v3, up against Pistols, Tom. And look how aggressive they are. 2 players up close. Paranoia,
เซฟ
all that was
เพื่อนไปแล้ว
needed to
แม่ง
bring that into
ทิ้ง
Apex's
เซฟไป
favor.
รับจบ
Now a 3v3, a weapon to be recovered as well, and a chance for these defenders. Apex, they're looking to capitalize on mistakes yet again. But it's still an uphill battle. Ult activated by Durka, spamming through, just looking to tag him up, but we've seen that fire go back in the other direction before! A triple in this round, a double in the post plant, and he'll finish off Batu. Vitality right back into winning ways, and coming off the back of that round 3 reset, Apex, they will definitely struggle in terms of economy, or they would have had they have fully invested into this round. But they came in with a lot of weaknesses. That gives them at least one opportunity to fight
ควิก
back.
ก็น่าจะ2-0ครับ
They didn't invest too much.
โหถ้าไอ้คาโมเล่นแบบวันนั้นอะแม่งแบบ
It's weird because normally
มันเวอร์มากเลย
this
วันนั้
round
นอะ
is maybe a little bit of a negative
เหมือนแม่งลั่นที่สุดในชีวิตอะ
many players were dropped.
มัน
But
เจอ
I
ใคร
actually
นะ
believe that Durka getting that 4K is so much more important. Like if he can get his
ไม่ให้โอ
confidence
กาส
back,
ได้
which
เถียง
over
เล
the
ย
last few rounds on attack, it definitely seems so. He's now positive in KD. That value worth so much
เจอกับ
more
อ๋อไอ้
just,
เอทีเจ
okay, we
เจอ
kept
กับ
four
ไอ้พุทธ
alive.
อะ
And there you go again.
โอ้บ้า
Straight
บ้า
off the
เกิน
back with a pick. This man is feeling it
ไม่
now.
ไหวอะ
เออ
Yeah, I mean, that might just be him
Put me on there
going
with that.
positive in opening duels now.
Ooh.
That's a mistake from Seavoff, and Fluorescent punishes. That's what they needed.
Lucky, bro.
Way back in. For Apex, they're putting their credits into this round. They won round 3, lost the previous, but that was a gamble that they could take this one across the line. Elimination in the back of their
การมา
minds.
ของเทโฮแม่ง
And
ทำให้
Durka
เกมเปลี่ยน
again up close. This time he gets ahead of that retake. Wants to fight them, knowing that utility would come
เว
his
เล
way.
นี่ไม่นับ
Now backs off, and they'll play that
เว
late
เลต้อง
round.
บัฟว่ะ
That's
ผ
what
ม
we
ว่า
wanted to
การ
see
มาข
for
อง
a
เวเล
while. They have so
เออ
much
มันต้องบัฟอะ
ไม่มีอะไร
Snake
เกิดขึ้น
bite. Salvo's now online.
ไม่มีหาเลย
Aftershock
เลย
as well.
Stunned with the salvos too.
Yeah,
บัฟอะไรก็ได้บัฟ
They
แบบ
need to
ไอ้
clear
ไอ้
these
นั่น
players
ซื้อ
so
ได้2 อันก็ได้ไอ้
ridiculously
แดดอะ
fast. Timing for this couldn't be
แล้ว
worse.
พี่เลียที่
Wanted to jump spot the
can
angle.
do it.
Aftershock has been used. Stun from kicks. Needs to find the frags and only going to get the one. It's
เพื่อน
left
เทรด
all on to
เพื่อนเทรด
save.
ช้านะ
That time is ticking so fast. I don't know if they've got this anyway. I think that spike might be going off. It will. They bought enough time with that utility. The spike wins the Red Bull clutch for the Vitality side.
เจ๊โดน
Oh, I
หนึ่
think
ง
there
จุ
was
ด
a
สาม
bit of panic there. You could see it in Safe's eyes. He was like, do I need to spam? Do I need to get him if I throw?
เปลี่ยนนี่ก็ได้เวเลยเวลา
The
กด
salvos,
คิว
and
ปุ๊บ
this
คือ
is
แด
the
ชสองที
difference
เลย
in
ไม่ต้อง
one of the
ล่ำ
previous
ไม่ต้องไล่
rounds, the one that Apex won this half. We saw that salvo comes online.
But
They get
Poland Dad
aggressive,
would
they
jet-
lose their salvos, they lose their post-plant util, and it's a narrow margin by which they lose to Fluorescent, taking down less. Well, this time they had their util, and that was the difference maker. They even got on it as quickly as they could. Governor risking his life to the last burst of the salvo, but it wasn't enough.
โหดเลยอย่างนั้น
A
อ่ะ
fraction of a second.
Yeah.
That is
ยิง
all
วัด
that
อยู่
it
แม่ง
took.
แดชหนี
Fair play from Safe. Had his stopwatch out. Fluorescent's
ยิง
going
อยู่แดดหนี2
right
ที
into the
แต่
frame.
มันแดชทิศทางไม่ได้นี่หว่าไม่เหมือนเจ็ตใช่ไหม
Just in an attempt to try and do
เฮ้ย
damage.
ถ้ากดแบบไอ้นี่ก็ได้อยู่นะกด A A D อะไรอย่างเงี้ยทำให้มันแดชเหมือนเจ็ตแต่แดช
He's
สอง
been
ที
pretty decent with the pistol, I will say. But
โอ้โห
they
เกิน
really
ไปนั้น
wanted
อะ
to try and make this round as costly as possible. Avova has retrieved that gun, and
เอา
I
จริง
guess
ผม
with
ว่า
a couple of
แค่แดชเราควัก
ultimates
ปืนไว้
online,
พอ
and
แล้ว
if Fluorescent
ถือว่าบัฟ
had
แหละ
got a pick,
เหมือนสตันเทโจ
the dimensional drift in a good position.
สไลด์นีออนยังควักปืนไวเลยทำไมแดช
Vitality
เวเล
though
ยัง
just
ไม่ได้
good
วะ
orb management. They're just rotating across the map to pick up whatever orbs they can find, and they will then fall back. And if they keep going in this direction, hit a completely empty A site.
อ้าวโดนโบก
Well,
รถ
the criticism I had before for Apex
พี่
was
ซีบอมก็โดน
that fight
รัวๆเลย
outside B on their defensive side. They were often going alone. See the second man get lost, the stun be too late, Governor pushing up and getting eliminated, but this time he goes with the Vova. They go together. Another rifle to be recovered. And a real chance for Apex in this round. The Rolling Thunder, even going to be committed, they can feel the odds shifting into their favor. They get ahead of the ultimate.
ซวยเลยอยู่ในทีแบ
No
บนี้
problem.
No plant.
For
แล้ว
this
ไงอะ
defensive
ชิบ
side
หาย
is
เลย
now the site is fully theirs, but this could be a mistake.
Hey.
Okay, Governor doesn't put the util out, but he shoots too early. 12 seconds left, and the kills go their way. It's all falling
โอ้
apart
อะไร
for
อ่ะ
Apex.
พี่กูนเนี่ย
It seemed like they put up the block.
โอ้ถ้าสกิลเบรกไว้ข้างหน้านี่
They got
ได้
some
อยู่นะ
control. They had the flank. They had
ไม่มันแค่ใจเย็น
12
ๆอะ
seconds to get a plant in.
ตอนเน้นให้
Less
ให้
with
เน้
the
นให้
time it
ตัว
takes to get the plant,
เขายิงจังห
and
วะ
it crumbles so quickly.
It's less here. Those last two.
เขาจะไม่ได้วางอยู่แล้ว
I don't know what's happening, but I don't care.
Same, honestly. I can see it all on the map, and still same. A messy round. But again, when you come out on top of those rounds, it's going to put a smile on your face. And you can see that the pause is being called, because Apex have now had a couple of opportunities. The last coming down to 0.29 seconds. This one coming down to 10 seconds with no planting. They've had moments. They've had chances. But it's starting to slip away from them. And you have to then bring back in the context of what this means. Elimination on the line.
Well, Tom, you might think the graphics have messed up in a moment. The timeout now for Apex as they take a moment realizing how important this coming round is. They have ult economy to invest. They have actual economy to invest. And an operator, presumably from what we can see, to be brought through. But then, on the other side, they also acknowledge how important this is. Streaking rounds together and knowing that Apex are about to fight their way back. So Vitality call a timeout. Both teams calling them in the same moment. This, if anything, symbolizes
water in
Alive? Or the worst. Else. I was talking about someone else. The other.
we just discussed. Easy game.
Back-to-back pause. Waffle time is over. Damn, I'm hungry.
Why do you have to say that, Tom?
Vitality. I mentioned it. It's not over. There's away from them just yet. You mentioned that in terms of everything being available, this is the best chance Apex have had on their defense.
And I mean, you look at the change though for Vitality. They're winning the late round clutches that they need to. tighter round swing their way. Durka in the early round having a lot of success in opening duels. He almost had another there. The gate crash saves Fluorescent, but it doesn't save the B site. Overrun. Big ulti put into play. Durka's caught. He can run. He can move fast, and luckily fast enough to get out of the way. Governor couldn't. He's being caught by his own ultimate.
เพราะว่าเล่นเดอะไซด์ฆ่าตัวตาย
They get the opening pick, but they'll wish
มัน
they
เลือด
did.
เยอะไม่ใช่เหรอไอ้โก๊กมันทำอะไรของมันวะ
Wasn't even a martyrdom. Didn't take anyone with him. Just eliminated himself. All right, I've had enough. I'm out. And now with the Vipers bit down on the site. I don't. Wait, look how spread out the Apex players are. There isn't a way back into this. That is brutal. You. I'd love for them to have a third pause now. That you have that full talk, 2 minutes from Danito, and then the first thing that happens is Governor kills himself. He's like, well, that wasn't anything I said. That's
I don't think I called that one. Yeah,
mistakes are made.
It's tough as well, Tom, because typically you're going to laugh those moments off, right? You're going to say, like, it's all good, I messed up.
ไม่เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะลองดูดิ
But this is elimination on the line. This is not somewhere that we can... Oh. Oh, I wish we didn't replay that. I really wish we didn't replay that.
ยิ้มแห้งเลยโค้ด
He's got the memory of a goldfish. Did you see? Put the ult down and went. There's an ult here. What's going on?
Why didn't anyone call? He was ulting. Oh.
Oh.
Well, get past the salvos early. Lots of space taken by Vitality. Now Apex get a reset because they saved all those weapons successfully. They can at least shrug off that last round somewhat, but they come in without Governor's ultimate, but with Governor, which is a little bit of an upgrade. The fight starts off with Batu falling. No trade from Governor, but it's Fluorescent to take down Durka. At least the saving grace. Then we're back to even footing.
I thought you were going to say the Governor doesn't have his ult online. Savior for him. Fluorescent. Oh, it's close.
Tough angle.
Come in and get anything done. Kick's making sure that they know he's planting. He's now a couple away from having the ultimate online. Less, I think. I don't know if he jump spot. No, he's not seen of over.
No, he's close.
Timing here is going to be absolutely everything. Oh, he wins the battle. Governor has at least managed to get rid of safe.
โคตรพลาด
They'll keep things at least within the realm of possibility, but clearing these players from position is not going to be easy. Aftershock used to buy them time, but also counted out on the other side. A lot of damage being done. Snakebite goes through, but I don't think it's actually gone far enough. It's not gone deep enough. They're able to just defuse in front of it. Seawolf, though, is there to
แล้วพี่ซี
save
บอกเขา
the
สแปม
day.
อย่างแม่น
From the backlines, 10-10. And we are starting to see Apex dwindle.
I don't understand if maybe they were hit by the snakebite, made vulnerable, but one player was low, the rest. Seawolf, you've got some explaining to do. What key did you just hit? What the? What key did you hit, man? That's ridiculous. What? The first jump fine because he hits his head. He's back on the floor in no time. He jumped again. And one mag, 3-man spray down. I want to hear, unmute that right this second. What did he say?
How good's your friend?
Not good enough, whatever he just said. Bring out, I need Seawolf interview. I don't care who the interview is. That was ridiculous.
โดนดิโก้บะรอเลย
What a round, man. And to equalize
ฟอร์มไม่
you,
ดี
to
เล
put
ย
you 10 to 10, to hammer home the elimination that Apex are worried about. And kicks with the trade. Sure, Durka goes down, but this isn't like the first half where he falls and that's it. Nothing to be said. No, there's an immediate response. And on the attack, much better to get those one-to-one trades than when you're on the defense. The map, especially this one, 3 sites. You've now got to cover it with 4 players. And they can push together on one side, leaving a lurk of less. But he spotted 2 and jump peeks it again. He is a brave and bold man.
Well, to be honest, everything he's done so far has worked. 18 and 12. Kicks up there with him, Rolling Thunder set up. It's only Avova it could connect on, who could escape, and there's the lurk of Les striking again. Governor gone. Fluorescent trades. Avova's going to try and stick this one out. It's definitely risky, but he will be unstunned, but not unblinded. See,
โอ้โห
Wow.
วอปซีวอป
Okay.
ใส่วู
Well, we saw the stats at the beginning of the day about how maybe his performance last week didn't quite match up to the performance he had in the first week.
2-0
Look at
ไหม
the
อยากดูอีก
stats
คู่
now.
แล้ว
15 and 16. You might be thinking, oh, it's been a bit of an average game. Last 2 rounds, he has been carrying.
But that's the thing, man. I mean, look, also living up to your first week performance with a performance like his is tough, but this is a timeout from Apex, the last timeout that we will see in regulation as we hit 11 to 10, as we continue to see the stall out from the defensive side. 6
เนี่ยแหละครับผม จุดจบคนท็อกซิก
จบ
จุดจบจริงอันนี้ รู้ว่าการกระทำของไอโววากับไอบาตูเนกอ่ะ มันเป็นการทำที่แบบ แพ้ไปแมปหนึ่งอ่ะ แล้วแม่ง แล้วแม่งทำอย่างเงี้ย แม่งเหมือนนำอยู่อ่ะ
11 to 10.
Only that. No, I'm kidding. Moving swiftly on.
Tranquilo.
เอาว่าดูสกอร์
Oh, another, a third timeout from Apex. Now, of course, that is us out of timeouts. No more time to touch base with the coaching staff. Vitality have taken the lead.
ซ้ำศพ
6 rounds
ไอ้เอาว่ามันก็แบบ
in
ทำท่าเหมือน
regulation.
ขาด
Sorry, I
คุย
forgot to
วะ
say this.
ไม่รู้
ใช่
เหมือน
ค
กั
รั
น
บ มันไป
And
มัน
look
ไป
at what
ถุ
Apex
ย
are coming
ใส่
into
แล้ว
this
ก็
round with Tom.
ทำศ
This
พ
is likely to be 12-10 with 2 in a row needed. But that would be 7 in a row for Vitality by that point. Durka, he is unrelenting, but
Oi.
the stun,
Oh.
Dirk,
the
man, huh?
blind, it's all caught him and he wins. He
Oh,
wins
fed,
anyways.
okay.
He also got hit then by a paranoia, as if Governor wasn't being stunned
มัน
by
ไม่หลบ
everything.
แฟดไม่อะไร
And
เลย
also left blind.
ดู
And
เลส
they're
ดู
now
เล
just
สมัน
going to
เดิน
the A site. They've walked away, less
มัน
happy
มัน
to
เหมือน
just
มัน
try
ขี้
and
เกียจ
hit
ข
the
ยับ
timing
เมาส์
shot,
ไอ้เล
but
สอะใช่ปะ
ultimately,
เล่นแบบ
I was going to say should be punished, will be
ต้อง
punished.
มันเท่านั้นนะ
Planted.
Yeah, it's not exactly
มัน
another
เล่นเหมือน
opening
มัน
door
เล่นเหมื
for
อนผมเลย
Molson,
อะ
but
ขี้
it's a
เกียจขยับ
huge
เมาส์ ถ้า
upgrade
เดินก็
as
เดิน
the
อย่างนั้นแหละ
rifle can now be recovered.
ง่ายดิ
And Apex can approach this together, but look at Vitality. We've seen them hold heaven, we've seen them peak heaven, and now they push heaven. The evolution of this aggression and the success that's going to come with it, we can see plain as day. It's free for Durka. 3 picks, and Molsey returns. He's given the rifle over to
ไอ้
Fluorescent,
ฟอร์คอนตอนนี้มีใครบ้างอะ
understandably.
ต้องดูผู้เล่นอะ
But his Sheriff is the one doing all the damage. And in fact, it needs to do it all with Sevov standing in his way.
Oh, GG, yeah.
12 rounds for Vitality was a certainty.
ซ้
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Obviously, you look at a 9-3 half. You
ำแต่
look
ยังไง
back
ผม
to
ชอบที่
matches
เซคเคน
where
แม่งยืน
teams
ใส่
have
ร้อยตี
turned
สุด
it around, and you don't believe that will be happening to you. But this
แต่
is
คนที่
why
แบบไม่พูด
Vitality are so
ล่าสุดใช่ไหม
confident and comfortable
แต่
picking this
เป็นคนที่
map.
ไม่ค่อยมี
So good
อะไร
at
ร่วม
this
แม่ง
attack
ยืน
side, and
ยืนแล้วโบกมือ
yeah,
ร้อยทีเซน
Governor
เจอ
was
กันเหมือนแบบเหมือน
was
แมน
so
ยูเจอ
screwed,
ลิเวอ
but
ร์พูลอะ
I do kind of like that. I was very
เห
worried
มือน
about
มวย
how
ถูก
the
คู่อะตอนแรก
aggression
ผมนึกว่า
was
เซนกับ
going
G2
on. I
สิ
like this time where it's Dirk
แต่ G2 มันเป็น
like
สไตล์
him
เจียม
in,
ๆเลย
let him be
G2 ชุดอะ
disruptive. He goes down, it's not so much of an issue. And already, early take of this A site control from 9-3 down,
เพราะมัน
12-10 up.
มัน
There's
toxic
been
เลยอะ
one
นะคู่นี้
round since that dominant first half for Apex. They need 2 to stay in with a chance of playoffs.
เขาร้องเขาร้อง
I
ปิด
saw
เกม
there.
ทีปิดเกมที
Molsey 25 and
ตัดฝั่ง
15.
โอว่ามันหน่อย
Putting his heart and soul into this, trying to keep
เฮ้ยอะไรอะ
You know he's there.
chances of playoffs
เฮ้ย
alive.
ทะลุตรง
Eventually,
มาจากไหน
that
อะ
aggression, you know, it's been one up
นั่น
every
เอาได้เดือด
time.
ตรงนั้นอะ
They're very ready
เฮ้ย
for
เดี๋ยว
it.
เอา
ไอ้
ดี
เชี่ยมุมโคตรเจ๋ง
Sent backwards. 5v5
เฮ้ยเก็บไว้เล่นบ้าง
ult for Durka, ult for
ความรู้ใหม่
Sevov, maybe used late for info. But it's the salvos that Safe is keeping deep into their spawn. It's the
Yeah.
stun that will be online to meet
จี
them.
จีครับ
Kicks' utility has
Nah,
been
nah,
nigh on perfect so far. Already the numbers thinning out. Avova does his best to pull it back. He's even spotted one, but Sevov is going to trade
I
places,
love
or at least he was
that.
thinking about it. But the spike now being tapped in goes the snake bite denial again, and they're forced into the angle. The waiting arms of Vitality wrap around and squeeze.
ขอบคุณสำหรับ 2-0 ครับ
สมหน้าเอวว่าว่ะ
มันหลายรอบเลยเอวว่า
สมควรแล้ว
ผมหาวิธีเขียนบอทให้มันนี่ดีกว่าให้มันเปิดปิดเสียงเองเวลาแม่งทำเอา
เรากดเกมมันจะทันปะ
ทันพี่ตอนเนี้ยแต่ผมว่าจะไปอาบน้ำอยู่
อาบน้ำให้พี่กดก่อนนะ
เพิ่งเดินเสร็จได้พี่กดก่อนเลยไอเอาว่า
ฝากเจมส์ก้อยได้เลยน้องพี่ไม้ฝันดีครับ
นี่ไงมาน้ำจะมาละเลสมันโดนมีดฟัน เลสมันโดนมีดฟันเฉยแมตช์เนี่ยไม่มีอะไรมันไม่ได้โดนแล้ว เปิด OBS เป็นที่เมนู Tool ขอบคุณคุณชาพีนะครับ39 บาทขอบคุณครับแม่งโมเวลามันนั่งเขียนบอทให้เปิดปิดเสียงให้ไปอาบน้ำเนี่ยแล้วรีบลงมาเนี่ยได้แมนนวลแล้วอันนี้ขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณซุปด้วยนะครับไม่อันนี้ไม่ได้จะให้มันดีเทคไม่ได้ให้มันดีเทคจะให้แชทเนี่ยสั่งน้องจอยเปิดปิดถ้าใครกวนตีนก็ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวค่อยไปเช็คบินที่หลังแต่ถ้านั่นน่ะเดี๋ยวสั่งเอาไม่ใช่แบบเกมแม่งกำลังพีคก็สั่งปิดเสียงอันนี้เดี๋ยวอันนี้ต้องจดแป๊บหนึ่งนะ
in what he's shooting day, but he has fraggers on his team. And I think the confidence aspect is risks, right? Like, don't be afraid to
อันนี้จอยวิส
lose. Like, don't be thinking about that. Like, think about, being a team and sacrificing and being selfless for your team. Take these risks, take these fights, and confidence will build by itself.
ไม่เห็นปิดเลยน้อง
Should we go? I think we should go to the stage. I've got a Koi jersey as well.
Can we play?
No, you're not. You're not
นึ
coming.
กเหมือนยังไม่เชื่อม
I guess.
ขอเช็คกันว่าไปเปิดเว็บซ็อกเก็ตหรือไง
Be your fan. If we go,
น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดนิดนึง
but that was. I think you hit the nail on the head. Oh, look at these two. Look at these. Can we get a quick?
อ๋อผมลืมใส่พาสเวิร์ด
Can we please make
Web
sure all
socket.
the fan artists, you know what to do? You know what to do. I want this fan art ASAP Rocky of Uli and Faded. But for now,
My favorite coach now.
What do you mean now? He wasn't your favorite coach before?
Yeah, he was, but I didn't want to say it.
All right, we're gonna have a little chat. But you guys take a look at this interview with the Team Liquid Camo. It's a very important day for Team Liquid today. I'm now joined by their star duelist, Camo. Now, Camo, you're facing up against your former team, of course. So I wanted to ask you, how's the relationship like with some of the guys that still play there? You still talk to Shados and Gravinia?
If I'm being honest, with Groovy, it's not that deep anymore. but with Shadows we talk sometimes. Like, obviously, no bad blood between us. We're gonna see after the game though. Maybe that's gonna change.
Are you looking forward to this match? Because I think you're a very different player on Koi than you are now. What are the differences that you've noticed?
I mean, it's always nice to play against your ex-teammates. I think the biggest difference between me on Liquid and me on Koi is the confidence I have. Because last year on Koi, barely won a single game. Now it's much different, so I would say the confidence.
It's nice to win, right? You've been to a global event as well. Now you've had a taste of what it's like to go to an event to play against other regions, you know, the environment. How excited are you at the possibility of going to Toronto?
I mean, I want to go to Toronto as well. I think Bangkok was a great adventure, and I'm honestly just excited to see if Toronto is going to be the same.
Yeah, and you might be going to Toronto if you make it as one of, if not the best Waylay player, certainly one that plays it a lot. What are your views on Waylay? Whose idea was this, you know, and do you see yourself as a Waylay main now?
When the agent came out, I think we tried it out on every map, and we thought like, okay, on Lotus it might actually be viable. And I think at the moment the agent is absolutely broken.
Yeah? In what way?
Yeah.
Why?
I think the ability to just absolutely send it is amazing. I think the only issue is that it's not that much of an individual agent. You actually need the whole team to back you up to make it work.
And how is the team right now in terms of synergy with Serial also looking like he's a little bit more comfortable? Are you guys feeling more confident?
I think Serial overall is doing good, joining the team. He's getting the vibes with everyone. I think we are confident for this game against Koi.
And lastly, is there anybody else that you feel like should be playing Waylay? Are the other teams and players trolling not by getting onto this? And how big of an advantage is it for you that you do get ahead of this meta?
I'm not sure actually. I don't think Waylay is that ahead of the meta, if I'm being honest. Like I said, you need the
จริงๆมีสิ่งหนึ่งที่ผมไม่เคยเทสเลยนะเว้ยคือการด่าบท
Keeping the secret to yourself. I
ไปด่าน้อง
like it. Thank you very much for joining me and good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Now for Team Liquid, they will lock playoffs if they win
เดี๋ยวนะ
against Core.
ตอนนั้นใครบอกผมว่ายินซูไม่ถูกกับอาโมแต่ใช่ปะหรือผมจำผิดวะแล้วเขามานั่งคุยกันอย่างเงี้ยนะ
Is he wastelaying? He's wastelaying out here?
He's wastelaying. I think you can't argue with the last performance on Waylay with Camo. It was just literally the best performance we've seen.
น่าจะดีกันแล้วเหรอมั้ง
Personally, but I think most people would say on Waylay so far.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, one of the best. Now, he also said there, Fade, that in order to be a good Waylay and for it to work, your whole team has to play around it. You know, it's more of like a team agent as opposed, I guess, the Reyna, very opposite scale of the Reyna. Do you agree with that? And do you like the way the Liquid have been playing Waylay?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different teams that have been watching in terms of understanding the Waylay and the implementation. I mean, Jagamo's on G2 is really, really good. I think the way that they layer in order to give him the space and, you know, the creative freedom is really nice. I think the way that Liquid uses Waylay to kind of, you know, set... The thing about Waylay is that you're not necessarily just creating space. Like, you're able to give your team more deeper positions to start off. And get that information too as well. It's kind of like a silver dart in a way. You know, as long as you play it.
You guys love the silver dart.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
for sure. No, you're right. But I do think that you know, Liquid's the way that they're kind of using the Waylay is, you know, very strong in the implementation. And you know, I've seen different variations of it, but I would say, you know, I've seen a lot of it in China too as well. But I think my top two favorites are probably Liquid and G2. So.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they do have some cool stuff. Let's take a look at some of this cool stuff, because a lot of this, Uli, is as a result of their other stuff being anti-stratus. So they don't have a choice. They have to bring out some new things.
They have to be improving every single way. There is no chance that they can just stuck on something. They are playing around it, and to be honest, we know that Koi must be anti-stratting today.
Yeah, but
what do you do?
What do you do against this Waylay, Tejo, Deadlock, like all coming in? What do you do against this, Meg?
Play with confidence.
Well, I mean,
it's hard. They have to try to, first of all, the basics. I mean, they cannot forget about the basics. I think Koi cannot be focusing on how they're playing, how the other team is playing, which compo they're playing. they have to focus on knowing what they have to do.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, echoing what you said, Yinsu, week 1, it looked like they were just doing the same stuff again and again, but like, for example, that deadlock play that we just saw in A main there, everything about that felt like it was there to counter Zeus. And the 13-1 against Foot on Lotus, I feel like just encompasses that clearly they've done their homework, they're trying new things, and whatever they're doing, it's working. But I think it'll be interesting to see if they just bring in the same, because it worked so well against Foot this week, or whether they will switch things up again.
I almost feel like they got no reason not to, you know, it's working, they look so confident doing it as well, and of course Serial's comfortable. You guys have a new player as well, Fader, so tell me about, you know, how maybe easy or difficult it is to implement a player onto a tier 1 team that's never been there before, and you know, the kids, how are you bringing the kids up to speed?
I think it really is, for me at least, I think our team does a really good job of, you know, everyone in the team is working to bring him up to speed, right? I think if it's not just me. I mean, Durka does a really good job being extremely positive and building this guy's confidence. I think Safe does a really, really good job of explaining higher level concepts and understandings. Kimmy's teaching, you know, different roles that, you know, they kind of played in the same way. But I think, you know, and Les is always talking about, you know, the big picture of the maps and how to think about it, how different scenarios will play out. So in terms of bringing someone on, it's a lot of work for not only the coaches, but also the players. And, you know, I feel like the way that Liquid, even from, you know, Serial's first game and on, you can tell he has a lot of support around him too as well. They're not expecting him to just be a high fragger. You know, he's playing his role really well. And, you know, you're starting to see it develop more and more. So I think that's always the focus, right? I think with Zaiwu or Saibov, one of the key things was, you know, he popped off in day 1. But I think, you know, it kind of playing more for the team too as well is, you know, we're not expecting frags from him, but at the end of the day, like you saw today, this kid can really fight through situations. So yeah.
And also it's really good that week. I can remember that I was talking with Durke after the first time that he was playing Seawolf, and he was just saying we were just playing for him. We were trying to make him feel comfortable on stage, because one of the big steps for players that are just coming to here is to play on stage at the same level that they used to do on Prax or any other online match.
And I bet you Nat. Nat is probably that guy, you know? We know how good of a captain he is out here, probably giving him a lot of confidence. But, I mean, if we take a look at the agent pools, on the other side of this, though, it's kind of like, can you outdo the doer? Because back on Tier 2 Ascension, when Soulcast was on Apex, he was a fabulous deadlock player, you know? Moved to this Vice very early on Meg. He is also someone that doesn't need to be comfortable on that stage because he was born on that stage, let's be honest.
Yeah, and I feel like having the versatility in these roles is only going to help you grow and get better as a teammate, because not only do you understand your
โดนยุงกัดคางอย่างนาน
so you're understanding how
เดี๋ยวก่อนฝากไว้ก่อน
you would want that to be played off. So I think, you know, clearly seeing here Serial just in stage 1 having brought so much to the stage is sensational.
Yeah, not his role, by the way. It's not like he was doing this in Tier 2. He had to learn to do this. With that in mind, let's take a look at the Lotus comp from Team Liquid. We kind of alluded to it already. They brought out something new, something very fun, something cool. Is this a one and done, Faded? Can you do this multiple times? Are there other things that you could bring on this map that could still keep it difficult to read, and more to surprise?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm personally a huge Deadlock fan. I love Deadlock, but I also know that there's a lot of limitations to it. I think the one thing to think about is Liquid loves to be, you know, very aggressive. They love to be unpredictable, and I think, you know, Deadlock is one of those agents where, like, for example, the Ascent comp with, you know, the double Senti, like,
ซีเรียลจะซีเรียสหรือเปล่านี่มาดูกัน
the attack a lot stronger. You can punish and you can kind of take advantage of defenses that kind of become a little lackluster, right? And I think, you know, with the Waylay, I feel like there's so many ways you can be creative with this comp.
ยังเสียดายคามิกอยู่
Decide to take space and be aggressive, and I think it does actually strengthen out the offense as long as
ซีเรียลมันเป็นตัวเลือกที่ดีอยู่นะผมว่ามันไม่ได้เล่นแย่เลย
And I think that's the reason why, like, yes,
ถึงแม้วันแรกมันจะดูเมาๆไปหน่อย
it's just, let's see how creative they can be over time, right? So
not a one and done.
Not a one and done.
Got legs. You guys agree?
Agree.
I agree. I really like the deadlock personally, and just to echo what Faded said about the deadlock on attack, I just picture in my mind the amount of jumping around on deadlock with the ult and how much space you can take with them on attack, which isn't normal for the Sentinel role, so I do really like it.
Well, hopefully we see it, because this one's got everything. Playoffs hopes, elimination pressure, and two teams with something huge to prove. Let's send this down to the stage and bring out Team Liquid and Koi.
เฮ้ยโดนไหมเนี่ยอันนี้ต้องปิดเสียงเลยทีมลิควิดนึงน้องจอยกำลังเป็นเขียนโค้ดอยู่กำลังอัปเดตน้องจอยอยู่โอ้ยได้ครับไรแต่แดบมันเริ่มไวอยู่นะเนี่ยทีมจะโดนเวยเลย ผู้หญิงมาเร็วอยู่นะเนี่ยทำเป็นเล่นไป
before just wasn't working for them. Liquid, on the other hand, they didn't get punished by Foot in that game. Those second layers didn't get exposed, so I like the fact that they're also coming to the table again with the same comp.
And I think that's something we'd love to keep touching back in on, is how does that adaptation work? Because their result was just exceptional in the past for Liquid here with this sort of composition. So we didn't get to see it having to be put to test. But for now we focus as Kiko under challenge and under threat, going to be traded out effectively as Patatech doesn't leave him to fight alone.
Yeah, strange for Kiko to commit there, but still gets the frag, and that's what he's been doing all season long.
Patatech running the safe tech of just walking up the drone silently. Does get dealt with, but 3 of them remaining.
A re-clear here with the Waylay.
Ooh, Camo, this is nice. It's actually Nats to claim onto Flyer, and they've just they've kind of re-engaged this fight, right? They were taking that space back, didn't even want to give the main on the way in.
It was a surprising timing, but this is Waylay 101, and what I like from Liquid on this map is using that Waylay reactively, taking the space back with that refract.
Glad you know what it's called. One of us is a professional here, and it is not me. Shados now a 1v4, and you can already see it. I think we saw on the X-ray for a second. Yeah, on the right, that little setup. Really hard to get past for him. Has to face it. He does. Camo following up nice and early, but Patatech, lovely support from him too. Nice to see that kind of collective effort going through this. Liquid going to claim the first hit. Kicking things off well for themselves as Koi, again, look, in some of their recent performances, those first map woes have been pretty rough for them. I think it's a very clear way to discuss it. I want to see these guys look... Oh my god, I've just seen what's behind me. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my good god.
I mean, I was glad I wasn't...
Classic EMEA
ทำงานดีนี่ก็แท็กพอดรอพี่เองครับผมไม่ต้องตกใจ
เหมือนจะเห็นเหมือนจะเราจะดูก้อยกันบ่อยอยู่นะ
ทารอนโอ้โหสถานการณ์สมการทารอนคือยากจัดอะตอนเนี้ยเป็นท้ออะ
no access to site
ไม่บูมโหดจังมันน่าจะแบบนึกว่าลองนึกสภาพเป็นเรานะเป็นบูมนะถ้าเราทำปีนี้ไม่ดีปุ๊บปีหน้าเราหมดสิทธิ์มันคงต้องแบบเสียสละทุกอย่างน่ะทำเต็มที่ครับผมดิ้นรนอ่ะคนมีพาชั่นอ่ะแล้วประจวบดอทไนแม่งตอนนี้ถ้าจะเป็นเบสเพลเยอร์อ่ะทีมมันก็ยกระดับครับสวัสดีครับ
But luckily we are back in game, so thank you very much for the questions and the interactions. You guys at home are a valued member of the talent now. So welcome on board. But we kind of highlighted a couple of those key issues that could be returning here, but this round probably won't be the one that we see too much for. But I'd love to see Koi go for a little something a little different. Give me a little look here. You only have classics. Why not try and work
see how they
out?
deal with the rubble control that Team Liquid is going to do every single round. They're going to be fighting for this rubble control a lot with the deadlock and with the omen sometimes. And what can Koi do against that?
And is this going to be like a prep thing, or is it just an in-server kind of pick it up as you go along? For now, it's going the way we'd expect, very clean from Liquid, they'll be happy. But as I said, is that something you'd lead in with as kind of theory crafting how you'd like to handle it, or is it something that you just can do live on the server? But you're probably quite aware you're coming against this comp, so surely you'd want to put a little bit into it, right?
Absolutely a server. Rubble specifically is one of the few times where we'd actually load up the game and kind of go in the server together and kind of fight each other and see how it felt. Rarely we do that, usually we just speak about it, but Rubble specifically, there's so much micro elements and like tiny little details that you need to kind of figure out.
We'll see if that does come in. This would be the wrap.
No. If I look behind me,
every now and then. Yeah, no.
very good เล่นราวดึงเทคพอร์ตทีม
เรียบ
changed.
อะไรอ่ะคืออะไรอ่ะ
เรียบร้อย
คืออะไรอ่ะ
มาดริดกลับมาได้ไหมไม่น่าได้นะ นอนก็ไม่ง่ายตอนนี้ น่าจะชนะแต่ไม่ได้ไปต่อมันตัดโฆษณาเลยอ่ะ อีเมล
With her wall and vines causing mass
เฮ้ยเที่ยงคืนครึ่งกับเทคพอร์ต เมื่อไหร่จะมาวะแล้วมาเทคอะไรตอนนี้เนี่ย
Up to date as we go forward, but the bonus here coming into play. If you missed it, you didn't miss much. 2 rounds to Liquid, and they looked very, very robust in it. This composition still looking solid. Haven't really seen Koi address this rubble control yet as how they want to approach it.
Seems like they got a bit of a plan here where they're listening for that control and then immediately pivoted towards BC side of the map. At least they're understanding. Re-clear here though.
Pico taking a real risk on that one. Filu's going to punish him on the little bit of a glance out from B, but there's a lot of bodies to B, so it's almost bait in a weird way. It's almost kind of welcoming you in, but there's a lot more behind that.
Yeah, I want Koi to now explore that rubble side of the map. Like, go re-clear it, use this Viper wall, and make sure that Team Liquid aren't stacked B and C right now, which they are.
I'd love to see them try and go through that information game, right? Get those protocols right, go through that really robust list. Now it seems like, okay, a little bit of a investment towards rubble. That Prowler went down, but that was about it from Shados, but they are still glancing towards that C side of the map.
Yeah, and Liquid weren't confident here, so free sight for Koi, it looks like. Gonna have all the time in the world to set up for this post plant.
Yeah. Liquid will be here quite quickly, though. You noticed it kind of stacked towards B, but with a quick rotation through CT from 2 of them. Stall coming in as well, going to deny the, I assume, plant on the first attempt of things. I'm curious to see what the next layers to this are. You've still got Camo sitting pretty with his util, who can go in denial. No pressure towards Waterfall either. Nothing to dissuade them from doing that. So Nats, oh, look at this Cam as well. That is tasty, isn't it? Yeah, Camo going to find Flyer. And they're going to try and take the fight forward. 10 seconds, they kind of have to. Panatek waiting. Has support as well through CT. Oh, Koi! This is a nightmare come true. Feels down so low already. 47 HP ain't enough. Boombot there, maybe a little bit of a kit to play with. Spacing great from Panatek. Gets that swing off the back of Camo dropping. But Mini, what the hell just happened on the site,
แต่
mate?
ก็
To
คือ
be
เน็ต
honest, I caught it completely wrong. I thought Koi had all the time in the world of post plant, and they couldn't even get the spike down. Team Liquid had a really nice setup there where they knew that they could
เล่นโค
stall
ตรดี
and they knew that they can spam. But
Yeah.
that kind of protocol, like you were kind of alluding to, usually when you're getting spammed out like that, you'll see teams immediately start fighting.
Yeah, a little bit of
towards that
pressure
wall,
on it. Yeah, yeah,
making
yeah.
sure that
ใคร
the
เล่น
flank goes down,
ไซ
but
เฟอร์แบบ
Koi
นี้ต้อง
seemingly not
จบ
having
นะ
that
ดอกเมื่อ
protocol.
กี้
And that worries
ต้อง
me.
ปิง
It
อะ
really does.
ต้อง
Got to say
โค
though,
ตร
love
โคตร
the
บ้า
cap.
เมื่อกี้ตายเลย
There was a
แบบ
play
แซ
there.
ม
I
แบบ
mean, it's
แม่นจัด
Nats,
อะ
right? The
มันเอากล้อง
guy
ไป
is
ปิงตรงไหนล่ะ
legendary in the
มั
role,
นติ
but
ดตรง
nice seeing that they're
วอ
just
เตอ
kind
ร์
of
สู
keeping
ง
the
ๆอะแล้วก็
อ๋อแล้วก็
information
ที่
flow
วาง
of when we commit, when we don't, just kept that nice
ก็ปิง
balancing
ให้
act.
คน
Completely new to me, to
ให้
be honest.
ให้เพื่อนนี่
Oh.
ให้เพื่อนสแปมตายหมดเลย
You do one round and then
Yeah, yeah.
โอเคเอาใหม่
แก้ยังไงกล้องนี้ วางเปิดไงอย่างเดียว
พอมันได้ยินเสียงตีตีมันก็เปิดกล้องมาปิงใช่ไหม
โอ้มันดูค้างเลยเมื่อกี้ ใกล้ถึง9ไหม แบบนี้ไม่น่าถึง
แบบนี้ไม่น่าถึง แบบนี้ไม่น่าจะถึง บายพี่เอ๋ยจบกี่โมงวะเนี่ย โอ้ มันจะเทคเลยนักหนาเนี่ย เดี๋ยวมาน้ำจะเหนื่อยแหละมันจังวะมันเป็นอะไรวะมันเป็นปัญหาที่เพลเยอร์หรือมันเป็นที่คนวะมันจะไม่แก้จริงเหรอเนี่ยบอกแล้วให้มันมาดูงานแปซิฟิกเรื่องไม่ค่อยมีเทคพอร์ตแลกกับเรื่องไอ้นี่กลับกล้องให้ไปเรียนกัน
ส่
ทำไม
ส่งแบบไป
ไปเทรน
เรี
กั
ย
น
ก
มา
ว่าอะไรอ่ะไปเทรนแบบ
ไปสัมมนากันมา
เออ น่าจะมีนะ
สัมมนาแบบรวมกลุ่มไอ้พวกเทคนิคอะรวมทั้งทวีปมึงนัดมันรวมเลยทั้งแรมมึงมีปัญ
มา
หา
ให้หมดเลยอเมริกา มีจีนแปซิฟิก ที่ว่าส่งไปส่งโปรดักชันจีนไปสอนงานหน่อยไหม
จีนนี่ของดีเลย
ถ้าแกสวยเกินไปแล้วนะ ที่จัดแข่งจีน
จริง EMEA ก็ได้อยู่นะ แต่แม่งติดปัญหาเรื่องเทคพอร์ตอะพอร์ตแม่งทุกคู่ไอ้สัตว์
เฮ้ยแมนยู
มันเปลี่ยนคู่แล้วมันก็ยังเทคพอร์ตอยู่นะแม่ง
focus into just performing into some strats, micro, something that they've been practicing. I think the most important thing is to have players that are smart enough, that they're playing enough.
มันก็ยังไม่ปิดให้นี่วะเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะ
I mean, that's
เอ้ยมาแล้ว
You are a caster, Uli. You want to do some casting?
let's see. Okay, I can try my best.
Yeah, hit me.
Let's see. Flyu now is stunning. The first wall is coming out. It's
Wait,
gonna
can
be
you do
hard.
it
มาแต่คู่อื่นไอ้สัตว์โดนล้อหลอก อะไรเนี่ย มันเอารีเพย์มาให้ดูอย่างนี้มันก็คนก็เข้าใจอยู่แม่งเริ่มใหม่ งง
เขียนเทคพอสอยู่ คนแบบเปิดมา
งง
ชิวๆว่าเริ่มใหม่เพิ่งเริ่ม
อยากไปดูช็อตเน็ตเมื่อกี้ดึงดึงดึงดึงดึงดึงดึงดึงดึงเซิร์ฟเวอร์มันมีปัญหา
อันบอกว่าอะไรนะเซิร์ฟเวอร์เหรอ
อืมไอ้คู่แรกมึงไม่เห็นเป็นไรเลย
เออ
จริงๆนี่ถ้าเป็นคู่เฟนติกวิทนี่ยังไม่จบนะ จบตีสองถือว่ายังอยู่ในแกลบที่มันยังไม่ยาวนานมาก ผู้นี้อาจจะเทคพอสไม่ไรเดี๋ยวพี่เขียนบทเปิดปิดเสียงพี่ขึ้นไปอาบน้ำแหละแล้วก็ฝากน้องจอยเปิดปิดเสียงให้นี่พี่กำลังเขียนอยู่เนี่ยเผื่อจะเอาไปต่อยอดเวลาแบบปิดไมค์เปิดเสียงอะไรเงี้ยปิดตีมไม่ได้เนี่ยไม่ได้ใส่โค้ดไปมันก็ยังไม่ปิดอยู่ดีเฮ้ยแปลก เจ๊งละบอทเมื่อไหร่มันจะมาเนี่ยเฮ้ย
พี่แอฟสวัสดีครับ
พี่ครับ
โด
พี่อะไร
อ่ะ
ร้านอีพ็อกโคตรไฮป์อะ
ตอนเนี้ยนะ
สตรีมเมอร์ POE ทั้งโลกหนีไปเล่นร้านอีพ็อกหมดเลย
เฮ้ย ถึงเวลาแล้ววะ
แบบแม่งไม่เหลือคนเล่น POE เลยอะ
ถ้าร้านนี้บอกก็น่าเล่นอยู่นะ
ใช่ว่าจะโหลดมาเล่นอยู่
ถ้างั้นอ่ะน่าเล่นอยู่
ผมฟอลอยู่ประมาณ10 กว่าคนใช่ปะ POE อะตอนเนี้ยมีเล่น POE อยู่คนเดียวอะ
โหแสดงว่ามันหนักมากเลยดิ
ถ้าเรื่องแพทก็หนักอยู่ เล่นตามกระแสขำๆด้วย
ถ้ามันเป็นอย่างนี้คือเจ๊งเลยนะ ไม่กลับมาแล้วนะ
ไม่มีทางเจ๊ง POE อะ
เดี๋ยวมันก็ปรับแพทเหรอ
ใช่ผมคิดว่ามันเหมือน ผมว่ามันอารมณ์เหมือนเคาน์เตอร์อะพี่มันเกิดถ้าเกมชูตติ้งคือเคาน์เตอร์อะแต่ถ้า ARPG มันก็คือ POE อะพี่นึกภาพเคาน์เตอร์เจ๊งออก
เรา
ปะ
ได้โบว์
โอ้พี่อันนั้นมันเกมตายเลยดีกว่าพี่ เกมคนตายอะเหมือนโอวัตอะแม่งค่ายเดียวกันด้วยนั่นแหละ
อ๋อ
หลุมแม่งข้างๆกันเลย พี่เดินเข้าไปในสุสานนะเจอ2 หลุมแรกอะเดโบโอวัตชื่อสุสานชื่อว่าบิทาร์ด นี่พี่ทำอะไรกันครับ
ดู EMEA เนี่ยรอเทคพอสอยู่
ถ้าพี่เป็นเจ้าของไลออดนะ พี่จะจัดแบบทริปหนึ่งให้พนักงานของ4 โซนอ่ะ มานั่งคุยกัน ประชุม ตั้งหัวข้อว่าให้มันคุยกันเลยว่าเนี่ย ให้ไปถามเลยว่า เฮ้ยสปีบมึงอ่ะทำไมเทคพอสบ่อยวะได้คำถามเลยทำไมทวีปมึงจับกล้องดีจังวะทำไมโปรดักชั่น
อันนี้มันเป็นที่
ทวีป
ที่
มึงสวยจังวะ
ออแกไนซ์ไงมันขึ้นอยู่กับออแกไนซ์แต่ละโซนนี้มันไม่ขึ้นอยู่ที่ไลออดอะ
ก็ใช่หมายถึงเราเป็นคนจัดไงแล้วให้พนักงาน อะ คนจัดงานอะของ4 โซนมานั่งคุยกัน
ไม่หมายถึงปัญหาที่เกิดขึ้นอะ
ก็เอากันไหนมาเลยไงเลี้ยง
เอาออร์ไกไนซ์ไง เอาคือเอาออร์ไกไนซ์ของแม่งทั้งหมดอ่ะ4 โซนอ่ะมาอยู่ด้วยกันสักอาทิตย์หนึ่ง
เอามาเทรนเหรอ
เอามาเทรนเนี่ยผัดกันเทรน
ไม่แต่ไลออดมีทำอย่างนั้นนะอย่างทีมเกมมือถืออะของ
โอ้
ไลออดที่อเมริกาถูกส่งไปอยู่จีน เพื่อให้ไปเรียนรู้วิธีทำเกมมือถือ
อย่างนั้นน่ะโหดเลยอย่างนั้นน่ะประชุมซูมก็พอเอ้ยไม่ได้
ไม่ได้ ไม่พอ
ไม่มีคำว่าเปลืองอยู่แล้วระดับนี้
เฮ้ยทำไมสตรีมพี่เอฟมีน้องจอยด้วยอ่ะคืออะไรอ่ะ
บอท
เฮ้ยน้อง
บอท
จอย
ChatGPT
เปิดเสียงน้องจอยปิดเสียงเฮ้ย
พี่กำลังเขียนให้มันแบบให้แชทสามารถสั่งปิดเสียงเบราว์เซอร์ได้ไงเผื่อแบบเวลาไทม์เอาท์จะปิดแล้วขึ้นไปอาบน้ำเลย
โคตรเฟี้ยวอ่ะ
นี่ถ้ามี
ลอง
ถ้ามีคนเกรียนเข้ามาทำไงอะ
ไม่เป็นไรดาบเยอะเดี๋ยวมีคนแบน
อ๋อ
แล้วผมพิมพ์ถ้าผมพิมพ์มันจะเปิดมันจะปิดปะ
เปิดแต่ว่ามันต้องเป็นสมาชิกก่อน
อ่า
คุยกับน้อง
เพราะตอนนี้
ด้ว
ไม่ได้
นะ
รันนะยังไม่ได้รันบอทเลยมันแก้อยู่
เฮ้ย
ถามอะไรรู้หมดเลย
ใช่หรอ
แป๊บนึง
เดี๋ยวนะ
คือตอนนี้ปิดอยู่ แก้อยู่
เฮ้ยทำไมสตรีมพีเอฟมีคนเรียกผมพี่เด่นด้วยวะ
ใครนะ
สตรีมพีเอฟอะมีคนเรียกผมพี่เด่นด้วย
พี่เด่นไหนวะ
โอ้ฉายาผมเองพี่
ใช่เหรอ
ฉายาผมเยอะอิง70อิงอมตังพี่เด่นทานตะวัน
แชมป์โอเวอร์วอตมีไหม
แปลก
ทีมชาติ
ๆโอ้โหแย่แล้ว
ทีมชาติ
มันคือบอทอะไรอ่ะพี่เอฟ
Chat GPT
ฮะ
ใช่ มันคือ Chat GPT เลยเอามาใส่ในเนี่ย แต่ว่ามันมีปัญหาอย่างหนึ่งคือ Google มันปล่อยไอเนี่ยปล่อยตัวเชื่อม API ได้ไม่จำกัดอะเลยพยายามแบบสลับคีย์เอาเลยเขียนจดหมายไปขอมันเพิ่มอยู่
ฮะพี่พูดจริงปะเนี่ย
ใช่แต่มันจริงมันใช้ได้ไม่เยอะอะแต่ถ้าอยากจะใช้เยอะมันต้องเหมือนแบบเปิดโปรเจกต์ของ Google เพิ่มเรื่อยๆอะเพื่อที่จะเอาตัวแบบ API มันมาเยอะๆดังนั้นถ้าทำมากมันจะอาจมีเสี่ยงโดนแบนไงมันอาจ
อัน
จะ
นี้
คิด
คือ
ว่าเรา
พี่
เป็นบอท
ทำเองเลยเหรอ
ใช่ใช้ AI ทำเนี่ยนั่งเขียนโค้ดกับ AI
เฮ้ย
ทำมา
เขี
2
ยว
วั
อะ
นแล้วนะ
ร้านที่ปอกเปิดพรุ่งนี้9 โมงนะพี่เอ
โอ้โห
ผมเขาไม่ต้องตื่นมา9 โมงพี่แค่บอกเฉย
เอาเซิร์ฟมันรีพอดีเหรอ
ๆใช่
ดีถูกช่วงซะด้วย
แม่งมาตอนแบบช่วง POE กำลังอ่อนแอ
แต่ POE นี่แม่งมันกวนตีนจริงนะ คนที่แบบว่าคำบิลแล้วเล่นฟินพวกแม่งโดนเนิ
แม่
ร์
งเนิร์ฟ
พังหมด มันไม่ได้เนิร์ฟมันเรียกว่าพังบิลเขาหมดเลย
แล้วแม่งเล่นไม่ได้เลยอะ
เออ
เปลี่ยนอะ
ถ้าเนิร์ฟคือยังกากลงไงแต่นี่คือมันพังเลย มันเล่นไม่ได้เลย
ส่วนใหญ่คนคาดหวังไปเล่นร้านที่ปอกกันสักแบบเยอะก็เดือนนึงอะแล้วกลับไป POE แหละผมว่า มันน่าจะต้องแก้แหละ ไม่งั้นแม่งชิบหายอยู่เหมือนกันทีมเมอร์หายหมด
ไม่น่าเลื่อนอะระหว่างบอลเตะกับแก้เทคพอร์ตคิดว่าเนี่ยแหละเดี๋ยวน่าจะมาก่อนบอลเตะต้องตี 2
สมมติถ้าบอลเตะอยู่แบบมีเทคพอสอะไรอย่างงี้ไหม
ไม่ได้ดิ
มีแต่เจ็บใช่ไหมขอเวลานอก
มี
โด
แต่
น
เจ็บ
เสี
แล้
ยว บ
เพิ่มเวลาพิเศษ
starttest.bet
ให้พี่ทำ Chat GPT แบบ F หรอ
ทำว่า
ก็
พี่
มันเอาใส่ไงอ่ะ
คือของพี่มันเป็นซูปอะผมไม่แน่ใจว่าซูปเขามี API ปล่อยให้ไหม จริงๆ พี่เริ่มคุยกับ Chat GPT เลยนะมันจะค่อยๆ สอนพี่ทีนิด
คุยกับ Chat GPT เอาเหรอ
ใช่คือหลักการมันจะเป็นประมาณแบบที่ผมใช้นะ เอาบอทล็อก API เข้ามาเป็นช่องแชทแล้วก็อ่านแชทแล้วก็ตอบกลับเวลามันคุยด้วย แต่ว่าบอทมันจะไปดึงข้อมูลจาก API ของ Google อีกทีหนึ่งเพราะว่ามันเป็น YouTube ไงแต่ผมของโซมันอาจจะแบบปล่อยให้จนแบบ เราไม่ต้องไปดึงไม่ต้องแบบจำกัด API เลยอาจจะได้ตอบแบบทั้งวันเลย ที่ผมปัญหาเยอะคือมันต้องไปขอ Google เนี่ยแหละแล้วมันง่ายเลยถ้า ถ้าเชื่อม API เสร็จคือง่ายเลยอันนั้นอะ
เชื่อมไงตอนนี้สมมติจะเชื่อมเลยได้ไหมหรือว่านาน
เดี๋ยวนะพี่เข้า Chat GPT ก่อนพี่ก็พิมพ์ว่าซูป APA เราสามารถเชื่อมแชทกับซูป
เว็บ
เอา
มันเขียนว่าอะไรแชท GPT
แชท
เหรอ
แล้วก็ GPT ใช่ UE เล่นครับ เล่นไปสักพักหนึ่งแล้วก็พิมพ์ว่าเราสามารถเอา Chat GPT ไปใส่ในแชทซูปได้ไหม
ต้องล็อก
ซูป
อิน
ปล่อย
ก่อนนะ
API หรือเปล่า
ดี๋ยวนะ
ล็อกก็ดีพี่ มันจะได้จำข้อมูลที่เราคุยกับมัน
ล็อกอินก็ใช้ Google เลยใช่ไหม
ก็ Google เลย
โหต้องใส่ชื่อด้วย Ask anything เราสามารถ
เอา Chat GPT ไปใส่ในแชทซูปได้ไหมซูปมี API หรือเปล่า
เราสามารถเอา Chat GPT ไปใส่ในซูป
ใส่ในแชทซูป
ได้ไหม
ได้
ได้หรือไม่ สามารถทำได้แต่เดี๋ยวก่อนเราก็ถามนิดนึงว่าแชทซูปที่มันพูดถึงคืออะไรครับ เอ้า
แล้วจะส่งเว็บลิงก์ไปให้มัน แล้วก็นี่เป็นเว็บสตรีมมิ่ง
เว็บสตรีมมิ่งคุณสามารถนำ Chat GPT ไปใช้งานร่วมกับแพลตฟอร์มสตรีมมิ่งซูปได้โดยใช้วิธีคล้ายกับการติดตั้งในบอทซึ่งเป็นบอทแชทที่ซูปรองรับอยู่แล้วแนวทางการเชื่อมต่อ Chat GPT กับซูปสร้างบอทแชทของ APK เชื่อมต่อ Open API ต่อแชทซูปหากซูปมีการเปิด API หรือเว็บฮุกสำหรับแชทคุณใช้เครื่องมืออัตโนมัติแพลตฟอร์มอย่าง ByteDeem ช่วยคุณสามารถสร้าง Workflow เชื่อมต่อ Open AI API กับแอปพลิเคชันได้อย่างรวดเร็ว ByteDeem
พี่ลองถามดิ Python ทำได้ไหม Python
PHYTON เนี่ยหรอ
ใช่
ความแน่นอน Python เป็นหนึ่งในภาษาที่เหมาะที่สุดสำหรับเชื่อมต่อ ChatGPT กับระบบแชทต่างๆ เพราะใช้งาน OpenAPI ได้ง่ายมากและมีเครื่องมือหลากหลายตัวอย่างโค้ด Python เบื้องต้น โอ้โห
ง่ายที่สร้างเทคไอ้โน้ตแพดขึ้นมาหนึ่งแล้วพี่ก็โยนโค้ดไว้แล้วก็เซฟเป็น .py แต่มันต้องให้ลง Python อะไรก่อนนะ
ในคอมอ่ะนะ
ใช่ถามมันว่าโหลด Python ยังไง มันก็จะให้เราโหลด ขอเป็นลิงก์กดแล้วเข้าถึงเลยอะไรเงี้ย
จังแล้วก็ ได้เลยการติดตั้ง Python ไม่ยากผมจะพาไปทีละขั้นตอนตามระบบปฏิบัติการที่คุณใช้ขอแค่ตอบก่อนว่าคุณใช้ระบบอะไรอ๋อมันก็มี Python ดาวน์โหลดอ้าวแล้วเราลงตรงนี้ปุ๊บแล้วคือยังมันจะตอบให้เองเหมือนใช้คอมแล้วตอบไม่หรอ
หมายถึงไอ้ Python น่ะเหรอ
ใช่
ไอ้ Python มันคือนี่เฉยเป็นเหมือนแบบโปรแกรมที่ไว้เขียนโปรแกรมอ่ะ
อ๋อ
แล้วเวลาพี่จะอยากได้อะไร พี่ต้องบอก ChatGPT ไป แล้วมันจะให้โค้ดพี่มา แล้วพี่ก็สร้างไฟล์สร้างโฟลเดอร์ติดตั้งอะไรเองถามมันรัวๆ
อ๋อ
ถามว่าทำยากไหมก็ผมใช้เวลาไปเรื่อยๆนะทำไปค่อยๆทำไปเรื่อย
กำลังงงอยู่ว่ามันจะมาอยู่ในแชทเรายังไง
ๆเนี่ยพี่ก็ถามมันเลยมันตอบให้หมดเลย มันคือก็หลักการอ่ะ คือพี่เขียนโปรแกรมปุ๊บใช่ปะแล้วพอพี่กดมันคลิกอันนี้คือเอาแบบคอนเซปต์เลยหลักการง่ายๆ พี่รันบอทเครื่องตัวเอง แล้วพอเรารันปุ๊บบอทอ่ะมันจะเข้าไปในแชทพี่อ่ะเป็นเหมือนกับเป็นคนหนึ่งคนอ่ะ แต่ว่าไอ้บอทคนนั้นมันคือ Chat GPT อ่ะอันนั้นพี่ต้องสร้างตัวโรบอทนั้นขึ้นมาเองอ่ะ
ซูปยังไม่มี API แชทแบบเปิดสาธารณะเหมือนทวิตหรือซูป
งั้นจบเลย
สามารถทำได้2แนวทางหลักเชื่อม Nightbot Python บวกOpenAI API
นั้นก็น่าจะง่ายอยู่นะ
คุณเพิ่ม Nightbot เข้าไปในแชทของซูปรองรับใช่อันนี้มีอยู่แล้ว Nightbot จะรับข้อความจากผู้ชมเช่นคำสั่งไปPython ที่คุณเขียนไป
จริงๆเอาในบทเชื่อมกับไอ้ Chat GPT ถ้าทำได้นะโอ้โหไม่ต้องเปลืองแบนด์วิดต์เลย ไม่ต้องเปลืองไอ้นี่เลย
อ๋อมันเจออย่างนี้ รับข้อความจากไนท์บอทผ่าน API หรือเว็บฮุกใช่ปะส่งไปถาม Chat GPT
แล้วเขาฝากมาตอบ
OpenAI API ตอบกลับผ่านไนท์บอทเข้าแชทซูป
อย่างนั้นก็ได้พี่แต่วิธีที่พี่ใช้กับวิธีผมจะแตกต่างกัน แต่ก็ใช้แบบนั้นก็ได้นะ ลองดูอะผมว่ามันทำได้ เป็นไปได้ผมอยากใช้แบบนั้นมากกว่า
โอ้มี3 วิธี
เฮ้ย
พอเข้าใจละโอ้ไม่ยากก็ค่อยๆทำซูปมี API ครับ แต่สมัยก่อนจะมีน้องชื่อเติ้ลอะที่เขาจะมาเขียนโปรแกรมบอทให้จำได้ไหมถ้าใครดูซูปแรกๆอะแล้วตอนหลังเขาปิดระบบนี้ไป ต้องใช้ในบอทอย่างเดียว
พี่ลองขอเขาดิเผื่อเขาถ้าเปิดให้พี่คนเดียวอะไรเงี้ยโหเทพเลยนะพี่
ขอเกาหลีดิ
ฝากทีมงานไปขอ จริงๆเขาบอกว่าทวิตจะง่ายสุดคุยกันโจ้เลย YouTube มันติดปัญหาเดียวครับมันคือนะ API มันขี้งกข้อมูลมันเลยแต่เขาว่ามันเป็นเครือข่ายใหญ่อะของ YouTube อะ
มาแล้วเว้ยมาแล้ว
Hopes.
They don't need to start with it.
No.
I want to see it
But
use
it's
this
there.
round.
It's there.
เมื่อกี้ก็ลืมถามว่าลิควิดกับก้อยจะเทคคอร์สอีกนานไหม
Give me at least 2 rounds, please.
We also have Serial one away from ult on defense, and it'll be interesting to see if with this rubble control if they're able to snatch it away.
Okay, let's see how this looks going forward. Not good is how it looks so far, but we hope it gets better than this. Clearly a couple of audio issues here that we'll work towards resolving.
Yeah, Team Liquid again with another weird setup, like something I've never seen before. Deep Trip, Deep Cam, and an Omen and Cypher playing together a Mound. So more looks from them already.
Bear with us, folks. We are aware of the issues. It's going to be worked on as we speak. Clearly not going how we would have liked, but for now, Liquid making it past the first hurdle of keeping everyone standing on this pressure building towards Mound. Filu, again, you've heard it, and now we will see it being invested. Rocket Pop doesn't get used for any value here, just going to be taking space with it. So in reality, at least going to be using it to claim that C site.
And hopefully now Koi do protect the plant this time. You can see, they're looking towards that waterfall.
A little bit of a cancel there, because you did hear the deadlock ult coming in. And actually did manage to catch. Going to be denied at least this bigger reward here, but a battle breaks out. Liquid with the pre-take here. Fighting back in, and once again, stability not to be found for Koi. Down to just one here, and a 1v3 Solgas has a lot to deliver on, and this is an incredibly hard situation. You're desperate for a pick. That's what you're after. You're really wanting something on your side. But you've got Util still there with Patitech, investing it from the Teo. Solgas at least going to get the plant and the time on his side. But the challenge now coming through, Solgas has to isolate. Beautiful! Takes away Serial. Anyone else fancies to go, oh, 1 by 1 they tried! But Nats, the full stop to the sentence, denies that going any further on. There was pressure on that site, Mini. There was a back and forth.
Beautiful from Solgas, unfortunately, at the end. It seemed like Koi this time overcompensated a little bit, but it was off of the back of that Team Liquid getting that deadlock war, paying for that. They're very good. This is what Team Liquid are good at. I think to contrast with Koi, I think the old usage from Koi can be a little bit rough at times. But on Team Liquid side, they know how to play these orbs. They know how to play the subs. Playing a bit weaker towards C in this mid-range, but having that deadlock.
ดูแถบไอ้นั้นดิพี่โอ้โห
So if you're just tuning in, is 4-0 in favor to Team Liquid. We know the UI is in the current state. So we're going minimal here. It's like you're in the game. If anything, we're just immersive here in EMEA. It's like you're back in the scrims, you know, rolling back the years now. But obviously for Koi, economy now is going to be up against it. I'm sure if you do want to know the full economy, Sliggy did say live he was going to be writing out the exact figures on the screen. So do make sure you check that out.
I think it's all in his head.
It would be nice for the people.
Every player.
It'd be nice for the people, obviously. And the ult orbs as well collected. So huge shout out to you there, Sliggy. Make sure you keep
I'm going to get a stream up actually, just
as you should. Yeah. You'd need that info too. For now, for Koi, it's looking for opportunities, maybe getting a bit of a read of how this game's looking. A little bit of a spot coming through.
A lot of
Nothing much gained here, but yes, it is space more than anything.
And just having that Viper pressure towards the A side has weakened C up, but Team Liquid seem more than happy to give up the space on C every single time so far.
Yeah, and I kind of like the tempo of that pre-take almost that we've seen from them as well, kind of toying with how they want to approach it. This is a different look for Koi though, starting their walk through towards Waterfall. Plant being tested, but no one challenging from Waterfall. This time a higher focus through from CT. So sadly for Koi, a little bit of a, I don't want to say a misread, but I like what they've done to try and take some space, be proactive in the post-farm, but away we go. Liquid now back towards the side. What do they have to deny it? The pressure from Waterfall has to be there. Flyer doing well, but it is Liquid cleaning up. Just one really remaining, and you look at the spacing here. Grabino, you've got Kiko just holding it basically. And that's what he's going to do. So another round on the board for Team Liquid. They will be up to 5.
And you can see how paranoid that waterfall spam now, to the point where they're just sending 4 players to go deal with it. Unfortunately for them, nobody there this time. Nats is repositioned. But nice to see some of that thinking in those, you know, a lower economy round. They have to take some risk.
Certainly do. And then I need to see, I assume this is around we're going to see a little bit more of a fight back from Koi, hopefully. They've learned their lessons throughout these early rounds. Do they have what it takes to get even past Rubble? We've been seeing that Liquid are solid at holding this.
It's interesting they group up with 3 Koi outside Rubble, because it seems like if they get pressured, they usually run away. This time Grabino's thinking about it, but out quite quickly. And again, Team Liquid with the heavy mount setup again, leaving that trip deep on the mount side. There's layers to this Team Liquid. Like they're both sides of the map right now. You can see leaving Sentinel util deep. If Koi aren't going to go through the process of getting all this out, they could be running into a stack very easily.
Feels like they could be running into a stack every single time. Already gathered up as 3 here for Team Liquid, kind of bring themselves back towards this B site, still having a decent amount of faith in the deadlock utility and the presence on A. And just that cam on the C site, that seems to be enough to keep them there. And again, we've seen it. Happy on the retakes, happy to kind of work back in. Haven't felt too much pressure from it. And a stall of an ult coming in, buying time for rotation. Not going to catch anyone. But it has cost them a couple of seconds, and I'm looking at, I think his Kiko's down very low here, actually, already. Down very, very low. Speaking of low, Filu as well. HP dwindling, a little bit of a battle breaks out. This time they're willing to challenge on the C site, feeling there was enough stall. Not on top, but a beautiful shot from Filu. Going back for a bit more, Koi actually having a bit of battle on this. Kiko's battered and bruised at the start of this round. Fire on the flank. We are seeing a better look here from Koi. Kiko gonna have to try and do this. I don't think it's gonna be happening. That's the first for Koi here at 5-1.
Yeah, and as I started speaking about getting rid of that Sentinel util, immediately you saw Koi get rid of both. Team Liquid reacted with some kind of B pressure, but Koi handled it well, attacking that C site with composure.
ไปเด็กมันโดนยิงแหละ
แต่ติดเทโจไว
Nice
เกิน
alert as well coming into play. A couple of layers being shown here. Solution being found, at least in that essence of how they want to approach maybe that C site now. They've got a little bit of a rhythm in their mind, but I don't think they'll be able to get away with it. First real challenge. Oh, hey, we got the HUD back. Don't know for how long. Sorry to put you out of work, Sliggy. Back to your usual business. You can react after the round. Mini's got this one.
It seems like to me, Koi keep grouping outside of A in case Team Liquid don't take rebel control, but Liquid are doing it every single round. So it seems like almost a waste of time to leave those players there for the start of the round. I'd rather just go else in the map and come back to A, which is what they're doing now. So Koi having a good read here that they can re-clear A.
But I do still like the Liquid have explored over towards kind of B main. They've already pushed out towards Mount. They should have a good understanding of this. Maybe still considering it could be a pivot towards that B site, playing out a blue room, kind of keeping bodies around that. And just leaving that waylay in the hands of Camo to be locking down towards A, or at least one of the approaches, but this pathing through tree, it's allowing them to get pretty close here. Okay, well, that's Camo gone. Filu again using this to secure space. Wondering if it will find a player. Padset could be in trouble here. Yeah, he is. Caught off guard. Beautifully done by Koi. Applying it in the right way and securing this box plant now with solid number advantage. Still have Soulcast's ult as well. Nats and Kiko joined by Serial, now losing out. Nats have a world of trouble ahead of them, and Serial can't do much about it really. Koi starting to find a rhythm that works for them. Kiko, 1v4 is a lot to ask for here.
ไปสู้มือครับผม
Need a couple mistakes from Koi, which I hope they're not going to be making. Shot, but timing is starting to really run low, and the others can play to that time.
Should just be a save here. Liquid's economy is not good enough here for him to go for more, and the damage isn't worth it right now. I like this approach from Koi though, using the tree side. I was talking to you about this before. Like teams have started re-clearing out of blue room. Is what you called it? Hobbit for me, you know. Blue room. And so teams are avoiding that re-clear, especially with the waylay. The waylay can refract and kind of go out and kind of re-clear. Teams are starting to use the tree a lot more on the attack. Completely avoiding Camo there.
We've seen the impact already on the finances. Decent enough. Kiko, the one with the Vandal remaining. Everyone else down to Sheriffs and just a Ghost for Nats. Now we have to see that answer back from Liquid. A couple of rounds in succession here for Koi. A couple of ults coming up. Audio, a couple of seconds behind. All good. And it looks like they want to try and utilize that Vandal, kind of, I guess, player forward.
Yeah, they're almost baiting Professional B, but they're baiting Koi to destroy that wall, and then Kiko is going to peek behind. But Koi having another bit straight into the B site.
Filu, yeah, nice. Nice so far. Not afraid of the challenge. Camo with a quick reminder, but Koi putting bodies behind it. This is solid. This is the big gun, and this boy's got some space. Kiko, got to be kicked. Oh! I thought there was a chance on that, but Kravino really catching the back in hand, and that's going to be a formality. Well done to Koi here. I feel like Mini, we're very critical when things aren't going right, obviously, and fairly so. I think we've been asking a lot more of them. The last couple of rounds, we've started to see some of that hit home, it feels like.
Yeah, they're listening for this rubble control, seeing what's happening. If the rubble control happens, they're getting out of there, moving away. And when they feel that rubble isn't being pressured enough, they'll explore that area. So very simple Lotus gameplay, but some of the teams in EMEA right now aren't doing that, and Koi are.
Let's choke them.
Again, let's see how this unfolds. It's going to be those early tells we're looking for.
Yeah, Liquid are now switched. I'm surprised that with Koi hearing the lack of rubble control this round, that they're not exploring it. Because Team Liquid have swapped to a more traditional Sentinels towards the C side of the map approach.
It's quite the vast amount of utility in the way, so it's going to be, if they go late, it's going to be rough there. But they've already cleared the util towards B, which is pretty valuable. Gives them a pivot option later on if they do want to explore either through door or straight through main. They have that there. And even maybe a look back towards A main.
I think Team Liquid are trapping now. Yeah, you see, the Waylay's got the ult ready. If there's any trigger at all for Team Liquid, the ult's going to come out, and we're going to see salvos, we're going to see maybe a paranoia, and we're going to see a big fight towards rubble now.
Does Koi maybe expected? It feels quiet here almost, right? A little too quiet. No challenge on this, just the Prowler. And nothing else behind it.
I believe I've seen Team Liquid do this before, so it wouldn't surprise me if Koi feel this is happening from the preparation and know that C should be the place to go right now.
Got the right read, but there are bodies here. Serial and Nats both waiting, so this won't be easy. Philo is going to be hindered from the way in, but he keeps his life. It's Flyer to find Serial. Nats on the trade out. Already captured there, going to be keeping one with him. Beautifully done by Nats, composed as they did try and flood towards the site. Oh, the cross is being dominated. Nats in control here, and time being a factor. It is a 3v2. Solgas and Gravina trying to work this one out. The ult going to be utilized as well at some point here. Nats again, just powering forward. Very well handled, almost funneling Koi around the map.
Yeah, I said that C should have been the site they go, but at the same time there's a Deadlock and a Cypher, and Deadlock's got an ult. We saw Serial use the wall.
No, and they decide.
It's able to get a nice little Deadlock ult off. Without that wall, maybe there isn't like as much of a funnel. But yeah, textbook Nats Sentinel hold.
It's lovely to see that from Liquid though, because it did feel that Koi were really trying to test the waters wherever they went, getting quite a nice read, but those traps being prevalent wherever they went. As you said, there was that reactive play that could come in on towards that rubble side if there was commitment behind it. Here again, early control does of course go to Liquid on this, but it could be re-explored. But speaking of explored, Filu, once again, having a glance towards B, we can see what's on the other side. 3 players there.
Again, Koi should feel that Rubble's quite weak again. They've thrown that early fade eye and it's seen nothing. So I think Flyu can call people back to explore.
I do quite like this back towards middle. It's coming this way, doesn't it, Camo? There's a little presence, but slips back towards the site, but you can already hear the util being invested. This then, once again, forces the hand through towards tree. We were happy to do this before.
Yeah, the problem this time is Flyu has Viper ult. So if Team Liquid aren't quick here to try and deny the A side of the map, and Koi are quick enough here to get that Viper ult down, it's going to be a very difficult situation for Liquid to deal with.
Is only him so far. Camo, gotta be cautious, falls away towards top site, gives up the site. Feel go walkabouts. This is a lot. That's 3 players.
Oh, wow,
there. Nice follow-up as well. Controls the space and the Viper ult in play as well. Yeah, last time around we saw it being Flyer. Looking for his timing. Don't know if he's going to get it because you can see this. Nats outdoes him. Late to the party, but fashionably late. Oh, Kiko! That's outrageous to find that in the dark. Flyer going to be kicking himself a little for that one, to be called out by the spam, but it's Shados now in a 1v3. No util to bank on. Does well. Does so well. If only he'd kept the gun in hand, if anything.
No entry to say.
Liquid again, yes, pressured, but out on top at a 7-3 scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's a VOD review round for Koi. Viper ult in post plant, I wouldn't feel happy losing that. The spam through was unfortunate though.
Sure. That was ridiculous.
But Flyu should be safe.
Tucked in, safe away. Yeah, let the others kind of take there it was. Oh, that is going to be a real bitter one.
Oh my god, I killed 3 people in the smoke.
Yeah, it is quite wild. And hey, look, we were, I don't want to say critiquing, but we were keeping our eyes towards the ult usage. Feeling very close to getting it back now as well.
Is that 3 ults now he's had?
I think so, yeah. I think this is the third back on. He's done well. The first two had worked wonderfully. Camo with the operator, that's something new. This controls the line forward, makes it very difficult for Filu to work up here. Gonna be forced off the angle by the Prowler. Hold on, pressure! We were complimenting these ults, and that's why. Filu does it well. Takes the space away, but Camo gets it back. Plays it from Blue Room as Kiko. Rewarded on the angle as well. Overwhelmed in the end, but they've got control until then. Tipped away by Serial falling. The sight is not there. That's trying to thread the needle on the timing, but Camo barely alive. Been caught by the ult as well. They had to fall off from this. Really, what option does he have here? Operator on a retake. Just doesn't feel good.
No, and the economy is low. Camo's going to look for one. It looks like if he gets it, he'll commit, but should be saving if he gets nothing.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, Soulcast were going to deny it, and it felt like Liquid for a good amount of time there actually had the benefit of the trades coming in. This was a great opener, but the fight back was great here. And again, the double in from that Blue Room, beautiful, but well controlled by Koi. They keep it up in this game. 4 rounds for them now. This is when it tipped over.
Yeah, Soulcast, I think, was the one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Very influential. Nice for him.
I like the call from Koi. It seems like Team Liquid have done a lot of re-clearing of that B space, and knowing that, you know, numbers might be there, and Philo can get that ult off potentially. Another janky buy for Team Liquid, forcing up as much as they can on this final round. Nice little B exploration.
Been proactive, but they've never gone this far.
Strange, they have a good read that the Killjoy turret isn't there.
Yeah. He plays behind. Nats needs to try and play his life. Go, I don't know if he's getting. He is alive. That is quite surprising because Koi, well, they're knocking at the door here. Soulcast, a challenge on his hands though. Paranoia gonna force him. Oh!
The hell?
Grim Soulcast coming out to play. Camo backhanded. And now Patek becomes the kind of, I guess, big guy with the Guardian to play in. But Kiko is going to at least be able to pick up that vandal, but they don't have that same access point. But they also don't have a plant yet.
Yeah, Koi have the gun advantage, but they feel very
ยิมไม่ค่อยออกเท่าไหร่
isolated right now.
Doesn't feel favorable. What a shot! Belting shot towards Filu. Now they can be a little bit divided on this. It gets tricky. Grubino now pressured, but he comes out on top. This is the tipping point. The scales firmly in hand of Koi, who navigate the threats. They keep their composure and get up to a 7-5 score.
Yeah, I think after how good Team Liquid came out of the gates here, I think Koi will be
ได้เดดล็อกถ้าบุกได้ก็รีเทคยากอะเดดล็อก
โอ้ my goodness
A lot better than they used.
True.
ไม่มี8 บุกยังไง มีกระสุนครับ
That's about that. We
Yeah,
dive in, and so does Camo. Decides to get out of there though.
Full kit used already.
มี
1 minute 28 by the
เวอ
way.
ร์ชันที่อ้วนกว่า
But
ชาวบ้านเขา
enough information for maybe Team Liquid to start accelerating towards the C side. The
โด
map.
ตัด
It's pretty telling as well. You've just seen some real
I
commitment.
mean, the paranoia should be enough to, you know.
Oh, Soulcast
Let's
had to be
speed things
quick.
up.
Yeah, had to get out of there. But it looks like Liquid are aware of that waterfall position that was the bane of Koi's existence initially.
I'm interested to see how they deal with it.
Wow, they swing.
You can see.
Night and day, isn't it? Totally different in approach. They're just going to put Koi on the back foot for a second. They have to kind of reconvene and gather themselves back up to take this space back.
Yeah, waylay lurk, not something I've seen before.
No.
Turret will spot though.
Yeah, it should do, but maybe in all the mayhem it could go not unnoticed but unconsidered. Patatek certainly wants his name in the ring of things. It is just going to be really Grubino and Philo to fight back, and sadly for Shados, he is locked out of here. Still got to go on this. Woo! Patatek, you are a brave boy here. Oh, switching up to the 1 bullet in the Ghost is brutal. And now into the post plant. What are you meant to do? You've got Patatek's position. He's got his util back online here. Didn't need it. As Nats will be there to secure the first in the second for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I've already got to praise Team Liquid's pre-plant and post-plant understanding there. And the pre-plant, making sure that Waterfall is covered, making sure the spike's going down. And in that post, we saw them call like a 3-2-1 fight. And you can see them all just going through smokes together and isolating out Boy.
Good job, boys. Nice direction. Very good. Keep up the communication. Nice, Patrick.
I presume Patrick might have called that. Is it Patrick? Is that Patatek's name?
I believe so. I've really just taken a guess on that one.
I'll guess that too.
Yeah. Ooh, Camo. It looks ridiculous.
How to waylay ที่ถูกต้องนะ
Rewinds back.
ยิงแล้วก็กลับ
Takes away
นี่
Grubino.
แหละเวเลที่จริงใจ
I mean, this is classics, right? So you're looking at them farming up here. You're looking at, hopefully, for the Liquid side, not losing any of these weapons. They're trying to be disruptive. I like it. But Camo again, still doing well here. This is nice for him. Confidence builders.
Yeah, I like this use of the waylay. It's a little bit like when we see Chambers on attack. They can just run out immediately, kill my teammates, and then get out. Sorry, I got PTSD. I got PTSD from games. It's fine.
ถ้าเวเลมันเปลี่ยนจากไอ้กดแล้วย้อนเวลาภายในระยะเวลากับย้อนเมื่อไหร่ก็ได้มันเป็นไงวะโอ้โห
Anyway, so yeah,
นึกภาพไม่กดแล้วก็ไปอยู่ไซส์ A ยิงวาร์ปกลับมา B
น่าจะเป็นอย่างนั้น
but it's a look that they can.
ไม่ก็40 วิแบบโยรุ
It's good to set that expectation early as well. It's something that's going to be obviously conditioned into them. Whether or not they do it again, who knows? For now, Boy looking to try and be a little slippery, but Kiko, apparently this man and Smoke get on real well. Kiko's just been finding people through smokes, no sweat. Soulcast, lovely. No more to be had, but as it stands, just Shados here. Really,
Chambers on the
looking quite dire.
Yeah, he's looking for that cheeky one.
Do you reckon he gets it?
No. Wasn't even nervous.
No, you got to get not even a little bit. I was nervous when Hannah Montana started to get mentioned on the broadcast. But Dora the Explorer, Hannah Montana, really going through it. Okay, bonus.
Camo again, I didn't realize he's 16 for 9.
He's farming.
Maybe, like, absolutely, right now, the best waylay player, I think, in EMEA.
คาโมมันเล่นดีขึ้นเรื่อย
Agreement. Camo's been having a belting performance. Last time he was here as well, 23 kills. So it's not like it's a one-off. He's
ก้อย
showing
บอก
some
โอ้
real
โห
diligence.
กูเสียคาโมไป
Obviously,
ไม่มีทรงเลย
in other
เหมือน
regions, a
เป็น
couple of
มัน
the
เป็น
players
หนึ่ง
looking
เดียวกับเวเล
fantastic.
นะ
I think Joga
คาโม
being mentioned earlier on. Can't help but enjoy that. But Camo showing some real versatility, yeah, and commitment. It's stunning. Shados was just set up to fail, it felt like. Really, that paranoia, perfect, everything good. And another brawl breaks out. It's Camo still fighting the good fight. Grubino, that felt a little too far cooked, but this is the bonus. They're willing to brawl out like this. That feels desperate to me. Oh.
นี่ไง
Well. Don't think this is going to go. Oh, Nats is going back.
Oh, Nat.
Nats, I don't know if we need to go that far.
Uncharacteristic.
That was a very un-Nats thing
แน
to
ทอยาก
do.
รู้ไง
But, I mean, with Patatek's reposition, it is a very hard round for Soulcast to do much about. I think he's off ski.
Accepting fate here.
Yeah, he's out of there. I mean, look, that was a bonus round. Maybe you can take a couple extra risks if you're Nats or whomever else, but I'm surprised that Koi was so willing to be so brawly in that, so risky. I don't mind the fight back, but it feels like you're taking kind of coin flip fights, which is a lot to ask for in
บาง
these
คนอาจ
rounds.
จะมองเดดล็อกแบบเป็นเซนใช่ปะแต่มันไม่ใช่เซนจ๋าขนาดนั้นมันเซตอัพแบบตอนบุกอะคอมโบกับเทโจ
I mean, if I was to run it
ถ้าแบบ
back, I'd
เท
be
คไซ
happy
ได้
for
เงี้
it
ย
to run
แล้ว
back at 4A, make
เรา
it
จะมี
really
เดดล็อก
aggressive.
อีกตัวหนึ่งใช่ปะ
The
มันจะมี
refight,
ของแบบ
the
ไม่ใช่
initial,
ไม่ได้วางของสำหรับไซ
they
เฟอ
got
ร์
put out by the initial deeper dive by the waylay, and then the refight
ทำให้
didn't
ฝั่งรับมันรีเทคได้ครับ
Nice pick.
Really lovely.
That's one of the things. Team Liquid haven't shown their attack side on this map because they beat Foot 13-1. So they don't know these micro things, these micro angles. Like when I said earlier that they'd be on the server practicing these rubble fights, you can't practice it because you have no idea how Team Liquid are going to take it. Maybe you can formulate some kind of idea.
Craft, but yeah.
ครึ่งแรกมัน
But
ทำ
if
ไม่
you
ค่อ
were
ยดี
to
ตอน
say
แรกคิดว่า
round
ไม่
1
ถึ
is
ง
going to be dash on top of rubble, you're probably going to be like,
โซแคสเวลิคิดเจ้าของ
Surely not.
อดีตครับผมโดนเทคเวอร์ไปละ
For Koi, it is timeout time. This has been a bit of a rough start because, again, the 7-5 half always feels very competitive, feels solid, and it feels like that gets broken in half if you get those first 3. Converting the bonus just breaks the spirits because the finances are going to be lacking, to say the least. And again, that bonus conversion, they are really building up some bank for Liquid. And for Camo, got to be confident starting to come in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he ummed it a little bit that Koi should be happy, but ultimately it's defense side of Lotus. And this map is a map where attack side is going to be where you're putting up most of the numbers.
Yeah, let's see. Koi, let's see what you've done in this timeout. All eyes on you here.
เต็ม
Maybe
ตอน
not
นี้
even
ค
for
อม
this round, but the one to follow. I need
เต็มต
to
อนนี้
be
ฟอร์มดีไหมก็
reminded
กลางๆครับ
why this
เรื่อย
is your choice. This is their choice of map
ก็
here
ถือ
to
ว่า
kick
ไป
off
มา
on Lotus. Really, the only one to do damage in this one would be Philo. You've got Ghosts to supplement, a little bit of util here and there.
Yeah, still the outlook for Nats too. Can be a field day for him too.
Farming. Let's see. Liquid, very direct in approach, not really mincing their words.
Yeah, made the read again.
Again, it must be nice to have someone like Nats just being on these calls. It just feels like he has like a cheat in the game. It's wild. Just such good reads on the opponents.
Reads with his lurks and now reads as an IGO.
Camo bonking head up against the window. Whoever made that noise, absolutely trolling. Camo though, trying to be towards the forefront here, still util. Yeah, again, you don't even need to look at just one. It's so many. Patatek there with a little bit more stall. You've still got the deadlock util to layer in, the paranoia to try and set this in motion. Kiko, Patatek making light work of all of them pretty much. Soulcast has gone down. Yeah, Shados gets one consolation prize at this point. Beautifully handled. Liquid simplistic in approach, and they don't need to do more than that.
แบบนี้ไม่น่ามีปัญหาครับ
No
Liquid
direct approach, but again,
ไม่มีแน่นอน
open sight, easy for them. Koi did what they could with the retake, but too much util from Team Liquid. They didn't have to use too much util to take that site. Have it all for the post plant.
Felix does have the Raze ult back on.
Yep, and they were good on attack.
Certainly were. And this would be hopefully what that timeout was for. To get them locked in for this. This is now 4 on the bounce for Liquid though. Momentum starting to build, and they have Patatek's ult. Hopefully not going to pull a governor. That was
แอนอยู่ที่วินเนี่ย
hard.
ถ้าวินนี้ไม่ได้ก็จบเกมแล้วอันนี้มีอันติด้วย
He
โอเค
loses.
จบ
And they lose a big piece of the puzzle
lose.
there. Would have liked to see that maybe utilised in a different way, but early damage done. Soulcast clean with it. Patatek and Serial go down, and the B-side gets control. Grubino re-establishing presence over towards Rubble. Every fight going their way.
Yeah, it was a nice, it was a little bait and switch rubble distraction, but Soulcast has done beautifully this round. It's going to be a difficult spot for Cats. Thoughts on Cats?
Swarm grenade out.
Okay, I don't think Cats as well.
I'm not against it. I'd just like to see it do something. Now
Stop
it's just
doing
Nats.
it.
So
Okay.
don't know if this is going to go well for him. Soulcast has had a bloody round. 4 kills, it was the first
Even at the end there, like, him kind of, it felt like he's like, I'm good enough to hold this angle. Nice confidence there from Soulcast. Hopefully that might be something that Koi can run with. But yeah, I think that Team Liquid are doing a very good job of, like, there is this debate whether Waylay is good or not. And I think that Team Liquid are showing enough here for me to think that they're helping me in my debate that I think he is actually a pretty good agent. Maybe it's not quite as useful as Euro across the board, but I think on certain maps, absolutely fun.
Circumstance can allow. They've got 3 ults here to play with. Oh my god, Camo, you are quick today.
อุ้ยมันออกมาอย่างนี้ได้หรอ
Pace is the name of the game, it looks like.
ตัวข้างในไม่โดนนะครับเป็นเรื่อง
Camo going to be leading the charge, but unaffected by all of this. And no one seems to be aware. A massive gap in the approach there that seems to be well read. And once again, Soulcast is the one to hold this back. Liquid running into a brick
เรานี้ Liquid แบบเดิน
It's
เก
like
ม
they've
แย่
never
จัด
seen a Viper orb before. Just, you know, can we go through this? Can we not? The answer is no, you cannot.
It's not cats this time. Pats.
It's Pats, yes.
Now, Pats, huge fan of.
I'm not extending this
แผน
one.
แผนมันเซอร์ไพรส์เมื่อกี้
No.
จะมาเจอบอมเซนติเนล
Afraid of.
Yes.
Presence found from CT, not a big surprise. Oh, big ult though, that
Hey.
could be quite nice.
Deadman.
Feeling
Ow.
belter. Oh, and a follow-up too, Koi. Just trying to fight back, they're just shooting.
Yeah. A very strange decision from Pats there, using the tail into this round. 2v4. I genuinely am a big fan of the way that generally Team Liquid use the ults, but this round I think was textbook how not to, I think. The early, they were using the early dive from Waylay going into the ult after, but straight through a Viper orb, and then in a 2v4 using the tail. And now on the other side, Koi are getting their ults up. Where Team Liquid should be ironing out some of those mistakes. I want to see the discipline there against the teams that they are expected to beat, because those habits, you know, creep in.
They do.
For, you know, if Team Liquid are going to another global, that they're that caliber of team.
Spot on, I guess we do. I'm still having to get my head into the right mentality. Hold on. There's a little bit of a stall out on this. Going back out now. No. It's been won over. Koi, once again, establishing and putting their authority towards that rubble control. That's been in their hands now more often than not. It's Liquid left to explore the rest of the map now.
Still waiting.
Yeah, and Koi have options here, whether they want to still hold for sites or whether they want to use their ults in the retakes. So the options are all theirs, as long as they don't give away silly frags, basically.
Hopefully they're going to be disciplined about it. You can see the Liquid are very patient in approach, happy to take their time, no particular hurry. Maybe looking for someone to overstep, find an opportunity to get that early pick.
Drone going out.
Looks like it is towards rubble. Everyone kind of congregating back over this way.
Yeah, maybe setting up some kind of B split. They've inserted the 2 players towards the middle of the map.
Don't know if Rubino got spotted here. He's got the chance to be the end of this round, and it looks like he is. Does very well in this, but it will be traded back through. So now we're going to be seeing Liquid somehow tilting this back into their side. Keep in mind, Kiko and Nats only have the sheriffs, but now have the upgrades. Back on the
เอาอย่าง
rifles.
เดียวคือไวเปอร์เบลมอน
Site control towards A is in. The pressure from B is there. The post plant could be tasty too with the util. Shados denied. A way forward, held back. He was looking for any sort of avenue in, not to be.
Yeah, deadlock trips in the post as well. Going to be difficult to deal with. Killjoy ult is on the tables for Soulcast, but I don't think there's enough time to maybe warrant using it.
Well,
he is going to go for it though.
Going for it. Shados light on bullets, but hoping for the right time at least. This does clear through towards tree now. Serial going to be forced to go forward. Their patience. Where was the patience there? They had to play forward, sure, but Serial so ready. And
คือพี่ซีเรียลเขาจัดให้หมด
a little stunned that he went for it.
Yeah, he had to with the way the plant was. I didn't realize it's very safe. So that killjoy ult would have been amazing if it was able to complete because there's no way for them to spam back.
No one ready for the swing.
โอ้มันยิงคลีนยัง
Yeah, I think that round, honestly, Kiko with the we've been looking at these lurks on B from many different players. Kiko, finally the one to find success with that lurk through.
มันเป็นหนึ่งเดียวกับลิควิดรอดดูดิ
ซีเรียลนะผลงานมันดีขึ้นนะ
Proactive start, this time prioritizing and furthering from Mount.
Not going to get anything from it, but nice little
ยิงคลีนจัด
Ascent Gelato inspired play.
Palitech still going to be forging the path, and Solcas on the receiving end of this. They carry on here, a lot of stall coming in.
Yeah, boy have a lot of numbers now.
Yeah, they certainly do. But Serial knocking at the door, and he's just come off a brilliant round. What's he do with this one then? Just so close by as well. Oh, fire, where did that come from? Camo's just gone down. That was over towards Tree, so yeah, fancying their chances towards the B side, but it's not going to be subtle. Shadow should hear all of this.
Ults now from Koi though on this retake. The Filu's raise ult, Shadows fade ult do come
Oh
into
my
play.
god, Serial's pocket's playing though. Oh! Flyer, very
นี่
nice.
ซีเรียล
Checks on
ตอนนี้
that.
ซีเรียสเลยค
Maybe
รับ
just feeling something was afoot. Nice try on the jump. Approach
มันจะ
the
ทำแบบไซ
trade,
บู
but
เมื่อ
actually
กี้
spacing not
ก
quite
ระโดด
right
เข้า
for
มา
Solcas.
เหรอ
The run and gun
ที่
works
มัน
out
กระโด
well.
ดยิงไง
Huntek goes down.
ใครบอก
The
ว่า
numbers sit with
ก่อนปิด
Koi.
แบบที่แล้วอ่ะ
Kiko couldn't hear it, but he knows it's happening. Has to go forward. Oh, it's stunning. Shadow sees the one to keep it.
เราไปยิงแบบ
Koi getting half and him closing it out. Koi are back in this with 8 rounds.
It feels like finally like Koi in those kind of late round kind of clutchy kind of situations finally getting one over.
Oh, he was actually showing through the smoke.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, I thought he'd have a little bit more of a room to play in. Oh, damn. Too thick. Unfortunate.
คิดว่าซี
And
เรียล
now
มั
the
นเศร้าไหม
buy.
ช็อตนี้
I mean, it's not
Oh,
good,
no.
is it, for Liquid? So this could be a little bit of a run back for Koi. They got
ดูย้อนหลังนี่
still
ซีเรียสเลย
play with.
ไม่
They've
ซีเรียล
got options. They've got gunners on their side now.
Just whether they feel that pressure of having no mistakes able to be made now.
It's true.
Oh,
อุ๊ย
that fade
จังก่อน
over hit. Unlucky there. No
เป็น
Odin
ขอบปู
spam.
นกระโดดปลา
Unskilled. Ow. Oh, Filu. Oh, catches Camo. Oh, it's gorgeous from Filu. Beautiful work from him. Confidence builder for sure. Koi, another correct step now.
Weapon here.
I think that's Filu's 5th ult of the game. And I think every single one of them
They've
has
been
been
good.
pretty good.
But it was well timed with everything else as well. It wasn't that just solo effort.
No.
That was really, really lovely to watch.
I think Team Liquid do have another timeout to play with. I'm surprised we don't see one coming in.
Coach Mini would have called the timeout, would he?
จ
I
บ
mean,
แล้ววิน
if
นี้
I heard the calls and I liked what I was
จบ
hearing, I
แล้ววิน
probably
นี้
wouldn't,
จบ
but-
ชัวร์ใช่ไหม
เดี๋ยวซีเรียลมันจับมาถึง1 คน
I'd just like to pick
แล้วเป็น
this
4 ต่อ 5
I called timeouts too late.
เกม
So
ง่าย
it
เลย
was tactical.
จริงๆมันน่าไปอยู่หน้าซีอะนะไอ้รอจับไอ้โดดเช็คเนี่ย
Generally, I had a higher up. Like I thought that Boaster was. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Boaster was better than the other IGL usually, so I didn't need to get involved.
Fair enough. Sadly, once again, we have failed the challenge of Mini not mentioning Fnatic in the cast.
I tried.
It lasted 22 rounds, folks. It's probably
It
the best
felt
we've
a
done
lot
so far.
longer than 22 rounds.
Yes, working with me does feel like a lifetime of pain.
Ooh,
And so does the
bad
Odin.
Yeah. I mean, I like the little bait. Like, usually when you see the Odin spammer like this, it's... Oh, no, never mind. It's not a bait at all.
นี่อ่ะจับขึงไว้ก่อน
That was just tailor
แม่น
made.
แม่นมาก
Filu being escorted out the door.
แล้วปฏิเสธไปยิงอีก1เหลือ 3
And they even got fire at the same time.
Yeah, Patitech got a timing into...
อุ้ย
เตะเอ้ยอะไรอ่ะ
Takes a lot of damage for it, but he's still done so much. And
Oh.
spots out Solcas
ยังได้ประโยชน์
here.
อยู่
But he's been
อุ้ย
big man so far.
นั้นเป็นสแปมเข้ามาเหรอ
He's gonna have to respect the utility. Palitech forging the path
โอ้
for
โห
the boys forward.
ซีเรียสเลยอย่างงี้
Deadlock util on top
เข้า
is
ยัง
to
ไอ้
secure it,
มัน
put
เข้า
him
ได้
back
ปะ
in his cage.
เข้าไม่ได้ออกไม่ได้
They've got the palm because of this.
มันไม่รู้เนี่ยทางซ้ายเดินผ่านเลย
Not really much to work with at all. Season a
เนี่ย
smoke.
เนี่ย
ไม่ได้
And Grobinho is the other side of the
ติดอยู่ดี
map still.
เอาเดินชิ้นมันดังจุกๆด้วยเหรอ
One of those happy rotations. vintage
ดูไอซีเรียนปล่อยเข้า
people get, but Soulcast stepping into the ring. It's Camo gets cleared, but it's Kiko to hold it together, and Nats decided seal it.
เจอพี่ซีเรียลเข้าไปดิโอ้ยไม่เกือบไงก็อีซี่ใช่ไหมถ้าพี่เอ๋ยเจอมาขนาดนี้ทำไมมันต้องกินกล้วยก่อนด้วย จอยกำลังแก้ปัญหาอยู่อืมโอ้ยมาเลย
Pistols is gonna be. That means pistol, anti-echo, bonus, and anti-echo. It's done.
Quick maths. I have to say, just real quickly on this one before we go into Agent Select, Team Liquid are 2-0 on this so far, and we haven't seen Movistar Koi play this yet, so...
They've become the meta slaves. They have become the meta slaves. What do you make of this?
I got surprised that they're playing meta. I expect them to play a double duelist maybe. Or if... No, well, actually, Philo as only duelist is the best way to do.
I mean,
maybe Tem.
No changes, right, from Team Liquid, though. And again, I had no expectations for Movistar Koi coming into this. So like you said, Sue, I think it's going to be really interesting that they're playing into that meta here, the Teho Breach combination. I do really think with them choosing the starting side here, they have to build up momentum. And they have to build up rounds. And I'm not talking about momentum like we've seen from them previously, where they get 5 rounds on the board and then suddenly it falls off. It has to be consistent, continual momentum throughout this map.
And some of you might be thinking, Shadows Breach, he has done this before. This is not totally new for him. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to adapt to this, now playing very, very meta picks, because Pansy and Mini, they ain't got a choice. They have to win here.
Spot on Yinzu. It's do or die time really for Koi here. They have to deliver in this situation, Mini. And this is a good map for Liquid. They have looked strong here. Is this comp change enough in your mind? Do you like this now coming into it?
Comp change?
ไม่น่าเทคน่ากำลังจะเริ่ม
Oh, sorry, yeah. We haven't seen Koi on this map, I don't think, so far. So I do like the comp that Koi are running. I think it's the most kind of standard meta approach, but like the best approach, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Some teams are EMEA are kind of leaning into the double dive a little bit more that Team Liquid have on the Raze Yoru side. We see globally though the Yoru solo with the Pateo Breach being more popular elsewhere. I like it though.
Okay, this is a lot of pressure now on the Koi side, and to do this in this map is not going to be easy. But as the desk was saying,
เต็งสามเหลี่ยม
out there socializing.
Hey, I'm a professional.
Well, we'll see. As the desk was saying, though, Koi did look more competitive in that map one, right? They are building back into this. They've shown signs of life. This is a hard game, though. Koi now going to be on the defending side here, leaving Liquid on the attack.
Yeah, immediately Team Liquid taking middle this early against the Vipers, great sign.
Belting shot as well, Nats.
But not so good.
เอามาหนึ่ง
No,
แล้วคนไป
so
คือ
he's
พี่
been
แนท
found, but this crunch scares the
เป็นรู้
life
ไง
out of
เนี่ย
me here.
พี่แนทบอกเดินเร็วไปหน่อยวะโทษที
I do like Koi taking this B main space. This is something that we saw. Sorry, but Fnatic doing a lot, having success with so far this split.
เป้า
Kind of you isolate the split.
ตอนนี้
Serial,
ก้อย
he's got so
ก้อย
much
อ่าน
on
แล้ว
his plate, right? He does
เอ้ย
go down.
แนท
Gravino's
แม่ง
there to
มา
play
ทุก
this.
ตา
That's
เว้ยเตรี
exceptional
ยม
for
ไปนัด
them in that
ตามนัด
2v1.
แน่นอน
Looks like Kiko wants to find an answer back by pushing the extremity here. Nice for him. Does need to overstay his welcome, but he wants to.
อุ้ย
Maybe that's why.
อย่าตลก
Huge
กับบอส
damage now, and Philo has to readjust his course. They know where the other two were
ทำ
initially.
ไมไอเชดอส
They'd
มันไม่
seen
ผี
them
ไฟ
over
มัน
towards main,
โล
and
แล้ว
that
ด้วย
cross is being watched. Camo with a great shot fire with better. It's all down now to, well, a 1v1. Camo up against Fly, who's low. His HP's only down on 10, and Camo trying to toy with the timing here. The timing is on his side. Liquid, get it started right with the first.
Unfortunate for Koi. I think that
อยู่ดีๆ
Kiko
ลูก
was
พี่
the
เขาก็ระ
reason
เบิด
that
พลัง
Team Liquid was able to push that round over the edge. I liked what I saw from both teams this round, to be honest. I think both had
มีครับ
good
ผม
ideas. We saw the quick
แบบแรกไม่ได้ขาด
reactions
มา
from
กตอ
both.
นหลัง
So we could be on for a good game.
ๆตอนสู้มือ
Fingers crossed. We'll see.
วีนี้ต้องให้เครดิต
Going
คิ
into
โก
this
เลย
though for Koi, we don't
CT
know really the
2
depth of it, right? This is not
ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะโดนแล้วนะ
particularly
มันไปตาม
often.
เปลี่ยนเลย
So
Yeah, I think that's the context. Team Liquid are one of the best teams in the world at this map. Not just EMEA, but I think globally.
Yep. So there's tape there, right? There's a lot of tape to be watched. They can prep for this, and Koi get to come in kind of the unknown quantity, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a slam dunk win. It's still very hard. That's luck did get identified though, which is good. That's part of the checklist, right? You're playing up against Liquid in these scenarios. You're gonna know he's gonna be going walkabouts. This time around, he's gonna have friends coming over though.
Yeah, and Koi already gambling towards the A side of the map, which is good. I wonder what Camo is doing outside B though.
อุ้ย
Maybe
เป็นเรื่องนะ
distraction or fake,
เป็น
but
เรื่
there's
อง
no
นะ
one there to bite.
No, so I wonder if Camo rings the alarm bell when he
I-
gets
I
out
don't
B
know.
completely
Camo
free. And if
ไม่
they
เจอ
continue
เพราะ
like
ไม่
this
เข้า
spike is with Patatech, and yeah, the alarm bell gets rang. Something
อาจ
feels
จะโยกอาจ
off.
จะโยก
Camo's made it this far with zero pressure back. That's enough of a
Okay.
problem.
Yeah, I call that the Benji fishy.
มาเลยเพื่อนตรงนี้ทาง
Benji
สะดวก
fishies, heretics approach Danticos, walks out with a
เคลียร์ให้หมด
ghost.
แล้ว
Boys, they're not here. Come back to me. Or he just kills them all with the ghost. The other
Either
half
or.
the time.
Yeah, so this should at least facilitate a plant. They've got a lot of security on space here. Camo not only
30
checking
seconds
quite
left.
deep towards CT then, but also now positioning up towards heaven.
ไอเดียมันดี
25
นะ
seconds, but no issues when it
ถ้า
comes
เข้า
to
บี
timing.
มาเจอ
They know the
กี่
red
ตัว
carpet
ก็
has been rolled out. It's
เจอ
all
เยอะ
good.
ก็เข้า
Plants
เอ
in. And really for Koi,
มาก็ย้อน
what
ย้
are
อน
you
กลับ
meant to
มา
do
ไม่
now?
มีก็มาเลย
This is a tricky one. You don't want to give out orbs over. You don't want to make it too easy for
รอบ
them
นี้
to
พี่
build
แน
up
ท
the
มากับ
economy
เพื่อน
off the
เหรอ
back.
I think you go for it. Use
น่าจะรู้
Salvos
ชะ
this
ตา
time.
กรรม
วินอันนี้วินอี
Ultimately,
โค
the orbs are going to be
ไม่ไปตามนัด
away
จ้ะ
anyway.
Don't do
Just
it now.
try and make sure it's not someone too useful.
ไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวพี่แนทโดนดักตบอ่ะ
Gets the lion's
นี่
share.
แผน
Now
แบบ
they
แผน
are
ไม่ให้
waiting.
เจอสแต็ก
This
อะ
might be on the back of this.
Right.
Hello, that's a
Yeah.
that's a lot of players. Well, he finally found him. Camo was going walkabouts for what felt like a lifetime here, but it's going to get messy up towards heaven. An opportunity
Okay.
ใช่
for
เหรอ
Flyer
มัน
and
ต้องเสียเยอะ
Gravino
ขนาด
now
นี้
with
เลย
a little bit of room to work
นั่น
in.
น่ะสิ
The time is going to be low. I think with the util from Serial, with hopefully Nats and some util, there wouldn't be many opportunities. No, there's not. So I'll give it up towards the clock.
Again, it's those little things from Team Liquid that I'm keeping track of. Not
Ah,
just this
too many
game, but
about.
over the split. Those
ไม่
little
เป็นไร
lapses of discipline in those rounds. It could have been like a very clean round. Economy got slightly hit there with the kind of unnecessary over peaks. In this game, it might not matter, but you know, it's almost like poker to some degree. What is the better play? And that was not the better play.
It is interesting because, again, it's always one of those things that only really gets punished in the bigger games to an extent, right? Like, as said, are Koi going to be able to take that away from you completely? No. Was it a big issue? No. But if you're one of the teams that are probably going forward into internationals, you do have to think bigger scale here, where teams are very dangerous in those anti-ecos, will always min-max results, at least hopefully. But into bonus, it's looking pretty tasty. Only Paditech the one down on the ghost.
คิดว่าบอสคนไทยยิงประมาณกี่ตัวครับแบบ
It's everything.
Team Liquid just making a little distraction at middle, keeping the two players there, and immediately going to be bursting into B. And they've made a great call here because it's quite weak.
Rubino, a lot on his plate here. It's so hard to hold from Pillar. Rubino
อุ้ย
เฮ้ยปิดแล้ววะ
found some
บอสมันปิดเสียงให้ผมแล้ววะ
towards CT, but there's a lot of bodies here quickly for
ไล่
Koi.
ออกไปอ่ะ
Open plant here is big for the post plant Team Liquid. This site is already quite difficult to retake for Koi.
ในที่สุด
Open plant means that there
วาง
could
แบ
be
บ
relurks coming through.
เปิดก
นี่
ว้าง
ไป AFK ได้
Kiko is, you can see where Paditech is. Ooh, little cubby to play from Kiko. That is
หวาน
lovely.
เจี๊ยบหวานเจี๊ยบจริง
They are stalling him
หวา
out.
นเจี๊ยบรีสโมก
Unless they
เรื่อย
get something fast, they're not going to get anything at all. Kiko going to be forced out of his comfortable position. Nice from Soulcast.
โพซิชั่นแม่งอันตรายสัตว์
Perfect until Nats fights back, but Camo gets
Bye, what-
cleared. The
Oh,
flood was
คือก้อยมัน
exceptional.
แบบ
The layering of the utility just
มันรู้ว่ายังไงก็ต้อง
uncomfortable
มี
to
อ่ะ
hold, forcing them away from these positions. And
มัน
Koi
ไล่แบบไล่
find-
ขาดอ่ะคือจริงๆมันเป็นสตรองเวอร์ชันแล้วไงถ้าข้างบนมันสโมกอยู่อะแล้วมันรีสโมกเรื่อยๆมันเป็นแท็กติกของลิควิดอะไวเปอร์มันเซตมาไวเปอร์หมดปุ๊บแอสตารีคือยังไงลงมาก็ต้องกระโดดลงมาคนรอได้
Really
ยิ
had
ง
that in
Maybe some
mind.
plan, yeah.
Yeah, again though,
Bang,
we've
the
said it
few
right.
right,
Liquid
but
have a lot of
deploy.
tape on them on this map.
ปัญหาเลยนะ
If there's any repetition
ตอน
or
ทำเอามัน
something
มัน
that
ดี
you
เล
can
ย์อยู่
identify
สตรีมมัน
going
ดี
into
เล
this
ย์อยู่แล้ว
game,
นะไม่
going
ใคร
through
จะ
the
มาปิดให้
protocols
ผ
and
ม
being
วะ
rewarded by it this early on is a huge confidence booster for Koi as well. Tournament life really on the line for them now.
Now, Koi expecting another B main default from Team Liquid, ready with a trap. Nothing this round. Back to middle for Team Liquid.
They've already slipped ahead of this one. Camo
ผมเขียนบอทจนให้มันเปิดเสียง OBS ได้ละแต่ปัญหาเลย
It's a
ผม
little
เพิ่ง
bit
มานึกออก
concerning Team Liquid get
คือ
vents
ตอน
so
เขา
quickly,
ทำเอา
but
ส
in
ตรีมมันดี
reaction,
เลย์
Koi
มา
already
5
got
วิ
B main, so it's not like they're just
ใครจะมาปิดเสียงให้ผมวะ
losing space. They are reacting with space of their own.
แม่งทำตั้งนาน
some versatility, but they have no one towards B main.
Ôi,
It
giật,
feels
mình
almost
chệt
like
gì
too
nha.
much of an unknown to try and
กว่า
back
บอท
into
จะ
it.
ต่อ
And
ไป
look at the
ดี
amount
เล
of
ย์วัน
players
3 วิ
funneling through these vents. Very much
ถาม
hoping
ว่า
for
แค่
this A
GPT
approach.
เร็วกว่านี้ได้ไหม
The extra body here, but can he hold what's coming his way? Yeah, Shados opting
But
against
the
it,
card
gonna
on
give
Eric.
up Heaven Control and maybe try and complement the cross. Does Grubino get to live as well? Another question. A lot of pressure, but they have been able to kind of gap close towards it. Still staying alive here. The C's fantastic, but unconfirmed damage now. Grubino still trying to find anywhere to go. Look at the amount of support coming in here. The util absolutely primed. Soulcast, Flyer, and Filu behind the curve now. Full control in play. And that's his position, the slow lingering death that can creep up. Is there Camo going to spot them all out? Does Nats fancy a go? Patience is normally the name of the game with him. It's gorgeous from Nats. And that should really be the round sewn up.
Yeah, going to be a save here. It needs to be. Economy not great for Koi. Again, this round I think that Koi didn't rotate appropriately. I thought with that B main information, the information happening around the middle of the map, I thought they'd be able to get across to A a bit quicker. Maybe they don't get the save off.
It is just Soulcast left, and he'd love to keep that Vandal. Don't think they're going to go too far for this, but Nats is considering it. I think Soulcast might be safe. I don't think Paditech can get there in time. No, it should be fine. But still, yeah, kind of talk me through that one.
Yeah, so... Sorry, my mind's gone completely blank.
You were discussing the rotation,
I was going to the
so you were hoping they'd like, kind of rotate in maybe a particular way, but it felt like...
so Team Liquid opened up the middle, got vents quickly. Koi, in reaction, took B main. And usually when you have B main, you feel a little bit more confident that you could rotate away towards A, because reverse clearing that space is very difficult. We saw it the round before, Serial by himself. But to...
เฮ้ย
Team Liquid's credit, those people on site, on the A site, they were utiled out for like what felt like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it was just non-stop. Going into this, the buy for Koi is a little bit weird. Flyer is going to be the one suffering, obviously down on the Stinger. Everyone else kind of at least getting minimum Bulldog flag. Taken again, this looks very similar. Pathing straight through vents. This time around, though, you can see that they have the additional, almost, I guess, default hold towards that deep B main space. You still obviously have Nats holding that back A space, and it just feels like the pendulum swing. You're looking at Nats now taking a lot of space on the other side. He's walking up towards A. We've got a battle breaking out towards the mail room. Filu trying to go walkabout here, and he's been caught. Soulcast that time, very heads up.
Koi ready with 3 people here.
But Fire banged out by Padatek. Little late on that one. Kiko already ahead of it, and Liquid making it past all the checks, all the hurdles, and just an awkward position for Grabino. I love this ability to be so versatile in attack, having this kind of 1-3-1. Playing off those extremities, taking that map space, and then it said it felt like they lost out on that A because of your Soulcast's nice positioning, good timing, and very heads up. They went, cool, we can pivot over towards B. We still have that B main lurk, or that B main at least presence. We're good to go for it. Yeah. Really well done.
Yeah, it's your standard approach to split. And despite the composition having that double dive explosivity if they need it, they're running a more kind of double sentinel approach where you just have the extremities on lock. If you get pressured on middle, you can unlock on the extremities. If the extremities get pressured, you can unlock towards middle. Right now, Team Liquid are taking middle a little bit too easy for my liking. Koi did react with having Filu and Vents, but just the Euro and Vents alone isn't going to be enough to get through, you know, all the util that Liquid can throw them. You know, when you got a breach and a tail, you're usually thinking about traps. Like, once they get to vents, is there going to be a stun,
like a little
tail
set piece?
salvo, something like that? I think that would be my approach. You see Soulcast has the tail ult online. Well, I can see the tail ults online. That's the kind of thing you could do. Bait them into the vents, tail ult across. I don't know if they'll do that on their economy situation. They're a bit low money.
It's an option. But again, it's not like Liquid have reinvented the wheel with this. It's your standardized 1-3-1. It's very well done the way Liquid are doing it. But there's plenty of ways, I don't want to say necessarily counter it, but there's a lot of different ways that you can get around it. Be it fight on the extremity, take one of those spaces away, right? We saw that earlier on with that double stack towards B main, or as you said, little trap piece towards middle. There's plenty of options here for Koi, not probably in this round. So it's kind of keep your minds for one coming up.
They also have to be cognizant that ults are coming online for Team Liquid too. They're not going to go into a slow 1-3-1 default as much and try and take vents early. They'll probably end up prodding out a little bit and then just using ults too.
I feel it thinks he might be in trouble there. There's a lot of players on this side of the map actually. 3. The Koi side. And a battle breaks out. It's Soulcast to find Nats, but quickly traded in. And all the fights so far, waving the banner of Liquid. Heads-up fights. You're not going to win them out with classics, but it feels like get this round out the way. Let's focus on the one we had that timeout for and get ready for it.
Yeah, even min-maxing here, Camo getting the orb. Should get the plant here as well. Ult will be online. Lots of ults for Team Liquid to work with next round.
Which is tough, right, for Koi?
Niมันคือมินิใช่ไหม
I don't want to say anti what's been happening, but you can have an idea of how you want to approach it.
ว่าแล้ว
That adds
เหมือนจะจำเสียงมันได้เสียง
a real spanner in the works.
ลับ
Because one, Liquid could go
ไอ้เมื่อกี้ไม่ต้องปิด
completely direct. They could go for a more standard, like, say, okay, let's just go for like a nice A execute, let's whatever you want to do. There's options there. They then have the opportunity now to kind of answer back, right? They don't have to let this be dictated to them by Koi.
เสียงไม่
I
ได้
also want to compliment Team Liquid when they have these ult
ผม
strats.
จำเสียงแคสเตอร์ได้ว่ะ
Like you'll see the Euro B split that everyone loves to do, but they've also do Euro ults on A. They're capable of faking with their
ทำไมมันเหมือน
ults.
จะสู้มืออยู่แป๊บนึงแล้วมันก็แบบ
I like Team Liquid's odds for the rest of this half.
I'm with you. It feels like the operator's
มัน
been
มันเหมือน
adding
มัน
as a
มัน
little
กำลังไม่รู้
touch
ว่า
here.
จะเล่นกับลิควิดยังไง
Surprised to see it over
สำหรับผม
towards
อะ
the A side, because that's already got 2 other players
มันเปลี่ยน
towards
คอ
it.
ม
I
มา
was
ด้วย
wondering
นะ
if
คนเนี้
maybe
ย
they'd want to
ใช่
supplement
อะ
somewhere else.
I wonder if they got a false sense of
ที่มันคือเนี่ย
security about
เม
their
ตาเลย
retakes
คอม
on
แบบ
B. Retakes on B, I don't think are that strong. You know, we saw it work well once, but how many times can that work?
Maybe a false sense of security in it or confidence. And now a patient round. Letting this one simmer for a second. And there's the ult pop. That's going to be towards middle. Camo. Give the information. Spots out one towards vents and spots out one towards heaven. And it looks like the standardized kind of Yoru approach here. And there's the crunch with the util. Grabino, can you live? For now, has to fall away. Eyes turn towards heaven. Good information there as well. Very comprehensive. Now, lurk-wise, you're looking at obviously Nats. Post up towards mailroom. That is unforgivable at this point. Because it felt like there was some awareness as well from Flyer there, but Soulcast just wanted to come back around. It feels a little bit short-sighted, but they're winning out on the gunfights here. Flyer this time takes away a couple more. Kiko called upon. 1-for-1 trade, not enough, but Camo! 2-for-1 discount in the end. Filu and Grubino punished. Liquid, even when the odds look against them, still come away with the round.
Yeah, and I was critical of Koi playing retake towards this B side, but they do keep coming in.
But
I would argue that Team Liquid there, I don't think Nats should be lurking when he's got a Viper ult.
Fair.
Use that Viper ult for the site when we got the plant down.
Oh man, he was coming over with the ult there as well.
And then also this open plant. Team Liquid could just play safe and re-lurk later. Don't need to be stuck in mailroom that early.
Yeah. Well, this is where the problems really start to begin. You've got a couple of ults and a bit of a
more
shaky buy, but Liquid are firmly getting in control here, and we have to reiterate, this is a chance for playoffs. This is a lot on the line for Koi. This is everything that they've been going through would have been to make a fight for this one.
This is old school approach to the Viper ult, using it in a space where it doesn't actually get you the site, but puts a ton of pressure on the defense.
Doing anything else at the same time? I mean, we've still got a bit of presence towards A, but super passive. That's going to be Padatek over there. Really passive hold towards middle as well. That's what? Camo? This is, yeah, really interesting.
So, like, they want to fake the extremities a little bit, it seems like. But Nats is cover going out. It's an overcoat.
It feels like it, but this contact hit might have worked, at least for the find on Flyer, but Rubino's able to control... How's he losing that one? I thought that was his every day of the week. This feels really disjointed, but it's actually rewarded Liquid. Just kind of contacting in off the back of the drop. The Viper's Pit feels bizarre, but just the element of surprise enough. And now Shados and Soulcast both have ults, but is this the time to use them? Let's see. Camo drifting in no man's land.
One tap. Takes on the biggest flank.
What is
He's already
this?
close.
They thought about that? I don't know.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้ถ้าเป็นเทคมัน 1-2
Yeah, that is wild.
นี่ตัวคัดของจริง
Pressure's on. 1v2.
ตอนนี้แจ้งเกิดครับ
They're already out. They're already on site. Oh my god.
โอ้โห so close
I thought they had another one, but no. Koi.
เชดอนมันให้คมเลย
Tipping it into their favor after what felt like these retakes were just not
เรา
going
บอกอย่า
their
หมิ่น
way.
ครับแกมบิดเก่า
I think the approach from
แกมบิดเจอแกมบิด
they kind of fumbled what was supposed to be a nice idea, where they used the Viper on B, and then Padatek was supposed to make all the noise on A and make it seem like I'm on A, and Nats drops the ult to make it feel like, oh, we're going A.
Yeah.
But it
ผม
didn't
ว่าถ้าไอ้
quite
คาโมไม่ออกมาเดินเดี๋ยวเมื่อกี้มันน่าจะเล่นได้ยาวกว่าเดิม
So, idea okay. Nice retake there from Koi.
Idea okay.
ไอเดลีก็ต้องสูบจริงนะยิงไป10
Idea was
12 ตัว
decent, execution poor.
เยอะไปหน่อย
Still plenty of ults sat here with Koi. Be it reactionary they wanted for, waiting for that ideal scenario. You can see Soulcast for a couple of rounds was trying to find the right time to use it. First one off the rip is going to be Flyer, so that's going to be straight down middle. We were talking about addressing that mid pressure that Liquid were leaning on quite a lot in those 1-3-1s. Looks like maybe that's a solution here, but Camo, under scrutiny, has to take the get out of jail free card and back away.
I was about to say, we're not really seeing too many of these breach tail kind of crunches or traps, but right there, immediately, reaction, ramp in control of Koi now, by Koi. And Team Liquid, they seem a little bit lost right now. How do they approach? They know that middle, they cannot touch at all, but how do they work out where to go? Where's going to be weak?
Feels good on this angle. It was cleared by Camo, but it felt a little after the fact there. So they've won out on at least the A extremity, so it feels very directed towards B now. So Grubino's going to be prepared.
Cover going out.
Reinvesting and reinforcing the smoke towards B main. Has the help as well. I believe it's Shados on the site, yeah, but that's not to be dissuaded by a Viper's Pit, apparently.
He's found a little corner.
แมทมันรู้
He'll take that timing after this beat.
Oh my
ต้อง
god.
ทำยังไง
Oh, Grubino, that feels awful. But Shados is there. We noted it earlier. He was in support from the back of Pillar. Stalls out
เว
the
เปอร์
side.
จะเวเปอร์ว่ะ
Buys a little bit more time. Flyer the patience.
แนทมันรู้
Off, takes away Nats now just down to Padatek. And that's just simply too steep of a curve. Koi controlling things. That Viper's Pit being so impactful in controlling that middle space.
Yeah, controlling that middle space, but that re-clear on ramp early to get rid of what Team Liquid were controlling was very good. Liquid looking a little bit disjointed in that mid round, I'd say.
จุดจบสายเลื้อยว่ะ
Let's keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
Economy weak now for Team Liquid. They do have a little bit. But that Outlaw, it does have 2 targets that you can go for that clean kill.
Looks like it was kind of like a half bite-ish anyway. Puts him down to 900, but
That's not
Grabino, what are we up to? The paint shell. Oh, Grabino! The tag was just, it felt like the death sentence, and now the investment of the ult on top. Just, it keeps the site secure for a while. It would be a blind post in the end, but still. Liquid will love this. That's a plant. It's going to take some time, and Soulcast is going to invest. Do we get the pre-take going at the same time? Trying to get that crunch coming in. Liquid trying to stabilize. Hold this down for a second. Camo forced forward. You can see the util here. It's not in sort of complementary positions, though. They've got a decent amount of space now. Kiko spots out 2 here. He's one of the ones with that Phantom.
Buying time for Nats here.
You can see the paranoia down middle. They're already checking on it too. Flyer has a look there, but he doesn't find his target. Nats does find his, and away we go. The pressure now on top. Nats just needs to stay alive, really. He's a nuisance. He's that thorn in the side, and it's lethal as well. Take it down, Soulcast putting Flyer in a very tough position. And it all started with that tag and paint shell. It opened up everything.
Yeah, I was kind of planting the seed of criticism about buying an Outlaw against 3 full shields, but it was enough to chip away and have a... That nade was like perfect. Again, Koi in a retake B situation, and on this map I don't think that's what you want to be leaning into.
Wow. A little surprised they got away with that one almost. That could have been a huge gateway round for Koi to try and keep this scoreline competitive. You know, that 7-5 felt fantastic in map 1, but obviously they only ended on 9 in the end. So you need that buffer here. Liquid are exceedingly good at this map.
Yeah, they're finding these crazy lurks through A all the way around to B as well. You know a team's good at this map if you've done that 3 times, I think, already.
Camo, ult, Filu, ult. Mid-walk, though, for Koi, like this.
Yeah, and Team Liquid don't have a Sentinel, so if they wanted to continue with this, I'm all for it.
Don't know Flyer here,
เก็บเดี๋ยว
steps,
เดี๋ยว
but
ไวเปอร์
enough's
ได้ยิน
been
เอาชิป
given away.
หาย
There's
แล้ว
no
ครับ
I think he
presence mid.
has, because the stack seems to say so.
Who's next?
มาแล้วครับเลื้อยดุ
Flyer.
แนทเลยจะเจอ
This
ป่านนี้
could
ฮะ
be everything.
Yeah.
It's straight towards Nats. They turn, and
เป็
he's
น
dealt
เรื่อ
with.
ง
Could have maybe played the time a little longer, been a nuisance from the back lines, kind of like Nats was, but now we find on the side and Camo. Devious in approach. A back and forth trade, but it's still numbers up for Liquid. They should be able to get plant as Gravino a mile away. Kiko's heard this too.
ตัดมากครับ
Right position, open
ระ
plan.
วังเปิดครับนิโก้ไม่เล่นดึงจัด
Okay. Oh, might catch part attack. Yeah, he does. But the trade
It's lying,
instantaneous. Liquid very in control here.
Yeah, and it felt Koi were completely in control of that round, knew exactly what Team Liquid were trying to achieve, and you feel really bad on defense. When you know exactly what the attack is trying to do, you've stacked it and you still can't beat them, it feels rough.
Last player standing.
Again, just the trading so good.
Sorry, Patty. I should call for you that he's over.
I think this is a must-win round for Koi.
I'm with you. And close rounds feel great in the moment, but at the end of the day, it's only 3 that have been converted for Koi, and the chance is starting to dwindle, and Liquid looking to lock in here. Focus up. They invest the ults, they get the information, and away they go. Camo, so clean. That time out done. Shados rolling back the years. Catching 3 on the push-up. Now they got to respond. Kiko and Serial going to be pretty far off from this. Koi, we asked them to dig deep, give us a round to believe in, and maybe they just found one. Flyer, don't do this on your own. Please don't lose this. Oh my god, oh my god!
เฮ้ย
I'm
มันจะขอ
breathing a sigh of
กินๆหน่อย
relief
ซี
there.
เรียล
Koi
มัน
gonna
ได้
get
อยู่
up
นะ
to
ตัว
4.
เนี้ย
แต่ปัญหาเลยคือแม่งบุกไปแพ้บุกซะเยอะเลย ตีเลี้ยว TL ซีเรียลนี่แทนใครนะครับ แทนคามิกครับ ตอนมากรุงเทพเป็นคามิกอยู่ ใช่ปะตอนมันมากรุงเทพยังเป็นคามิกอยู่ใช่ปะ TL อะ
อะไรนะ
TL ตอนมากรุงเทพยังเป็นคามิกอยู่ใช่ไหม
ใช่
พอกลับปุ๊บเปลี่ยนคนเลย
คามิกไม่ค่อยเดินเรื่องไม่ค่อยเอาเท่าไหร่เดี๋ยวว่าแต่คามิกเลย 3K ไม่เอาสักคน พี่แนทยิงอยู่คนเดียว
ตอนนี้แน่นแบก
ทั้งสั่งทั้งยิง ทั้งพูด
Some explosive
แนตตอนมากรุงเทพเหมือนได้บัฟอะ ยิงยับทุกคนเนี่ยเซนติเนลร้องอะ
deal with some of that
ส่งเซนติเนล
explosivity
กลับ
with
บ้าน
the
แบบชิว
Bradwell, but overall they will struggle a little bit with the explosivity.
Soulcast
ๆ ไม่รู้พี่เขาลั่นอะไรกันเลย
set me up something pretty.
ลั่นที่สุดในชีวิตอะแนทตอน
Don't
มาก
want
รุ
it
งเทพ
to look nothing other than
กลับ
beautiful.
มาลั่นยาวด้วยตัวเนี้ย
Very
ประเด็น
direct
เลย
towards A here though. No taking any detours, no pressure down middle. It's all towards the A side. Look at
Hoi, hoi, hoi.
gosh, the spam.
Damage.
Yeah, Paddy unconfirmed obviously towards Grabino, but
Soulcast and Grabino.
ตอนนี้สแปมสโมกโนหนึ่งผมให้คนนี้เลย
Soulcast.
ฟันซิก
I didn't even see that. 15 HP.
ผม
How's,
บาดจัด
how long has he got on the util? I'm not too
ให้โบ
sure.
เตอร์ว่ะตอนเนี้ย
But again, he's playing very
โอ้โห
passive, probably
พี่
just playing for those salvos if
เองก็
anything.
พอๆกันเลย
But already
เออ
the
โบ
pressure
เตอร์
side
อีก
him
คน
out. The prowler
โบ
sent
เตอร์
towards
ล่า
the
สุด
pillar.
นี่
They do need to
โอ้โห
start
วางงาน
building
จัด
towards the side
อย่างกับ
now.
แฮก
เออ
Gotta go
เฮ้ย
outside
ฟัน
the
ซิกก็
util,
เหมือนกันเลย
gotta
อย่าง
go
กับแฮกเลย
eventually. Oh, first step
อุ้ย
kicks in the door.
เดินมาทิม
Panic
หน้าอย่างนั้นเลย
laying the
ง่ายข
pathway
นาดนั้น
forward.
เลยเหรอ
เออ
Kiko, follow up. Nice. Philo on the fight back. It's Soulcast finally gets his util on, but it's a lot on his plate now.
อุ้ย
He's got the util, but he's got to send it
โอ้
now.
ว่าจะยิงออก
Timing. Oh, nice try, but again, just off on the timing, a split second away.
Nice attempt from Soulcast, but I think I got to praise Team Liquid for choosing the better site to play retake on, in my opinion. And their retakes on A, whenever I've watched them, they look very confident in them. And same thing there.
ดูมันง่ายจริงช็อตนี้
Gutting though. Soulcast, it felt like it was so close, but he was just under so much pressure there. Couldn't get past Serial quick enough to send them in. You can see it really
Nice
close.
Patrick. Very good call.
Team Liquid, they were even, to praise them, I got to praise them somewhat, they were even re-clearing vents, reverse re-clearing the vents for a lurk. Like, these little details are things that I love to see.
เฟดมันเก่งนะ
They
ตอน
are
นี้
the more advanced team, it feels like, in this regard. But
เก่งนะ
เก่งกว่าสกายใช่
it's
ไหม
a big investment here for Koi.
โอ้โหสกายนี่ใครๆก็เก่งกว่ามันแล้วยุคเนี้ย
Draw on anything they can.
แบบมัน
Stingers coming out.
If they can get
โค้งหัก
past
ศ
the
อกอยู่
Bradwells,
เอาจริงๆเฟดเหมือนแม่งมีสองหมานะ
ใช่อะ
Zero's gonna
แบบ
start
ว่า
the
หมายถึง
alarm
แบบ
bell, though.
เหมือนมีหมาสกาย
Players
ส
on
อง
the
ตัว
way. He's not
ถ้า
alone.
เล่นดัน
Philo
อะ
gonna
เพราะ
take
ด่าน
him towards
สั้
the
น
backside. Look for the drop down and spots one. Zero gonna try and readjust towards the front. Really nice readjust
Insane.
there from him. But now Chaos kicks
เฮ้ยอะไร
off.
อะแฟนทอมเหรอ
In unison with Kiko, keeping things on their side. Philo left in a 1v2.
เอ้าอยากได้ปืน
Philo
มาก
brings
ๆพี่
down
เน็
to
ต
1v1.
หายแล้วไม่รอเพื่อนล่ะ
This is tricky now. 50 seconds.
จัดด้วยดิ
Get a plant. Camera opting for the pistol. It's like silently closing the gap and a big
เฮ้ย
upgrade.
มันไปเก็บปืนมาตอนไหน
Flash in.
Planted.
Falls away.
เรียบ
Philo
ร้อยแฟดหลอก
unawares. Gets out of danger. But come on, Tom. Just so quick.
แฟดว่ามาเมน
was that sick? Was that, like, did you see the flash?
What
Was
flag?
that a fake flash? I've never seen that before. He's thrown it towards
ไอสูตรลง
RT
เชือก
to
นี่
make it feel like he's
ไม่ค่อยมีใคร
taking
พลาดกันเลย
CT.
โปร
เออ
I think that's kind of sick.
Let's watch it again. Is it intentional?
ยังไม่ได้เข้าคลาสเรียนเลยลงเชือก
You can't see the flash until it pops, right?
ไอชิดตลกอะภาพโดนแฟดมึงเดินไถ่ตรงๆ
I'm not sure. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so what happened? He threw it into CT, and it's not visible until it
That's
pops.
what-
Yeah.
And so he's completely outplayed him there.
That's actually kind of
โดนเลยครับ
very nice. I've just been throwing my
ผู้หญิง
pistol
ฟอน
all
เปล่า
the time.
ฟอส
Crazy.
มา
the Heaton?
T2 เมื่อกี้
It's a classic.
เรีย
It
บร้อย
is
เลย
a
ตี
classic.
ทูเลย
Literally, it is mostly a classic. For now, double digits
ถ้า
for
ฟอร์สอีก
Koi-
ทีเนี่ย
sorry,
โดน
That
เพีย
was
เล็ก
the
เลย
round of Koi, and now they're back down to the ghost sheriff.
เฮ้ยพี่ได้แล้วเดี๋ยวนะไอ้ลงเชือกมันแค่ย่องมาแล้วก็พอลงไปปลายกด F
And Kiko starting to hit bangers.
แต่ว่า
Serial again. Look at
แร
how
กๆอะมัน
comfortable.
ดูเหมื
Even
อนยาก
under all of this pressure on Chaos, and they cut off the other two. Shados and
เดี๋ยว
Soulcast
นี้คล่องแล้ว
had to respect the utility that was eventually invested.
ตีทู
Isolating the players on the side.
ตีทูครับ
Serial's
ผม
comfort just comes into its own here.
คืนนี้มีใครแข่ง
Now
ตี
just
ทูต้น
Soulcast
ตำรับเลยครับ
in
ไอ้
a
ฟอร์
1v5.
บายสติงเกอร์
That's
ได้
going
ต
to
ล
be
อดเลย
11 chances falling by the wayside.
ไม่ใช่ว่า
And in
เราเห็น
zone
มาเนิ่นนานเลย
flawless here,
บอ
and
สบาย
Koi,
ถึงเจอ
this has got to be
ตีทู
heartbreaking for
ใช้
them,
บ่อย
but
สุด
for
หรอ
Liquid, a positive step in the right direction.
แต่ประเด็นคือ
Usually
ตี
for
ทูใช้
Koi,
แล้วได้
I
ตลอด
would be a fan of this simple B
ได้มากกว่า
approach
เสีย
against Team
ตอน
Liquid.
บ่าย
ฟอนต์บาย
Quite
เนี่ย
often
ไอ้
it's
เอา
gonna
ร
be
อ
weak on that B side of the map.
เกาะ
But
ให
the
ญ่
problem is an Astra can immediately do that grab well, and you've
วัด
seen,
ดวงจัดนะ
I think in both rounds now.
เวทาลิตี้มันก็เลิกทำแล้วช่วงเนี้ย
โหดร้ายกันไหมวะ
I'm
โหดร้าย
I'm
คน
just
โดน
looking
ไท
at
ยอะ
lifelines for Koi here, right? This is the round.
มัน
If
ดู
you-
แบบ
if you lose
ไม่
this,
ค่อยมี
you're
หวัง
kind of
อะ
saying this is done. And this is their chance to even make it to playoffs here. This is everything that they've been playing for.
ผมว่า
Those
ทำตรง
last
เอง
games,
ใช้หลัง
the
ไม่ยาก
losses that Koi suffered.
บูด็อกการเดียน
This
เกาะ
where it
25
starts
มัน
and
เจอ
ends.
22
Flyer already fallen.
เลยทำเมตานั้นมา
Filu trying to backfill the space, but spotted by Kiko.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Filu
เฮ้ย
takes the evacuation
ผ
call
ม
out
ไม่
of
สู้
there.
เลยจังหวะนี้ไปละ
ไปเลยครับ
Surprised we didn't see more an acceleration towards B here.
ต่อ BDK ครับพี่ลู
But
มี
gonna get
ส
it
ติ
for
ของ
free
มัน
anyway, potentially, unless Liquid decide to flood in.
Stalled again though, up from heaven, the util coming in. Nat's gonna make it difficult. Eagle Eyes trained, and Grabino like one towards Serial this time.
เกือบ
But Nat's still with a
Nat-
shot. They're just
มัน
pulling
ยื่นออก
bodies
มา
away, so they're gonna try and be proactive here, Koi.
Need to do something in this disadvantage situation.
Quite like it. It's actually solid.
เฮ้ยเป็นเรื่อง
Necessity cannot be stressed enough, and Shadows can't really fall here. They can't invest their utility. They
Everything.
have to
Why
wait.
not Ling?
And it has to be everything at this
Just
point. A
wait,
1-1 trade, not
we
enough.
get some,
Rubino,
nothing.
are you still in this fight? A 2v2. They've won out on the site. They can accelerate towards
Buddy.
him. They can hold him
Buddy.
back. Kiko
Buddy.
waiting. He's got the ult there, buying time as the defuse comes in. Rubino can only
แล้วยิงเร็ว
watch as his chances are ripped away.
ยังไงเมื่อกี้มันก็กะจะยิงอยู่แล้ว มันจะหมดอยู่แล้ว
Setting their sights towards playoffs.
I think it's rounds like that that just show Team Liquid are one of the best on this map.
ไอ้บองมัน
Right out of the
ต้อง
gate,
คุยกัน
saw
ดี
them
นะจังหวะ
taking
นั้น
that A control,
เส้นเยอะด้วยเด็ก
punishing the solo lurk from Flyo, and then more than comfortable to deal with the kind of pre-flood retake
Nice, yeah.
on the B side of the map.
คือตรงไหนบอดตรงไหนรั่วตรงไหนมีความเป็นไปได้คือแม่งแทบไปปล่อย
I mean, like, don't get me
คุยกัน
wrong.
เยอะๆ
Yeah, I know it's not looking good, but nothing.
If they've got a plan around the tail ult, then they've got a plan around the tail ult. And if the vibes are okay, you'd presume they wouldn't be amazing, but
I'd be taking a timeout.
yeah, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I'm taking a timeout. Mid ult going to be coming down from Nats there. Viper's pick going to be flooding. Ooh, nice attempt there. Quick trying to catch towards Camo. Patatek also going to be
โดนแม่
considered.
งไกลไป
This is information.
ดูดิ
Filu walking up ramp. Gets real close
ใต้
to
ถึง
this
แรม
one.
เลยโดนทีเดียว
Oh, this could be big for Filu. Ah, outdone by a Prowler. Bye-bye.
It's the same we saw on the other side. It was the tail and breach re-clearing that space. This time it's the fade and the raise.
What have you got?
แอดโดนมาเนี่ย
Hello. Shados. I know what you're up to now.
เคดอสบอกเอ้ยมุก
All
นี้
too
เห็น
familiar
มานาน
with
แล้ว
your
เพื่อน
ways. But that's a pick. They're at 35 seconds. They still need to decide where to go with this.
หรือว่าทันกันอยู่นะสองคนนี้ไม่
Yeah, Team
Let me
Liquid,
turn
they do
around.
have two players towards the A side, but they're more than comfortable to play these retakes. They're probably going to have to.
Patatek falling all the way off the Camo. He's up for the challenge. He's again in the fight here. Going to pop the ult just to get away safely, really. Keep control on what's happening now. Plant's going to come down, but we're in a 4v4. Eco taking the route back through vents. Oh my god, and Flyer going to find Camo. Hold on. Big Eco's got a little bit of timing on this. They're mostly on the site now. Still tough to clear with the player disadvantage. 4 up to the good here for Koi. A chance to survive, to extend play a little. Kiko goes down. Patatek and Serial should be outdone, but maybe not. Patatek in a 1v2. It would be miraculous. And it would be unlikely, but a nice try. But Soulcast keeps hopes alive for Koi now.
Yeah, I think
ปา
Nat's
โมมัน
done a
เก่ง
little bit
อยู่แล้วครับ
control in the
ตั้งแต่
middle.
ปีที่แล้วแล้วครับ
Probably set that one off. I think that I will.
มันเล่นอยู่คนเดียวอะ
I think if
พอ
Team
มันมาอยู่
Liquid
กับทีมที่แบบ
focus up,
คนรอบตัวเก่ง
take it
มันก็
a
ยิ่ง
little
เก่
bit
ง
more
มันได้
seriously,
แสดงศักยภาพ
fine.
was a lot of ults though from Liquid, wasn't it?
แต่มันต้องเก่ง
that
เดิ
is
มตอน
true.
แรกมันเป็น
That
ดาว
is
รุ่ง
true. They
แต่มัน
didn't
เก่งขึ้นอีก
overcommit to that 4v5 retake. Your ult used to try and get out. I liked it from Camo, but
ปี
then
ที่
the
แล้วแค่
Astra ult
กำลัง
used
แจ้งเกิด
in a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's one of those where it feels like we're being overly critical. They're up 12-5, but still we're holding them to
No,
really
that's
high
true.
standards.
Yeah, like I did say about that discipline, and using ults in these kind of situations, these are the openings that a team will want to come back into a game. 12-5 is a lot, but
It is.
ก่อนก็เนี่ยก้อยเนี่ยมันกำลังยิงทีมเก่าตอนเนี้ย
Flyer gonna be heads ringing
ไอโซ
around.
แคทกำลังยิงทีมเก่า
โซแคกมันเจออะไรก็ไม่รู้เนี่ย
Had
ทีม
detection on that one either. No, Kiko didn't win that fight on the other side.
แนท
Shados
ก็
is
ยิง
gonna get
เพื่อน
his
เก่า
numbers
อยู่
up.
นี่
Push
เอ
out
อ
towards B.
ดอ
แนทก็ยิงเชดอสมาจากแกมบิดด้วยกัน
อะไรไปหมดมั่วหมดเลยตอนเนี้ย
Philo just walking through a smoke with no util.
ช่วงผมดูแนทสตรีมแบบมันเลยมันเกมเซนส์มันโหดมากเลยแนทคือมันเป็นคนเกมเซนส์โหดนะ
โหดเลยมันเป็นเลื้อยได้ขนาดนั้นหรือว่า
มัน
มัน
เก่า
ใช้
เก
เก
ม
ม
จัด
เซนนะ
And
ใช้
there
ค
we
วาม
go.
เก่าหรือเปล่าต้อง
Confirms it.
ไป
So
ที่
we're
เดิม
gonna be able to rotate towards A.
เกมเซนส์แหละบวกความเก่าด้วยแล้วแม่งเสึกเอมแม่นด้วย
Decent-ish position.
Zero's only got the sheriff, so I guess on contact pops the ult.
มันอ่านเกมเก่ง
Yeah,
อะ
Zero
ดู
was
ทรง
got
แล้ว
3
เนี่ยล
stars
งแหล่งนะ
front this B main.
บางทีแบบประเทศเทคประเทศเทคช่วยแนทเยอะเหมือนกันนะแนทชมบ่อย
อืม
And there's bodies on the site.
เอาละครับ
มีสอง
I'll
สอง
get
เกม
nervous. That's fine. Again, Zero can take risks here.
Ui,
And Nats
nee, ja.
gets the reward. Punishing across.
Ben
You're not being
Leung.
meant to be the one to get
Ben
to.
Leung.
Flyer was the one who got the damage early on, down to 2 HP. This would be
ตก
heroic.
ตายไป
He's got
ต้องทำอะไรแล้ว
10
เครียด
กระโดด
seconds.
ตก
He has to face
จ
his
ริงๆนะ
fate here
เนี่ย
as this one looks done for. And it
ตก
is
ใจเลย
กระโดดต
secures
ก
it.
ไม่ฮากดอันติด้วยกลางอากาศ
โดนเตะเลยถ้าโดนเตะไปเถียงเลยแล้วกูจะทำอะไรได้วะ
บอกมาเป็นกูไม่หาการเงี้ย
เพื่อนก็ไม่รอกูแม่งอุ้ยมังอะมานามันโหดขึ้นจริงนะจากปีก่อน
ตรงดีจัด
รุ่นนี้แหละลบคำสมมาณอะเมื่อก่อนนี้อยู่เทียร์เดียวกับนาวีเลยพอๆกันเลยอาการ ตอนนี้นาวีอ่ะเป็นไง
นาวีต้องปีหน้าว่ากัน
มัน
ใหม่
ดีขึ้นนะแต่มันนิดนึงไงอ่ะไม่เรียกว่าก้าวกระโดด
ทางนั้นกล้าถอยหลังตอนเนี้ย
มันหนักตรงที่แม่งนาเองต้องมาแบกอันนี้คือหนักจัดเลย
ไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นอ่ะ
ฝันดีนะครับ ทุกคน ขอบคุณลิควิดขอบคุณทุกทีมเลยนะครับ ขอบคุณทั้งก้อยทั้งวิทย์ทั้งใครวะใครโดนวิทย์ตบมาเมื่อกี้เอเปกมาที่มันสนุกมาเทคพอร์ตกันค่ำคืนนี้ วันนี้ขอตัว เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาใหม่ ดูทุกคืนครับ ขอบคุณที่มาอยู่นั่งเฝ้าทำน้องจอย ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณครับ ไปละ เดี๋ยวไปทำวิดีโอส่ง YouTube ก่อนบ๊ายบาย ส่ง ส่ง YouTube ถูกแล้ว